gods, and monsters. It has been far too long since the legends of Age of Mythology have battled. Once again, armies gather, and titans wake from their slumber. The heavens crack, the ground splits, and only the worthy will stand. Mighty civilizations, each commanding myth and mortal alike, each calling for glory.
Yo, 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 ladies and gentlemen, it's day 2 action. We still have some day 1 shenanigans to get finished. We had a little bit of a delay when it comes down to it. A little bit of a delay, so we're just going to jump straight into it. It's game number 3 between Shelty and Allapes. These guys need to finish their series before we can move on to basically day 2. So let's jump into game number 3 as it's 1-1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of the shenanigans have been afoot here. So, well, we're still in day 1, technically speaking, even though it's day 2. A little bit of a crisis on the side of Shelty. He had to go save a shop from certain doom. Had to go and save their work day. So he had to head in and sort that all out. And we did say that if they can get their games done before day 2 starts, then it's all good. So we've got on the left-hand side of the map, Shelty playing his Odin. And on the right-hand side of the map, we've got Allapes playing as Hershey. So a bit of a Chinese expert to some degree here with what I've been seeing out of Allapes. He's been really, really powerful on this Chinese civilization. Had an incredibly good game before. I believe he was playing Shenong, took out Shelty's Poseidon, but Shelty is at his heart an Odin main. This guy is incredibly strong and with the Norse gods, and he can make a lot happen, but it is a difficult matchup on the fact that, well, you're going to be wanting to go for raiding cavalry, throw an axeman. Your opponent's going to be able to make those fire archer, those Yatsa, those halberdier, those the Najat, all of that good stuff is all going to be in the back pocket for the Fushi. Now, unlike Shenong, Fushi doesn't get access to all those free myth units, so there is a little bit of an edge there on the Odin side. It's a little bit easier for Odin, but then you do also have to worry about the fact there's now a Najar that can help take out things like the Valkyrie a lot easier. So we'll see how things are going to go here. Up on this position, we've got the Relic, Archimedes' Ledger. Siege population usage -1 there. Over on this side, we've got that Sharon's Obel. Just going to make those villagers 25 food. We'll give you a little bit of resources back, I should say. 25 food for the villagers and the regular villagers. A bit of gold, bit of extra food for the citizens and all that other good stuff. On the bottom side, there is Feather of Bufang here, which is going to make those human soldiers do bonus damage versus buildings a little bit more. And finally, Hecate's Torch. This one's really, really big here for the Chinese player. If you grab this, then all of a sudden that lightning weapons becomes a lot more potent. You know, you can use that 2-3 times in a game if you don't want to go for the Yatsa, which does make a lot of sense in this matchup, as winning and losing a fight can sometimes be the difference between being able to secure a gold mine, not secure a gold mine, being able to continue in a game, not being able to continue in a game, and all that other good stuff. As Classical Age is now coming through, Chio and Freya. No surprises here. These are going to be the general agreed upon best god picks in this matchup. I do think there is some room here for Odin players to actually go for Heimdall in this matchup, specifically things like undermining buildings getting built early on to slow down the early game production of the Chinese player, utilizing the Ironry to help you out in the fights and things like that, the big fights. It's a little bit underutilized, a little bit unexplored. Obviously, the Najar is going to be able to take out the Ironry, so you have to be very, very careful with them. But still, it's an idea, as the Imperial Academy comes down super quickly here for Allapes. He's going to be grabbing himself the Najar as soon as he's got that gold income. Just has to wait for 150 Very, very cheap right off the bat there, as the first Yachts are just going to be moving up to the top side, hiding out here, ready to pounce, ready to strike. Now, there is a world where waiting in the shadows here in the back of the base until you see a Valkyrie coming at you is the best play. So you sit and you wait somewhere out of sight, out of mind, wait for the Valkyrie to leave the base, wait to see it going somewhere, and then as soon as he's in your base, then you just pop into his base. Now, obviously, there's going to be Hellsravager and things like that to defend this, but still, this is an option as the Archer does spot the sentry tower. But the Valkyrie, it is heading across. Allapes does have this idea in the back of his mind, as the Valkyrie for Shelty going to come in and start harassing this position. Najah just standing watch. Machine Workshop coming up, and we are going to be seeing the initial Halberdier Fire Archer shenanigans coming through, as now Allapes says it's time to strike. He gets close, does dive onto a dwarf over here, as the dwarf will turn around and start shanking. As soon as he gets close to falling, though, he does pull back, but that's a dwarf snipe for that Yahtzee. Not exactly the best of trades. I think Shelty's going to be happy with that one. Just losing one village. You would like to lose none, but one village you picked there. We do see the Valkyrie coming through. He can burn this forest if so chooses. This might be a dead villager. No, it just says, I don't want to lose the Valkyrie here. Let's pull back. Keep the villager alive. It's fine. And the Valkyrie is now caught in onto this position. Going to try and dive back through this way. And it looks like, in the end there, the Valkyrie gets sniped, and he doesn't get that villager pick. Doesn't get anything from it. Big, big advantage there for Allapes in the start. But the raiding cavalry now coming in. That's a villager pick there. That's exactly what Shelty is going to be looking for. As over onto this side, the Qualifier, very, very big. Going to try and dodge out here. A forest fire could be an option. Decides against it. As the raiding cavalry for Shelty now to pull out of here. But so far, both players suffering one villager loss as the Longhouse to come in for Shelty onto the back. He's starting to accrue a whole bunch of units over here. The Throwing Axeman coming through slowly. We do have a whole bunch of Fire Archers now to start coming through, but there hasn't really been any significant amounts of infantry units out. I mean, there's a handful. Realistically here, though, the big worry has to be against raids, and just building a whole bunch of these Halberdier is such a good way to play around it. And that's exactly sort of what Allapes is doing, but he is going pretty quickly into those Fire Archers and things like that. So he's got to be a little bit careful here that he makes the correct amount of units. That's the most important thing here. On the other side for Shelty, he probably wants to actually start setting up to defend his second gold mine already. He's got the map control, so take the time when you've got the map control to set up walls, set up for that second gold mine, set up for a second food situation over here as well. Imagine coming up onto this spot, have Aurochs, have gold mine, wall, and a wall down to the bottom here. Could be really, really nice. But Shelty says it's time to go here. He wants to take some fights. He's trying to attack over onto this side of the village. This villager, I'm not sure exactly what his plan was there, but he decided that death was the choice. And Shelty is going to enjoy that that little bit of an advantage there. Some more Halberdier coming through. Allapes is realizing that's a lot of raiding cavalry. And Shelty, I mean, he obviously, both of these players need to be making these units. Like, each player is technically countering their opponent's army here. You're countering the Halberdier counters the raiding cavalry, the Fire Archer counters the Throwing Axeman counters the Halberdier, and the raiding cavalry counters the Fire Archer. So both players are going to be very happy inside of this composition for the time being. But what I think Shelty would really like, first and foremost, is if he can get to the heroic age and start building Huskal. On the other side, for Allapes, once the Huskal start, he kind of has to go into units like the Dow Swordsman, units like the White Horse Cavalry. Those type of units are very, very important for him to actually deal with those other things. As this villager is finding her way into some very unknown positions here. I don't know why she was over there, but she decided that, you know, on this side of the map was the place for her to be. As Shelty is just... He doesn't, like, you could go on YouTube and you can go look up, like, the best building placement guides in Age Mythology, right? Shelty hasn't seen those. He says, I'll just build the buildings wherever I want, because that's how we're going to deal with it. As the Halberdier coming up here, do manage to pick one cavalry unit off, and Shelty now poking in onto this side. These villagers here need to make a quick retreat back into the tower. There's that forest fire, and that gets dropped down. One villager down, two villager down. And Shelty decides two villagers will be enough. He loses one raiding cavalry for it. But Allapes, he is suffering some pretty hefty losses here in the start of this game. However, he is spamming out Qualifier, which, good thing, bad thing. On the one hand, he gets more economy, which is a good thing. On the bad side, he's spending gold, a lot of it, on those Qualifier. And that means he's going to have to leave his base here. And what he actually decides here is, you know what, instead of leaving my base, I'm going to grab the Peach Blossom Spring first. Get himself up to an incredibly strong army, and then we'll think about leaving here as the temple gets taken down. Hecate's Torch does drop here. Allapes will be wanting to pop that one back into his temple just for a secondary usage of the lightning weapons, as Qualifier is moving over here to drop even more houses and all the other good stuff. Shelty is on the back here. I'm sure he's going to be looking for a little bit of an attack onto a gold mine sooner or later, as this one halberdier just getting a little bit of picks here. Takes a while to take down one raiding cavalry with one halberdier. So you need a couple more there, but the unit's coming back up onto this side. Allapes splitting his army up nicely thus far, as Shelty is trying his best to out-multitask the Japanese prodigy here. But it seems like Allapes is dealing with the raids decently. He's not fallen behind on villager count here. The Norse economy will be pushing in front, even though he's a little bit behind, just on the fact that the gatherers, the dwarves, they're all working very, very hard. And raiding cavalry looking to come through onto this side yet again. The double Qualifier just taking the Peach Blossom Spring for the time being, but not gonna be losing those anytime soon. Allapes very carefully doesn't want to risk losing any of those big boys. Takes them off, sends them back. No problems there. Meanwhile, Shelty is on his second gold mine, and again, I want to see him getting these walls up. We aren't seeing Allapes using his favor for Yahtzee here, which I think is probably a slight mistake. He could definitely be filling up that army with a handful of units, but he's got that favor for things like, well, Tai Chi to make his Nijar stronger, to get an extra lightning weapons. He could also go for celestial weapons to make his dudes even stronger. But at the moment, there is looking like a fairly hefty military advantage for the Chinese, for the Fuji here in this moment. And Shelty on the back foot. He needs to split up. He's got to attack on the front, the side, the back, all at once. He's got to get a surround onto this army as the halberdier splitting up, trying to stay in front of these fire archers is so important here, as now we see the lightning weapons to come down. Fire archers sniping that back line as best as they possibly can here as the raiding cavalry trying to break through. Shelty not retreating from this position. His army is getting absolutely erased here as the Valkyrie going to go down quickly as well to this insanely powerful Chinese army. And it's a quick game, but a decisive game here from Allapes. Shelty, huge mistake there. He could have just pulled back, brought these villagers back into his base, moved these villagers over onto this gold mine, kept pumping, and then being able to fight 20 seconds later, a minute later, when there's no lightning weapons. But he says, you know, quick game's a good game. So we'll get into... I don't really have much more to say there. Really nice defense from Allapes. A great start here for the postponed series. He's one win away now from heading into that decider game. And I guess we'll see how it's going to go. I'm going to jump over into the draft and see what they're going to pick. Let's jump into it. Alrighty, so Allapes up to 2 wins. He's used his Shenong. He's used his set, and he's used his Fushi. On the other side, there's an Odin, a Zeus, and a Poseidon being used here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Shelty bring out his Thor now. This is one of those gods that he's kind of known for in a big way from way back when. I'm a little bit behind on the match here, I think, as they started just a little bit before I was ready. Just totally fine. I told them to. But we'll get that one going here. And actually, no, they just started. So we can, unless they didn't put a delay. They didn't put a delay. What does, you mean Abunai? It means danger. Dangerous. Danger. Abunai. All right. Let's jump into game number 2. It's going to be a Hades versus Susanoo affair here. Alrighty. Into game number 4. Allapes 1 win away from the qualifier, the decider match, the decider promotional match. I believe the winner of this series is going on to face who was it again? Brain rot. He's going to face NyanRacingCat. The winner of this one is going to go on and face NyanRacingCat. So there's a difficult matchup waiting after this one, regardless. But Shelty on the Hades against Allapes' Susanoo. This is a really, really interesting matchup. I'm a big fan of Allapes trying out the Susanoo in this one. He's already moved over onto this side, getting himself a big amount of favor income with those Miko. Got him a second one out, and we'll see what sort of Susanoo he's going to go for. There's 2, 3. Okay. Susanoo is, in my opinion, currently the hardest god to play. Now, the reason for his difficulty isn't necessarily because of mechanical problems. It's because 1, the Japanese is very new, and 2, he is a reactionary god. And then on top of that, being a reactionary god means you need an insane amount of knowledge to know how to deal with what everyone's throwing at you. Now, that doesn't mean that he's weak by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, I think he's actually one of the... He's probably going to be... I think he's one of the contested picks here in Champions League at the very top level, on the players that have put the effort in and worked this out. But you do have to really know a lot about the game. Hades, I would say, somewhat difficult matchup. However, the Greek gods do struggle against mass myth units, of which Susanoo is going to be making plenty. Raiju, really powerful. The Kitsune, an amazing early game raiding unit, which your opponent cannot shut down without walling the entirety of his base in. A second talent center is not going to be something that you're scared of here as Susanoo. You can go 2 talent centers yourself and just play slightly behind the Hades, no problem. You could even stay 1 talent center and go absolutely crazy. Things like Swampland, things like the myth unit spam, or even multiple Swamplands, multiple Kusanagi, the god power here for Susanoo. You can grab that one too. So we see the temple coming up on the front for Allapes. He's going to be wanting to advance fairly soon. He's taken a little bit of a late route to the Classical Age. There's not really any issues with this when you're playing against Hades, because Hades generally wants to take the late advance and get Vaults of Erebus. However, Shelty is playing his own game here. He is, without a doubt, one of the best players to have touched Age of Mythology through the history. However, in terms of retold, he is not up to date. I'm gonna just go out there and say he is playing some dated builds here, and he's very, very far behind on the meta, so to speak. And he decides he's not actually going to go for Vaults of Erebus. What this does do for him is it gives him a slightly earlier second talent center, which means he could come over and grab this talent center, which normally you probably wouldn't be able to grab if you go for that Vaults of Erebus opening. Normally you'd have to take the one very far away from your opponent's, or very far away from your opponent's talent center from their main base. So Shelty most likely is wandering over here, grab this, and this does secure for him an easy gold mine. It's kind of far from the town center, but he's going to be able to bounce off this, get walls set up, and get this gold mine secured. He's got all this food here and food here as well, so he's definitely going to be somewhat salivating there to grab that one. He's also not even getting the favor to get that Vault of Erebus in, and we are seeing Allapes go for Inari Orkami, which is probably the best god to go in this matchup. Probably the best god to go in this matchup, as we see a stable very quickly from Allapes. He wants to put the pressure on. Now, if, and it is going to be a second town center, if Shelty here is not aware of the pain that can be inflicted from a Susanoo raiding game plan, whether it be the Kitsune spam, whether it be the stable, the Naginata Rider spam and raids, he's going to be in for some big trouble. What can you do? Why is it so threatening? Well, the big thing is if I raid you and I drop Kusanagi down onto a patch of villages, it's got a 5 area of effect damage, which does 15 damage to all the villages. So if I get a handful of units onto these villages, for example, drop Kusanagi down, all of a sudden, that's going to be some serious pain for Shelty to have to deal with. As we do see the Toskopos getting thrown to its death. Jiragumo, I see this spider lady. I see her sniping, killing scouts so consistently. So consistently. Nonetheless, the granary coming through for Shelty, and we do see the double military academy in as well, which is also a good thing for Allapes. If he's going to be facing up against pure hoplites, for example, you'd only need to get a handful of these Naginata riders out. And then what do? Well, and then you are just going to be spamming out samurai to deal with those hoplites. And that's going to give you a whole bunch of Bushido XP to get yourself those extra favor gifts from Susanoo there. As you get an extra little bit of favor every single time you get to the next tier. Nonetheless, this Achilles will not be long for this world. Actually, we just see him ignoring it. I'm surprised to see him not just turn around and you just kill this guy. He is out of position. 5.5 speed is normally pretty quick for a hero, but when your opponent's got those 6 speed Hippias-like cavalry, then sorry, that's not really an option there. As Allapes sees the second town center up, the hoplites are coming through. Samurai coming in. Do we see an archery range? Yes, we do. Looks like Shelty is going to be attempting the hoplite Toxodi sort of defense here, which is going to be really strong, except it does struggle against Swampland. It does struggle against Kusanagi, and also the timing that comes in the heroic age with those Raiju is also going to be a very difficult thing to hold against. Meanwhile, one cheeky little Naginata rider coming in. Going to start poking the villagers here. If he does this, you can Naginata rider this. Not Naginata rider. You can Kusanagi this and get a huge amount of damage. Maybe not kill the villagers, but they're going to be very ready to be sniped off. As Allapes now, what does he see? He doesn't see the gold mine over here. He doesn't have eyes on this one. He does see it now. Jiragumo coming in. She can pick off a villager by herself very quickly. In fact, we're seeing multiple Jiragumo coming through. He doesn't have any upgrades for them just yet, but he's feeling like this unit's going to be a big help. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the hoplites going after one of those shrines there. Those the Achilles coming in, and that's a lot of units for the moment as Swampland forced down. We see Kusanagi also coming in, but that's just going to help the hoplites get to safety there. As the Jiragumo is stuck in onto this spot. Not a bad unit to actually take out the Minotaur there. But nonetheless, a big fight here as Shelty is feeling very comfortable with taking this one. And now Allapes has to retreat away from that restoration. The Samurai over here getting left for dead. And I do not think that Allapes is getting the value that he wanted here. in this early game. He does go up to the next tier of Bushido. He's got medium infantry. His samurai are going to be doing plenty of damage. The Achilles going down. The Juragumo getting some big damage there. But the Minotaur sending these units flying at the moment. As Allapes is slowly but surely losing this fight. And he will be pulling all the way back up into his base, moving up onto the food over here. He's got the walls up onto this spot. But Shelty, I think he is more than defended this early game. This early pressure, this strategy, this idea from Allapes. He's on 2 TC. He's in front by 16 villages, in front on military resources as well. And now Allapes' main base is under a lot of attack. What can Allapes do? Oh, and the spider comes through. We'll at least pick off a cheeky little hoplite here. Just getting a little bit of damage done. But the temple goes down. Spider gets headbutted to safety here. We do see another Kusanagi to come down. That hits every unit there. Mad damage onto everything. But there's just so many units here that I'm not sure it's quite going to matter. Beyond that, now the temple is destroyed. Well, Allapes can no longer build his myth units, which are incredibly important. Now, the one saving grace is here that Bushido tier 3 is going to be coming through pretty quickly here, which means heavy units in the classical age. And it means another huge stipend of favor. Which then also means he's going to be able to... You can already drop Swampland again. But maybe you don't want to drop Swampland just yet. You want to drop Kusanagi first. And then use the next sort of discounted version of Swampland. Every god power you cast as Susanoo does make the recast value of that Swampland a little bit cheaper. As Allapes wandering forward. Sniping units here. A nice little swing around there as the Swampland does get dropped down. Beautiful cast there from Allapes as Shelty does need to pull back here. Going to be losing a handful of units on the retreat. But still, the military resource value is in the advantage for Shelty. And Shelty knows this. He turns, says, all right, I'll take the fight. Those samurai will be cleaning hoplites up very, very quickly here. Kusanagi gets dropped down as well. Another big amount of damage onto these units. Heavy is now through for Allapes, but does it matter? Shelty has still got a significant military advantage here. And Allapes has to retreat into his base yet again. He's now onto his second gold mine. He is up onto this spot. He's over onto this spot. He's got a lot of different places he can be, but it's double villager differential at the moment. Did he get a temple back up? No temple up. 71 favor. I mean, he can just keep using god powers. There doesn't have to go... There's two options, basically, with all this favor that you have as Susanoo. You can either go for myth units or you can go for god powers. If you're going for myth units, you're going to get the next tiers of Bushido a little bit faster. If you go for god powers, it's going to be a little bit slower, but you're going to have more units to fight to actually get yourself more Bushido anyways. So it can work both ways. There's a hoplites coming through. Villagers getting sniped down. And I think Allapes is starting to realize the situation that he is in. Samurai, while very, very strong, they do have somewhat low pierce armor. And they will get sniped down by those Toxotes. The hoplites will kill off the rest of those Naginata riders. And Allapes in that moment does decide the game is done. Taps out. GG. Well played by Shelty. Just a little bit on the slow side from Allapes. I know it's just me, and I love the Kitsune, but if you open Kitsune here, yes, you have to deal with an Ajax, yes, you have to deal with a Achilles, but you're actually able to run around the map and get the nibbles off, get the damage done, actually put some pressure onto your opponent, slow them down a little bit, and you can get into those Naginata riders, Samurai a little bit better. But really, I think the big mistake here from Allapes was that first usage of Swampland and Kusanagi. He dropped the Swampland down, but really what you want is the Kusanagi to send the units back into the center of the Swampland, and he unfortunately sent them out of the Swampland, and he didn't get that value from that God Power, whereas Shelty got max value out of Restoration and honestly played a really, really solid game here. Move into game number 5, as it's now 2-2, so the winner of this next one does go on to face Nyan. 1 game left. We'll see what gods they're going to pick. Let's jump into the draft and see what might happen. All right, I haven't really been updating this one. These maps also are not correct. Let me just get rid of them for the hot second here. I don't have that map draft, unfortunately. And it looks like they're going to be going in onto Giza on the last map, and they'll be deciding their gods relatively soon. So on Giza, what are the gods remaining here? There is... Wait, does Adepesu have Amaterasu still? He went Shinong. He went Fushi. He went Set. He went Susanoo. He has Amaterasu. And there's no Hades for Shelty now. Shelty's got Thor and Kronos. Kronos, difficult god to beat Amaterasu with at the moment. Thor is probably the best bet for Shelty on this Giza map. Adepesu here could go Uranus. Uranus is the advantage versus Kronos. It's a tough matchup versus Thor. It is a very tough matchup versus Thor. Winnable but tough. But I think your best bet here has to be Amaterasu, and Amaterasu versus Thor is the god you're probably expecting to play against. I don't think Shelty picks Kronos here. There's no point. Kronos versus Uranus, while winnable, is difficult. And then Kronos versus Amaterasu is incredibly difficult. So Thor versus Amaterasu or Thor versus Uranus, I think we're going to be seeing the Japanese coming out here from the Japanese man himself. And yeah, that's got to be it. Let's have a little cheeky look at their little god picker and see what we're going to see. And no surprises, in my opinion. Thor versus Amaterasu for game number 5 and all the other good stuff. Hells, you guys are going to start at the conclusion of this game. Yeah. So if this finishes in 20 minutes, then you start on time. If it finishes 25 minutes, you start at 25 minutes in. If it finishes in 15 minutes, we'll wait to the game time. But yeah, you can start your draft and all that stuff whenever you guys are ready, but we just start after this game finishes, yeah? But anyways, let me see what's happening here with the game, and we're going to jump into it relatively soon. They're just going to be jumping in. So, I mean, Amaterasu versus Shelty. Sorry, Amaterasu versus Thor. What's difficult about this matchup for the Amaterasu player is partly the fact that you can't really play into the Amaterasu game plan 100%. You've got the weasels to suicide, to kamikaze in and pick off villages and things like that using the Goshin Boku tree to revive them. You've got the solar shield from Amaterasu's god power there as well to protect them and make sure you get some damage in. But then again, the Thor player can just completely shut that down by opening up a couple of Hersa early on and having good building placement, preventing the weasels from just wandering in without taking damage before they get close. And then beyond that, though, the samurai do beat off the Hersa. So yeah. Then you got Thrown Axeman and all that other good stuff. Late game wise, if this game does go long, it's probably pretty close. Normally the Oyumi are very, very strong, but I think Thor's got access to the Huskar, which is an incredibly great answer for Oyumi spam. Alrighty. Looks like these players are just about ready to go. One thing is that Giza can be a nice defensive map as well. It can be a nice defensive map. I just got to do some quick admin work here. I forgot to do this before I started streaming. All right, we'll jump into this game and we'll get going. All right, that should be fixed. Okay, let's get game 5 on the way, guys. Did it. Alrighty, into game number 5 here. In the right-hand corner, it's going to be Shelty playing as Thor, and in the left-hand corner, it will be Allapes playing as Amaterasu. So, one more game. These guys will have another game today. Like I said at the start of this specific series today, there was a little bit of a work emergency on the side of Shelty, and we said they could finish their game on day 2, just before the day 2 games start. And yeah, both players said that that's okay. So that's the way we're going to be going. Allapes here. This is probably... He has participated in some tournaments before. I was seeing in the chat people asking, is he a guy who play in any legacy or anything? No, he didn't. He is straight retold from the beginning. He's one of the up and comers. Really, really strong player. He's taken games off a lot of the top players, and he can compete at this top level. You can see he's going toe to toe with Shelty in this best of 5 for the time being, grabbing that Kagura technology here to give himself an extra Miko out, as well as making the train time go down on those Mikos. And he's going to be looking for something there. We've got some relics on the map. Pandora's box here, making the myth units cheaper. That's beautiful there for the Amaterasu game plan. Over here, we've got that 9 cauldrons relic there as well. The fortresses getting a little bit, well, the fortress units getting a little bit stronger. We've got the Sharon's Obel here as well. A little bit of returned resources on unit death, villager death. Could be actually really nice for the Thor, to be honest. Up onto this side, Scarab Pendant here is going to be making the crush damage go up on a whole bunch of siege weapons and myth units there as well. So we'll see how things are going to go for Mr. Allapes here. The big question is, has Shelty even played this matchup? Like, I messaged him when, I can't remember. I was sending out reminders that this tournament was coming up, and that there's some players that I know are interested in playing in tournaments that just they really enjoy the tournament theme, but they don't want to play all too much other types, like don't want to play too much ladder or whatever, and they just come in and play when the tournaments are on. And I remember messaging him. I think I sent those messages out less than a week ago. Or maybe it was a week ago at this point. So I think if Shelty's been getting some practice in, it's for less than a week, and whether or not he's had this specific matchup as something that he's actually managed to play or not, and he knows what he should do against it, I don't know. Remains to be seen. So we'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Temple coming through for Shelty. One thing that is super vitally important for Thor in this matchup is building placement. And so far, I don't hate the building placement from Shelty, but I don't like it either. Realistically, you want to effectively, I would look to be getting a temple and be walling up effectively to here, walling up over to here, and walling up over to here right now. And that would completely protect your gold mine and wood line from those weasel raids early on. Now, you don't even have to think about it. You're all good. You only have to defend your food situation, which is much easier when you only have one position that's going to be under threat. And you're good to go. And nonetheless, Ameno Uzume, not really a surprise here from Allapes. I do think that Minakata Tomi can work in this matchup, and is actually quite good in this matchup as well, on the fact that all of a sudden you can just drop a shrine on your second hunt, drop your wolves down, not going to get raided there. While you do have the kind of slower army, you're going to be able to also go into those archers, which are really good against thrown axemen. You're going to be able to make samurai. You're going to be able to make yadi spearmen as well to deal with raiding cavalry. And you can actually have a really, really strong army versus the Thor. But Ameno Uzume does seem to be the more favorable sort of god because of this Kama Itachi threat early on. You also get the Katagi technology, which not only boosts the samurai, but also boosts the HP of the Yadi Spearman, which is going to be a unit that most likely is going to be necessary to be building. It does depend on what Shelty's going to do. If Shelty goes all into her, sir, would not recommend. The samurai are going to be more than enough. As the first Kama Itachi making its way across the map. Barely missing that one with the Berserk here. Just very, very, very barely missing it. And the Kama Itachi going to be wandering around onto the back. Running straight into the base here. You really want to be going away from the front and attacking where the villagers are. But nonetheless, he's charging in with this first Kama Itachi here. Shelty maybe underestimating it as he's sending only one Herser after it. He sees the villagers here and he's going to be coming straight in, getting that damage done, and I imagine a solar shield comes through as that Kama Itachi is not going to be falling here. One villager down. The villager's moving up over to here. Kama Itachi here for Allapes coming back in. Does he have that special ability? Not just yet. Yes, he does. Is he going to be able to snipe it? No, it doesn't. It barely stays alive, and that healing spring is forced out. That's going to get those dwarves back up to full HP. Decent defense from Shelty. Gets a lot of favor from that. Have to remember that. Suiciding Kama Itachi in to heroes. If the heroes are going to be whacking the shield of the Kama Itachi, no problems. That's favor. So yes, if you don't lose the villages, it's all good. So these aren't risk-free Kama Itachi raids. You are giving something pretty big over to the Thor war machine. As Hammer of Thunder coming in as well will make those Ursa a little bit stronger. The Longhouse is up. Great Hall, Longhouse, all the good stuff. Over onto this side, one Naginata Rider does get caught out as it's going to be pulling over to the top side here. Do we see any other Kama Itachi getting built at this point? Doesn't look like it. He does have the solar shield. He could use that to get the Naginata Rider back up to full HP, bait those units in, decides against it. Samurai chasing those guys off. But right now, the military differential here is favoring Shelty for the moment. Not only that, Shelty does have his Dwarven Armory with a couple of upgrades already through. So his army is very, very powerful at the moment. Is Shelty going to be looking to move forward here? We do see Bushi coming out. Naginata Rider. This is a big army. I don't think Adepesu can actually be here at the moment. This is a pretty scary army. And he does get caught out. He could drop the... It might be in his best interest to actually drop the solar shield here onto his thing. He's got another Kama Itachi to come through. Solar shield, the Bushi up to full HP. The villagers have all pulled back into the main base here. absolute devastation, I think, at the start of this game for Allapes. He is in a pretty rough position here. Guardhouse coming through for getting taken down for Shelty here as Allapes Kamatachi trying to get just a little bit of damage done before it dies, heads into the Goshinboku. And we're still seeing Samurai, Naginata Rider for Allapes at the moment. I've said it once, I do think that the Yumi Archer is necessary in this matchup. It's one of those units that's really good here. Huge range, helps you take out those throwing axemen. Obviously got a micro really well, but it's a vital piece to dealing with Norse. As the Kamatachi are going to be moving out. If he can get lucky and just get onto the villages and catch Shelty with his pants down, then you get so much value from those raids. As the Temple of Allapes are going to be getting taken down. He's got a lot of relics in here. Pandora's Box, Sharon's Obel, the Behemoth, the Scarab's Pendant. Definitely don't want to be losing this. It's going to be the second game in a row which Shelty's managed to snipe a temple. As the Bushi can actually start sniping the Troll at the very least. A couple units coming in to take a little bit of a fight here. The Weasel and the Kitsune on the back. So far, Allapes is kind of keeping up on population. No, he's not. He's down by 30 population, and now it's medium infantry in. As Allapes are trying to snipe some units on the back foot there. Raiding cavalry coming through up onto this top side as Shelty looking to hold on. Let's see if he can make it happen. Some charging in. That's a big amount of damage to be taken there as the Samurai get that big first blow off onto the raiding cavalry. But as that's going on, the gold mine is under threat on the front here. Meanwhile, it is medium. Samurai is up to the second tier of Bushido. So medium versus medium to some degree. The cavalry here for Shelty do not have their own medium in just yet. The unit's out of position here. The Naginata Riders chasing raiding cavalry as the army of Shelty going after the house and everything else. All this fighting is kind of good though. It's good for both players. 68 favor in the bank though for Shelty. He's not making those trolls here just yet. But the fighting is not bad here for Allapes as long as they're not... God, he does lose a lot of units up here. As long as he doesn't lose too many units on it, should be absolutely fine for him. Because he's going to be able to get some big upgrades in. And the Samurai on this front position here. A big fight for Allapes. Those Samurai are so strong. They do not go down here in the slightest. Huge amount of damage taken from Shelty. He's got all these berserks in. The Samurai are going to carve through those. And now he's up to heavy Naginata Rider. He's up to a heavy Naginata Rider and a heavy Samurai as well. As the Riders onto the back line here, trying to take out all of those throwing axemen. And in an absolute split second, this game gets turned on its head completely. Shelty loses the entirety of his army. And Allapes is in a commanding position. One gigantic... I'm not going to say that was a small mistake. That was a gigantic mistake from Shelty. Half of his army fighting, half of the Amaterasu army, while the rest of them not really doing all too much, just kind of idling the gold mine. He just has to run from that. He's got to take a fight with the entirety of his army. Otherwise, you're just fighting an equal fight. And, well, not even an equal fight, a losing fight there, which you're not allowed to do versus Japan at all. Losing fights versus Japan is the worst possible situation to be in the game. Like some civs, it's okay to take a somewhat losing fight in because you're going to rebuild, come back and fight another day. But against Japan, you're just feeding them so much Bushido and so much other stuff. And I mean, at the moment, Allapes is a quarter of the way to champion, which is a big, big deal. Villagers getting sniped down over onto this side. There's 140 favor, though, for Shelty. It's not all advantage for Allapes. In the Norse versus Japanese matchup, yes, Bushido is there. That's going to be those technologies. But favor on the other side has to be a good idea. Trolls have to be good versus these samurai. 15% pierce armor versus the troll. It's got to be a good idea for Shelty to be massing those up. At the very least, it'll stop those units from charging in. It's a big, big threat there. But nonetheless, still little bits of fighting going on. Shelty is still going in with Berserk here. I don't think the Berserk are going to be working. And a couple of Weasels are out as well. The Kamatachi are also out. The Naginata Riders are so strong here. It's kind of like you're fighting, what, Hippias and Hypaspist to some degree with this type of an army, which I mean, if you think about it like that, you go, oh yeah, I would probably never make Berserk in that situation. The villagers getting pushed off of that forward hunt here. We do see a little cheeky raid into the main base while this is all going on. And Allapes pushes back in. We'll pick off a couple of units on the retreat. Look at that control from Allapes. He gets his samurai directly onto those berserks immediately. The Naginata Riders now coming over to start taking down the Throw and Axemen here, as they have to all now say, okay, we'll pull back, get us behind the wall here. Still playing somewhat aggressive and defensive in the same breath there. The berserks looking over onto this side to find villagers. The villagers are on this gold mine. No one defending them. Nothing there. It's going to be a little bit of pain here for Allapes to have to deal with. He is behind on villagers by just a little bit. And there will be a heroic age to come through here soon for Shelty. As the berserks snipe one. We'll get chased away here and lose a little bit on that pullback. Allapes is now halfway to champion, though. Halfway to champion. There's been so much fighting in this game. So much fighting. Stable coming up for Allapes over there as the samurai looking to swing around and take out the berserks on the left-hand side there. And now Bragi will come through for Shelty. Bragi is a bit of an interesting angle. I'm actually a little surprised. I would assume Skadi is the way to go here to at least make your Throw an Axeman that little bit stronger. As yet again pulling the Naginata Riders back. His samurai aren't in position though. Now Allapes is taking the less than ideal fight. But he has caught Shelty going to the heroic age at the moment. Charges in here, cleaning up these units. The Herdman, however, on top of those Naginata Riders, dealing with those nicely. And this is looking like potentially Shelty is going to actually be winning this fight now, as Allapes makes the same mistake that Shelty made earlier. Taking a fight with half your army not there. The population, however, is still in favor of Allapes, but now it's heroic age for Shelty. He can go up to heavy. He can get Battle Boar out with that 172 favor. That's the big unit. Now, yes, the Battle Boar not amazing against the Samurai because he's got so much hack armor, but it'll keep the Naginata Riders away from him. It'll keep the Samurai away from him. It'll allow the Herdman to get into a good position. Samurai there to stop that action from happening as well. Definitely Battle Boar at this point, a big necessity for Shelty. Does not look like he's got the gold at the moment, though, as all of his dwarves sitting idle. Dropping a Dwarven Mine, dropping a Temple, and getting all those units out for a big Flaming Weapons push could be the correct angle to go for here. Allapes is looking very scared at the moment. He's got to wait out an extra 3,700 Bushido XP here to get himself to champion, and that could be a big, big problem for Shelty to deal with. Now, Shelty here probably could just sit back, use this time to go Mythic Age himself, maybe drop a Thimble Winter or get himself to Balder and get Fire Giants or something out, and that could be his way forward. The Herbman pulling up to this top side. One Samurai could actually turn around and get a big amount of damage done here, especially with the Solar Shield. Not a terrible idea. He uses a little bit early there as the Herbman will simply just ignore it. Naginata Riders need to pull back here for the time being as Allapes is now at full population. Building situation, lots of dojo, lots of guardhouse, lots of stable. But, I mean, Flaming Weapons, you've got to be so scared of it, right? If Allapes could get to the Heroic Age, he'd get access to the Thunderburst technology, which is a very nice disengage tool. And technology God Power, which is a very, very nice disengage tool. As the Bushy pops through, trying to snipe off the troll and all that other good stuff. As the troll over here does end up falling. Flaming Weapons comes down yet again. Allapes a little bit out of position, but he does now have Champion. Going to be losing a lot of units here. It's medium versus champion at the moment as the Berserks onto the backline of Yumi Archer here. They're going to be getting melted. Allapes attempting to pull back into his main base. He's losing a lot of units, but I don't think he's losing enough for this Heroic Age God Power. Heavy will be in 15 seconds away from this Flaming Weapons being finished. Allapes says, okay, I'll turn around. He does not need to. He's got all the units coming through. He's not losing any economy here. He's just losing units, which means, well, he can just get his units back out and then take a big fight. Also, with Raging coming through, he's only got 28 favor in the bank. It looks like he's got no Miko out at the moment. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. One of these shrines currently idled for the moment there. But he can make one Raiju as well, and he gets a free one, but I don't think he's got the temple out. Does not have the temple out. As we do see the army now deciding, okay, time to take a little bit of a fight here. The Heroic Age comes in. The Thunderburst gets dropped down. Those units here for Shelty trying to pull out of here, but they're going to keep getting bursted in. Might seem like a lot of damage coming in, but it looks like it's not that big of a deal. He will get out of it. The majority of them will get out of it, but he takes full damage from that God Power. The Bushy going to be taking out those Battle Ball. There's no on the Mushy here, so at the very least, the Battle Ball are going to be a nice tank for the Throw and Axeman. But it's looking here like Allapes will break the Shelty Thor, and he takes the win in 5 games. A very, very stressful game here and series for Allapes, it seems. But he manages to crack this Thor. Shelty, that one, I think he was in a great spot. And I have to say, that one fight where half of his army up here, half of his army over here, and he takes, or was it over here? I can't remember. And he takes it. Take a look at this. He takes it. I believe it was this one. He takes it, and look at the difference in military. The reason this goes so bad is because like the units, there was 55 population of units or something, or 55 units, 18 here, right? But there was only like 20 fighting, and there were 20 fighting against 20 units, and those 20 units were double population. That's all that happened there. And then he had a whole bunch of Berserks, which don't do anything against those Samurai anyways. Well played to Allapes. He will be moving into day 2, which is today, to play against NyanRacingCat in his final game. But we're going to be moving in now to the actual day 2, which if I click this button, whoa, we are into day 2 now, yay! We're moving into actual day 2 now, which is going to be 3DB versus Mini. Wait, is that right? Who am I watching first? Have I forgotten? It's going to be 3DB versus HellsRavage. Alrighty, let's get this situation sorted out. Why are you not in here? It's like HR. Okay. Alrighty, let's jump out and see how these players are going here. Okay. Let's get this show on the road. So we've got ourselves a little bit of a draft here cooking up. The players are itching to go, itching to get their games going. 3DB has played an insane first couple of games in this tournament already. I have yet to see Hells in action, unfortunately, but I have been playing him a lot lately, and he is in fine form. So yeah, let's jump over to the drafting menu and see what's happening. All right, 3DB versus HellsRavage for game number 1. What a spicy time to be alive. So we've got the ace picks here. I'm not surprised to see 3DB grabbing that Fushi first, though I am a little surprised to see Hells grabbing Odin. I don't really think 3DB has played a huge amount of Odin, but obviously his Odin is his ace pick. He just wants it. He then grabs Shenong, and that's a little bit of a snipe from 3DB, as 3DB is almost sniping the Thor from Hells. B then grabs himself that Hades and Kronos. He also picks up Gaia and Ra at the end. Are you kidding me? Guys, I thought Isis and Set were OP. Where's the Isis and Set? Not banned, not picked. I think this might be the first time I've ever seen this. At this level. Maybe we need some Egyptian buffs. Maybe we need some Egyptian buffs. Hashtag Egyptian buffs. Alrighty. So these guys, have they done their God Picker? I'll just ping them over here, 3D. All right. Well, okay. So the first map is on Blue Lagoon. Excuse me while I have some sip from my water bottle. The first map is on Blue Lagoon. So Fushi versus Odin. Probably not going to happen. What would I pick on this map if I had these players' drafts? That's difficult. Maybe a Gaia from 3DB? Maybe Fushi? I mean, seeing as there's a marsh there, I'd be surprised to see Odin picked on Blue Lagoon. All right, we'll just wait for these guys to get their first gods picked. And then we're going to be on the way. What's been your guys' favorite series you've seen thus far? Has there been a series you guys have watched that I haven't watched that I must watch? If so, which one? What's been your vibes with this so far with this tournament? It's only been one day. There's only been one day. What do you guys reckon? I need some opinions. I need some opinions. I think so far my favorite series has been 3DB versus Aetherial. That one was maddening. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see the entirety of Mini Eddie versus Eric, which I think would have also been an incredible series as well. All right. So they already have the God Picker up. I'm stupid. All right. Looks like it's going to be Ra versus Odin. There you go. I did have an inkling that Ra was going to be picked on that Blue Lagoon map, but somewhat surprising. What's the best server for US versus Russia? I don't really know. It's up to those guys to decide. But yeah, this is going to be this matchup's going to be great. Hells has been playing really well lately. He's been playing incredibly aggressive, and yeah, he's been finding some really nice wins and working on that aggressive play, getting good at being the aggressor in the matchup. But when you're playing, if you're an aggressive player and your opponent's an aggressive player, that's when things get really, really spicy, because like everyone is just going to be dropping things all over the place. But the thing is, like, there's aggressive players and then there's 3DB. 3DB is like controlled aggression. He's not actually crazy. Like, I think people have got this image of 3DB that he's just an insane madman when it comes to aggression, but my experience versus him is it's incredibly controlled. He knows exactly when he wants to be putting all the pressure on, and he's always managing to actually break or even at the very least get good damage done when he's doing stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of spice with this. But on the other hand, HellsRavage, he's a big raider. He's aggressive, but he's an aggressive raider, and sometimes that can be at your own detriment, because you're relying on your ability to outplay. And when you're playing against someone as good as 3DB with RTS fundamentals up the wazoo, then a raid that against a lesser player might end up with you getting 5 villager kills, might just end up with you getting 0 and losing all of your cavalry units or losing all your myth units. So you got to be really careful. You got to be really smart with the raids. Very quick and get in, get out. Try not to lose your units. Try not to waste things, because if you're going to throw one unit to the right, one unit to the left, both those units might die, and things are going to be very, very tough. Now, Blue Lagoon, I should probably put this in. Okay, so let's do this. So the first matchup is going to be Ra versus, did I brain black? Ra versus Odin. So Hells is going to be on his comfort pick, on his ace pick, and 3DB is going to be on a god that I really haven't seen him play very much. Okay, my game has decided it doesn't want to. Oh, it does want. Okay, it's working. Thank you. Okay, so Hells is on his comfort pick, but 3DB is on a god I haven't seen him play very much. I did actually get the pleasure of playing this exact matchup versus 3DB in Mythic Wars. I don't think that's going to have too much of an impact on the way that 3DB is going to be playing, just on the fact that this map is incredibly different. We played a map called Gold Rush. And yeah, these guys are from Blue Lagoon, so it's completely different. I wouldn't be surprised to see 3DB doing some Sphinx shenanigans. I think the Sphinx and Bast is the big, scary strategy for Ra at the moment against Norse. Now, there are a lot of ways to play around it with Norse, things like watchtowers, walls, and stuff to get through the early game. You're going to generally be pretty fine with that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the game is over just because you hold. The game still goes on, and there's the next like things to worry about, like things like Locust or Sobek and Tsukos coming in, a whole bunch of like cavalry units and things like that. We are approximately, let's do this. We are approximately this much away from jumping into the next game. So yeah, we got a lot to discuss here. I mean, beyond all of this, if we just take a quick look at the draft and take a look at the next maps, if we see the Ghost Lake, Okuchichibu, Marsh, Tundra, you've got a really, really nice sort of defensive map for the Frere on Okuchichibu. You've got the Hades can be played on that map as well. Thor for 3DB, he loves that Thor on Ghost Lake. Fushi is probably a nice pick for Tundra as well. Gaia on Marsh is something we've already seen 3DB go for and absolutely devastate a Norse player with, so he might try that again. So yeah, lots of different options. He's got his Chronos as well, which he can pull out whenever he wants. So some spice here for sure. Sapphire. I'd Vill Rush in this matchup. Yeah, you could Villager Rush in the matchup, but alrighty. So yeah, that's the stuff we've got. I don't think Villager Rush really does anything anymore, does it? What could you realistically Villager Rush? Maybe Villager Rush and kill the temple before it gets completed. Keep your opponent in the first age. You can stop the temple from going up with your villagers. That'd be funny. Really quick 3-minute advance from the Ra. Shifting sands on the temple. Kill the Berserk. Sit the Wadget. Get the obelisks around the main base. Prevent any sort of temple from coming up. Makes sense. I think you're onto something, Mr. Satfat. All right. Yeah, so rather, I mean, I'm excited to see 3DB. This is one of there's a couple of players I'm really excited. Who are you guys most excited to see is also an interesting thought. We've got the 8 that have already qualified with like the Mr. Recon, Matrius. We've got Husk Soup. We've got Tunison, the Rapple. You know, whole bunch of incredibly strong players. But if there's anyone you guys are particularly interested in seeing in this tournament, like I'm excited about 3DB because he's just a little bit outside the box. You know, there's 2 types of players at the top level in Age Mythology. There's the innovator and there's the perfectionist, right? And B is definitely one of those innovators, but he's also on the top level of innovation in terms of his own mechanics and stuff like that. Perfectionists are the ones who are just like, okay, there's this way of playing. It's really strong. Let me just use that, and we'll just try and do that as well as I possibly can. But yeah, we're about a minute away from game number 1 here. This is going to be a great matchup. The other matchups we've got for today as well are is Nullus versus Mini Yeti in game number 2. In round number, game number 2, Nyan versus Allapes in round number 3, and then Avely versus Grass in round number 4, in match 4. So action-packed day, some very, very close matchups. I'm pretty sure most of them can go either way, and I expect to see close matchups here. Also, the other thing is, regardless of who wins in this spot, both players we will be seeing more of, I assume. Because they've got their ticket to Challengers League as well, secured just by getting to the round of 8 here. So that's going to be the next 16 down. There's a $1,000 prize pool for the Challengers League as well. So that's a nice little bonus for them to get going and have some fun. So yeah, that's the story we're running with. That is the story we're running with. All right. I appreciate your guys' patience as we've been waiting to jump into this game number 1 between 3DB and HellsRavage. The winner of this series will be in Champions League. The loser has another shot at it next week, but they're going to have to wait for then as we get into this game number 1. When you hit the wrong button, that feels bad, doesn't it? Everything's broken. Alrighty, into the left-hand corner of the map for the first game of this best of 5 series for the promotion, the qualification to Champions League. You win this series, you are in the $10,000 running. You're in the tournament. You are in the group stage. You've still got a lot of games ahead of you to win and do your best to get through, but you've got that chance there. In the left-hand corner of the map, it is the one, the only Mr. 3DB. Full stinger out and ready to get some serious heat onto his opponent here, who is a veteran of the Age Mythology scene. He's played a huge amount of Age Mythology in his days, and he's an incredibly strong player. It is HellsRavage, also going by the name HR, as he's going to be playing Odin for us in this first game. Odin versus Ra, somewhat of a classic matchup. For the longest time, you know, Egyptian has been sort of a counter, so to speak, to the Egyptians. The Egyptians have been a counter to the Norse for the longest time. But in this series, at this level, with this much on the line, we didn't see two gods picked, of which I think a lot of players expect them to be incredibly strong gods. We didn't see them picked at all. Isis and Set. No Isis, no Set. That's it. We're not gonna. This is the only Egyptian we're seeing in this series from 3DB. So we'll see what he's going to be able to come up with. And I have to say, I'm liking what I see already from the B-Man. I'm going to talk about it a little bit later. Onto the bottom side, Hells. Let's take a look at his main base and see if anything is a worry here. He's got beautiful back gold. Any sort of tar, Wadget, hard pressure here. Very, very strong. Very, very good. But not going to be able to harass the gold. Not really going to be able to harass the wood either. Food situation, though. I mean, he's got food over here. He's got food over here. He's got food over here. It's going to be tough for him to hold that early game against the... he's got food over here. Early game against the Ra. But let me tell you what I love about what 3DB is doing here. Now, recently, Ra had a bit of a nerf to his... Had a little bit of a nerf to his economy. To his basically to his build orders, to everything. The monument to the villagers went from 70% of a pharaoh down to 60% of a pharaoh on everything that's being empowered. Ra was having an incredible amount of success, and you know the devs thought, well, let's make that a little bit weaker. I think, as it looks like B also thinks here, that putting that pharaoh onto the monument to the villagers in the archaic age is not necessary. Unless you are doing things like building a whole bunch of houses like this and you don't have that many villages on the other stuff, then like right now I think it will probably be very, very useful to be on the monument to the villagers. But early game, just put it onto food, pretend like you're playing Set, and you can put it over onto the monument to the villagers afterwards, depending on what sort of a strategy you're going for. But I'm not sure what B's going for here. I tried guessing his strategies yesterday. I had to eat my hat, and now we don't do that anymore. We're just gonna sit back and not guess and just commentate on what he's doing. But we are seeing it is gonna be Dar here for 3DB. He drops the double barracks down. The monument to the villagers does hit this one. Hits both of them, just barely hitting this. Hits both of them, which is perfect. And this is the point at which I think Pharaoh on monument is correct. Reason is now you're getting faster production speed out of your barracks, and you're good to go. He's going to be immediately starting to make some spearmen out. Up onto the top here, we see a market coming through for B as well. He's only got the one monument up at this moment, so spearmen, Wadget to kick this game off. Over here, we've got the Great Hall coming in for Hells, as he's going to be going straight in for a whole bunch of raiding cavalry, which is being perfectly countered at the moment by B, who is just making spearmen. But he does have to be careful with moving out onto the map too early. If the raiding cavalry have got the numbers here, 2 spearmen against, say, 4 raiding cavalry, that's a sort of win for the raiding cavalry. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie over onto this side, just going to be looking around. Sniping down vision. You want to cut all the vision off if you can. The most important thing if you're playing the classical fight here with Ra is making sure you don't get collapsed onto. 4 raiding cavalry over onto this side decides to get that little bit of a poke away here. There's enough units onto this side with the HellsRavage, Herser, and everything else that these guys will get caught out. And all of a sudden, 3DB, while he is spending more spearmen forward, he's going to start losing some HP. He can't realistically turn around and take this. He can't take this fight. Well, maybe he can with the rest of these guys. Let's decide to go for it as the raiding cavalry to pull back. 3DB, enough of a threat there to say, please leave now, Sir HellsRavage. Doesn't lose any spearmen. Both players losing a little bit of HP, but that will come back in for Hells as the wall's coming up. Berserks wandering over onto this side as well.
Into you.
And 3DB going to try and get back home at the moment. He's now starting to build some farms. Does he have the upgrade for them? I didn't notice. He does have his upgrade. He's got Shadoof. So at least they're very cheap. Now, personally, I think that farming is the last thing you want to do with Ra. It's not... Let me put it this way. If you farm with Shadoof, the resource gain you get from rain pays off your farms. That's all it does. It pays off your farms. You convert the gold that it cost for your farms into food, and that's compared to like hunting, right? Generally, you want to just be out on whatever. Generally, you want to be out on whatever hunt you can for as long as you can. Then when the hunt runs out, then you go onto your farms, and then you're actually in front of your opponent. But if your opponent is on food the entirety of the game and you're not, then there's nothing that you can really get from that. As the forest fire does get dropped down over here. Little pokes from these spearmen as the raiding cavalry pulling back up to the top. Oh, gotta be careful with that Wadjet. He's getting burned. Gets taken down to half HP. You gotta be so careful. The forest fire is a potent god power. As hello there. Those Spearmen thought that it was Rock Climbing Tuesday. It's not Tuesday. It's Sunday. It's Tournament Sunday. We go rock climbing on Tuesdays, not on Sunday. They got mistaken there and they got punished for that. Don't know how they got. Don't ask questions. Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answers to. Nonetheless, electron bullets coming through. Medium infantry on the way here for Hells. We also see the Thundering Hooves pre-queued for HellsRavage as well. More farms coming up. Leaving his goats as well. Looking like he wants to drop the rain. He's going to be running out of gold soon. And this could be very, very tricky for 3DB. He has to get an army out, a big enough army out, that can secure a gold mine. And he's just invested in all these farms. He has to click rain to pay them off, basically. As the spearmen are charging around the map, looking to snipe units. There is these throwing axemen here. He'll pick off one, but he might lose a whole bunch here as he's still just trying to catch units out. This is so risky from him. He does have shifting sands, if need be. And HellsRavage is just like, I see you. Where are you going to go? You're not going to get away from. You're not going to get away from this. You picked off one thrown axeman, and you're going to pay with everything. One little cheeky spearman over here having some issues. Raiding cavalry gets sniped. Dude, this control from 3DB is out of this world. Walls coming up as an attempt here to block off the retreat. Spearman diving onto this spot, but the throwing axemen are more than capable of dealing with this. Up onto this position here, taking a great fight with those units. It might be time to look for somewhat of a shifting sands away from this. But 3DB is getting max value out of these spearmen here. Comes through, snipes off another throwing axeman. He can retreat out to the right side here. And he gets out, no problems. Villagers now moving forward onto the mining camp. This is definitely where things get very, very nervy for the Egyptian in this matchup. Got to somehow defend this gold mine, put pressure on, and all the other good stuff. HellsRavage up to the top, searching. checking things out, making sure there's no villagers on anything. There still hasn't been a rain dropped by 3DB just yet. I think it's probably time to be going for that one, so that he can at least spam out all the spearmen he needs. He's getting himself out the slingers, more Wadgets on the way, more priests coming through to deal with any sort of Valkyrie spam that might be coming through, but we haven't actually seen... Actually, never mind. There's 3 Valkyrie here. So yeah, you need a hefty amount of priests to actually be defending. And now Hells, not exactly sure where he needs to go. He's moving forward to grab the Rhinoceros. He's wandering in here to check the gold mine. As the spearmen... Everyone now converging onto this position. And the question here is going to be, can 3DB's control be enough here? Hells does not need to go crazy at the moment. Pushing in here and looking for a win right now is not necessary. Armory situation for Hells. He can wait for both the copper weapons and the copper armor. He can wait for full population here and then go. He's got a lot of... He can go to the heroic age and grab town centers and play it really slowly. There's many, many, many different options here for HellsRavage at the moment. Priests coming out, spearmen, slingers, Wadgets on the back. 150 pop to 150. He's a little dead even on population here. Whoop. What is that? What's that shifting? Hello? What's that shifting sands there? What did he... I have no idea what that shifting sands was. But now, imagine Forest Fire. He doesn't have the favor for a recast. The Wadgets caught out. 3DB here is going to be losing big on this fight. It looks like the Spearmen coming in onto the back line. They're throwing action. Great control there from HellsRavage. But does it matter? I don't think it does matter. Hells head first into this army, loses the entirety of his raiding cavalry force. The choke point was too insanely powerful, and all of a sudden, HellsRavage is the one on the defense as 3DB manages to clean the army, and Hells has to pull all the way back home. Positives of the fight for HellsRavage, there's not many. He's got a little bit of favor in, but he lost all of his Valkyrie there, so the Valkyrie is going to be able to get out next. It's just not going to be happening. And man, that was like such a... Oh, it was a good engagement because of the choke point. That changes everything. Rain now coming through. There is a grand total of 11 farms for B. I'm not going to say it. But I don't like this. I'm going to say it. I don't like this raid. I don't like these farms, but it's working out for 3DB at the moment. It's working out for 3DB at the moment. The Spearman coming around onto this side, saying good day to these villagers. And all of a sudden, Hells taking significant damage here. He's not paying attention. Oxcart goes down. Dwarves falling. Villagers falling. The middle of the base here, the forward base here, also going down. A town center coming through for 3DB. Over onto this side, we just see a couple of hearsers joining in, trying to distract, but man, 3DB sees everything in this game as the Spearmen will pull back up to the top position here. Onto the back, the raiding cavalry look to try and pick off some villagers themselves. Does Mr. B have himself the upgrade? He does. He's got himself that upgrade. Skin of the Rhino makes his villagers a little bit more powerful. Doesn't have himself the follow-up upgrade that everyone has access to in survival equipment. They don't have the extra HP, but they do die a little bit slower. Only loses one villager there and picks off a raiding cavalry for it. But the game to continue along, 3DB smartly says, don't need to finish the game here. We just get our advantage. Set up. We'll get our second town center, build on our villager advantage. Maybe get some more monuments, make some more Wadgets onto forward. Start setting up more obelisks here as he can look to put pressure onto this gold mine and all the other good stuff. HellsRavage loses a little cheeky house onto that spot there as the villagers will pull down to the bottom side. But now Hells, I mean, he's behind on... The problem here is he's so behind on military. But he can't even really take this fight. Half of his units on the back here yet again. 3DB is sort of finding himself in a little bit of a rough position. Hells is finding good fights here. The infantry units charging in onto the back, and with a little bit of micro from Hells, he could be okay here to just pull back and take out these units. The slingers going down quickly to the raiding cavalry there. 3DB though still sitting in an advantageous position in terms of military, but the numbers are getting incredibly close, as it does not look like 3DB has got the numbers here to hold, as Hells, in an open fight there, manages to pull this one back. Two gigantic mistakes from, well, not even, okay. The first fight here from Hells realizes he charges in here onto a pretty locked up position, can't win that fight. Follow that fight up in a very similar situation with B having half of his army there, catches the slingers out of position, and even though he's behind heavily on military, he does manage to win that fight. Now, Hells needs to think about, okay, I can't win the game here. He's got to go into the next position of this game. He's got to get a town center, slow the bleeding on this economic differential that's coming through. The farms are coming up for 3DB. He's got the he's got the access to the second reign here with the next amount of farms is going to be huge. He does not need to keep building Wadgets, but I know he loves his myth units, so he might continue to do so. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Axemen raids. Axemen are just not the best raiders. They've only got a tiny bit of damage, 6.8 damage. All their damage comes from their multiplier against infantry units. As the raiding cavalry charging down over here, they can just come over and snipe a couple of Axemen. That'll feel good. Every little bit of damage here matters. There's a raiding cavalry moving off to the left-hand corner here. And Hells still looking for more and more pressure. This gold mine will be expiring, though, relatively soon. There is a little bit of a problem situation that could arise here for 3DB, even though he is in front on villages and he is in front on economy. He's equal on military. So one bad fight here could mean getting gold star. One bad fight, but at the moment, it looks like 3DB is locked in. Gets a huge amount of damage onto those raiding cavalry here as they charge through. But B is now up to full population. Still getting more Wadget out. On the flip side, 70 villages to 53. And this is a Norse eco. Normally, you know, people comment all the time about how strong the Norse eco is, but a 20 villager differential is still a 20 villager differential. Hells needs to get some sort of economic damage done here. Some sort of a good fight here. There's a raiding cavalry coming in onto the villages, up to the top here. The thing is, the villagers can just turn and shank. They can literally just turn here and take the fight. But they aren't fighting though. Hello there. Villagers. Okay. No. Oh. They're a little bit confused. Don't know why they were confused, but they are confused. Is Valkyrie going to be going down over onto this side here as well? And this fight is pretty much everything for Hells coming up here, because the gold mine's going to expire. He's got villagers he can bring into the fight as well. Convert those all into berserks or something and go for broke here. Has to be the right idea. He's making a whole bunch of Goaty, which, I mean, versus all those slingers, I don't know if that's the best of ideas. The dwarves going down over here. Slingers coming in. The raiding cavalry coming through for HellsRavage, but he's not that far behind on military. It's all going to come down to the control here, but it's looking like 3DB has maybe enough stuff as all the red falling, and B just moves over to the right-hand corner of the map there to grab the other gold mine as Hells loses the entirety of his army. And no such gold starve is going to be happening here. Random villagers over onto this spot. Hello? Going to send a couple of spearmen up there to just snipe those. And Hells can come over here, maybe grab the Hyena or something like that. The raiding cavalry coming up to the top as 3DB does decide, okay, well, let's pull back. A little bit too dangerous there with my army out of position. But he did lose some villagers. He is somehow, some way, this game is now relatively close on income. It's just the military differential that's the problem here. Am I missing things? I guess he lost a whole bunch of villagers on that one raid. There's a raiding cavalry up to the top side here. Spamming, chasing, doing all the good stuff. Over onto this side, couple of throwing axemen going down. Villagers pulling off here. We are going to be seeing Sekhmet coming through now for B. Signal fires coming in as well. Throwing axeman will get absolutely obliterated. B is playing with the high ground. He's playing. It's like Age of Empires 2. And I don't know what if there's anyone who knows in the chat, tell me what the elevation thing is in Age Mythology. I have legacy in my brain. I don't know exactly how it works or if there's anything to do with it. I don't know. But anyways, HellsRavage taps out there. One too many mistakes in this game, and he does end up losing this one. I mean, it's 0 in retail. There you go. I can't stress this enough. I feel like this Forest Fire God Power is one of the most misunderstood God Powers in Age of Mythology. And it's not even close. There's not a close second. Forest Fire should be used on army in big fights every single time. It's so good. You cut off those sort of choke points back here. You can zone your opponent away from the forest. B would have had to run away from that position this way, and all of a sudden the villagers over here can get killed off. Would have been a completely different situation for HellsRavage in this game. But he's going to have to shake that one off. B's Ra, very powerful here. Odin taken out. And we'll move into the next game as we see what they're going to be going with. Alrighty, let's see what their god picks are going to be. Looks like they're going in onto Tundra next, and it's going to be a Hades versus Ferrer game. Oh, this one's going to be super, super interesting. Hades versus Ferrer. What does that mean? Well, I know what it means from 3DB. Do you guys know what it means from 3DB? Do you guys know what it means? Come on. Go and say it with me. We might be saying a little bit of cheeky Ares shenanigans, which is the hardest thing for Freyr to have to defend against. It is by far the hardest thing for Freyr to have to defend against. Okay. But we'll have to wait and see how things are going to go here, as we've got ourselves a little bit of a wait for the next game. But yeah, what do we got? So 3DB on Hades, on Tundra, does mean he's going to be able to easily mass up these Cyclops. Now, Cyclops have been nerfed or reworked or changed or whatever. But that doesn't mean that they're weak. You know, when something gets nerfed, the whole reason is that they were just too strong. But that doesn't mean that they're weak now just because they take a nerf, right? You're still usable. It just means it's a little bit more challenging maybe to get full value out of them. So the schedule today is going to be, obviously we're doing 3DB versus HellsRavage, and then we've got Nullus versus Mini Yeti, and then we've got NyanRacingCat versus Allapes, and then we've got Avely versus Grass. So some incredibly good games to get through here today. Hades. Okay, but the thing is, like, also on the side of the Freya player, like, you can still play against this Cyclops thing. It's not like it's not like it's a ridiculously impossible thing to defend against. Like, the Freya player has got so many different tools here. Ghoul and Burst. He's got access to even deciding to go for Freya if he expects to see the Cyclops, and you're not worrying about how much effectiveness your hill forts are going to be. But I do expect to see still the Freya going for some Asgardian Bastion shenanigans for sure. Alrighty. What are you guys predicting for this one? Who's winning this game here? It's pretty close. Well, some pretty close predictions there. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. We'll see if HellsRavage can bring it back into game number 2 here as we get straight into it. And as we spawn in, we will have 3DB in the right-hand corner of the map playing as Hades. And in the left-hand corner of the map, we have HellsRavage playing as Freya. So, we've already talked about it. 3DB, he loves his Ares. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to go for it. Like, he might just say, oh, we'll just go for an Athena idea here, because, like, when you're trying to not be predictable, sometimes that's the right way to go. You know, when you're trying to not be predictable, that can be the way to go. He's going for his fast Vaults of Erebus build here, and he might go for a little something different. You never know. I don't know. I tried to guess what he was doing yesterday, and I failed on many an account. On the other side here for Hells, he's got a really nice back gold mine. Obviously, Tundra gets that double hunt spawn, which is really, really nice for you. And I guess from there, what else have you got to worry about? Gold mines. Town center, close to a gold mine. If Hells can potentially grab this town center when 3DB is maybe attacking somewhere else, then all of a sudden he can drop his Asgardian Bastion. When the Pestilence attack comes in, he can drop the Ghoul and Bursty, and he can be good to go. Let's take a little look-see at the relics and see if anything's going to be important here. Ship of Fingernails is a nice relic for both players. Just a little bit of food trickle there. Over here we've got that Svadilfari's Sledge. Absolutely huge relic for the Hades. Doesn't really matter that much for the Norse. You know, generally not that favor block. The only time it's ever relevant is when you haven't really fought very much and you have no favor. So it could be nice, but realistically, most of the time, you're going to have favor in anyways. You got Herser to bring in that little bit that you need. Anyways, up at the top, we got that Okunini Nushi's Covenant. This is my favorite. I've already frothed on this relic enough. This is my favorite relic in the game. And is there any use here for 3DB? Answer is yes. The use case for this relic as Greek is you don't build a single myth unit, but you bank favor. And then you drop 3 temples and you just get out all of the Cyclops or all of the Nemean Lion or all of the Colossus or all of the Mantic, whatever you want. Get all the myth units out in one like foul swoop when your opponent's got no heroes out on the map. And then you just go and make a big push, catch them out, get a really big advantage there, right? That's the advantage as far as I see it. If you're Norse, well, the advantage is different. You can just drop extra temples down early on because, like, what are they costing? 150 resources? It's probably a little bit too expensive to be just dropping them for extra Herser, but still, you could go for extra temples and make some extra Draugr out or whatever when you get that big favor boost from a big fight. And I was going to say, no surprises, but no surprises. 3DB is going to the classical age through Ares. I got one right. There is Temple of Healing as well, going Apollo with Okuninushi and spamming temples for that healing all over the map. That's a big brain right there. That's really big brain. Nonetheless, HellsRavage up onto this top wood line here, grabbing all of that. We will be seeing relics getting grabbed in for Hells as well, as he's also going through Ulla. Not surprised. This has to be the right way to play, especially on a map like this. But the gold mines, I mean, when you look at it, they are nicely spread. If Hells gets stuck on one town center here, he can make movements from left to right, and the Cyclops are kind of slow, so he can play around it. But this is a very, 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 very tough matchup when you're playing against someone with the control the 3DB has. Now, yet again, I see this every single time from B. Every single time. Most people, when they hit the second age, most people drop their building straight away. They get their initial units going straight away. 3DB says, I ain't in no hurry. He drops a stable. Hades? Stable? What is this man? What is this man thinking, you might ask? Well, the reason for the stable is he wants to go Hippias, Hypaspist, Cyclops. Completely taking Freyr out of his really strong game plan, which is the full wood army, Huskal, throwing Axemen. I mean, you can still build Draugr or Rock Giant. Really, really smart from 3DB. Not necessarily a new idea. I've seen this many times from players like Husk Soup and a couple of others as well. But we'll see if Hells can work it out in this one, as that Okuninushi's Covenant does come through for B, and he's going to be very happy about that to get some very cheap temples in a little bit later. The raiding cavalry coming through for Hells. He's throwing Axemen. You got to ask yourself the question, like, what unit do you build then? If your opponent's going Hypaspist, Hippias, Cyclops, well, Ursa get killed off really quickly by those Hypaspists, so you kind of don't want to build those. Don't have access to the technology which gives you Goaty, so you got to get to the Heroic Age to build those. As we do see a little bit of an attack in. Got to be careful with the Hippias out here, because a whole bunch of units for HellsRavage can be more than enough to push those ones back. As 3DB pulling back. Okay, you know how I said that I tried to predict what 3DB is doing and I've gotten it wrong many a times? So I got it wrong again. Yeah, I see Toxotes here. This isn't military. No, wait, it's not a military. He's not making a single pacifist. It's impossible to know what the B-man is thinking. It is just impossible. And we are going to be seeing Val Galdir coming through now for HellsRavage. And this is definitely the right call here. If you can mass up enough Draugr, then all of a sudden, you know, I'm not worried about Cyclops. Are you worried about Cyclops? Just snipe them. Just kill them off. Get enough units out to defend the Draugr against the Ajax and the Achilles, and just keep playing your defensive game. What's the army of 3DB gonna even do? Not a whole lot. But he does need to get those out, and the problem is definitely going to be as these raiding cavalry coming around. Man, B is so quick, so good at this. He is right on top of these raiding cavalry before they even, I think they like showed themselves somewhere. He runs up to the top, deals with it, kills off these units before they're even a problem. As Hells will be able to pull out of it. Still going to be okay. He's happily on the back food here as well. And I think he's actually going to look to just get to the Heroic Age, which makes sense because you're going to get access to Goaty. But then again, the Hippias also kill the Goaty. So it's not like B's going to care too much. He's still sitting on the back here, massing up these Cyclops. The only thing I would have liked to see here is for him to have actually garrisoned them inside the town center. Now the army says it's time for a town center, and 3DB does not spot. There's a couple of units up onto this spot. Getting spotted. Pulling back into the main base. Watchtowers is in, so a little bit of damage coming in onto those. As long as those Hippias are moving, not going to be taking too much damage. And the town center for Hells is going to be huge here. I thought he was maybe going to the next age, but I don't think that's the case. He's just going to try and hang out in this classical age for as long as he possibly can. Crenellations coming through. Another longhouse on the way. There's 4 Cyclops, but the problem here is, how are you going to beat the Ghoul and Bursty? That Ghoul and Bursty stops this pressure completely in its tracks. And the other problem here for B is he's got no idea that a second town center is up. Maybe the plan here for B is underworld the main base, force the Ghoul and Bursty out, and then up onto the top side, retreat through the underworld, come through the top side and kill this off. He obviously doesn't know that it's there, so but that's got to be somewhat of his plan as he picks up all of those raiding cavalry, throwing them to their death. Every single one of them falls. And a big, big win there for B, as Hell's just not able to get these raids off that he wants to. Another great haul coming in. The Draugr on the way. But he's only got... How many of them at the moment? I think he's only got 1. He's only got 1 Revenant Draugr out. Just not really many. Pumping out the Herdman. Is he making any Huskal? He has seen the Toxotes. I'm surprised to see no Huskal. An amazing counter for Toxotes is that unit. As we see, a couple of Pegasus coming through for B. Just going to be hanging out on top of the army here. Maybe he's going to try and use those to distract the building fire or something. I don't know. As into the main base. The Hippias are coming. The towers do have their crenellations in as the Draugr pops. Katoskopos does end up getting sniped there as the army pulls back, but now the Hippias coming down to the bottom side. The villagers have basically finished up on the Caribou anyways, so he can just pull back into his main base, no problems. There's also food over on this side as well that he can run for. As an armory and a market getting dropped down for B. Looks like next age is the plan. But he's got so many units here. And HellsRavage will be pulling in front on economy. And he's going to be going next age as well. Which means he unlocks heavy, bronze, all for very, very cheap. So his economy, not only is it going to be in front, but it's also going to bounce up as well. And am I crazy? I'm not. B still doesn't know that he's facing a 2-town center Freya here at the moment. As we see Aegir now coming in. Hells does cut villages for this, though. Never ever cut villages. You forget to restart training them. I'm watching this. I feel like he may have forgotten. As soon as you click the thing, you've got to re-queue the villager. Now, he stopped making the villages to advance, but you have to restart them. Nonetheless, 3DB, his spider senses are tingling. He goes, oh, you're going to the next age, are you? Oh, you got a town center, do you? Well, I'm here to take that out. Let me just charge forward, and we will make your life very, very tough. Look at this army that he has accrued. He's charging in. Going to take out the town center. You don't even want to click Ghoul and Bursty here because it's not in that next age yet. He wants to have Aegir. Pestilence gets dropped down onto this spot. The army wanders forward. Hells trying to just wait out this situation so that he can use his god power to take the fight. But he's losing so much with this one. Can he drop Ghoul and Bursty down on this spot? I think he can. I think he did it on the top spot. Ghoul and Bursty is in. Trying to take out these units here. The Tempest on top of all of these units, is it going to be enough is the question. All of those Hippias seem to be melting to the Herdman. The Cyclops also getting frozen up here, but Hells' army does seem to have taken some significant damage here. The town center on the top, Not going to be quite going down just yet. There is the one Cyclops here. How close to falling? It's going to be going down, it looks like. The board tries to get over there. Going to be too slow. So Town Center down. Army down. Heroic Age is in, though. But the pressure is going to be continuing here from B. Hells needs to be careful with villagers at the moment. He's got Draugr up the wazoo that he can pump. He's got 143 favor. What do you do with this? Get yourself more Asgardian hill forts now? He's got to be careful with these fights because, man, you losing units here, not going to be ideal. Villagers up onto this top side, going to grab this gold mine for the time being. Over here, units getting taken out. B is in full rage mode as he is going to continue streaming units in onto this position. The Rock Giant gets taken out. Huskal going after those Toxotes on the back, but there we go. The Cyclops picks all of that up, throws the Huskal there. B's population is starting to stabilize in front of Hells. Hells isn't getting those upgrades, those cheap upgrades now that he's in the Heroic Age. He's not building any villages either. He's got idle army in his main base as well that he absolutely needs here. As the Hippias frontlining beautifully against those raiding cavalry, there's not really all too many herdmen in this fight anymore. As the Cyclops on the back, looks like it is going to be going down. Military differential 1.5k to 2.5k. But the problem here is there's just no heroes out for HellsRavage. He's got no food economy. Is he just idle villages everywhere? It looks like he is. There's idle villages everywhere. He's not getting income. He's not producing villages. He's trying to pump out, throwing axemen at the moment when his opponent's got 0 infantry. And 3DB has now found himself in an advantageous position, and Hells taps out. An absolutely insane detonation in this game. I thought Hells had held, but he wasn't producing villages. He had idle units. His economy, he needed to get up here onto these Aurochs. He needed to get the units back out. He kept taking fights. He didn't need to. Get his upgrades in. Those are the things that he had the advantage without a doubt. I mean, you look at the score. It tells 1,000 words. He's up here 16,000 to 13,000. But in the end, if you don't make the right decisions in the moment, your opponent is going to be able to pull it back. And in that moment there, well, too much for HellsRavage. Now we're going to go into game number 3, and we'll see if 3DB is going to be able to keep his dominance going here. Let's jump in and see what the next god's going to be. Alrighty. Let's see what they've got. I better give the flipperoni back to the right thing. And the point. Let's have a little look-see here. Looks like the next map is going to be on Marsh. And it will be a Kronos versus Loki game. Kronos versus Loki. Oops. Kronos versus Loki. Alrighty. So we have seen B's Atlantean already. It's very clear to me that B highly rates Atlantean in this patch. Yeah, Kavoth always has mod. That's a bait. That's a bait reward there. Take his mod away. It's just all for memes. So we have seen 3DB's Atlantean. He's been shown that he thinks it's incredibly valuable and you can get huge value out of it against nearly anything. I've seen him go with Gaia. I've seen him making automatons versus Norse, which people have said doesn't work. Ever since, or who tried it last? Who was it? The last time I saw automatons versus Norse in a pro game, it had to be Magic versus Mister. I'm like 90% sure it was Magic versus Mister, and Mister absolutely dominated absolutely dominated it. So much so that everybody from then on in said, okay, I'm never going to go for automaton versus Norse again. But then 3DB says, nah, you guys are all stupid. You can just do it. Just do it. It works. You guys not know who's playing in this tournament? I swear that to open the Discord, right? Go to CL4 information, the channel CL4 information, scroll to the top, and you will see the Mr., Recon, Kavoth, Matrius, El Matador, Rappel, Soup, Tunison. Those 8 players did get invited. Those 8 players did get invited. All right. Okay, so I guess on top of all of this stuff, I mean, with HellsRavage picking Loki here, he needs a win. Like, if he doesn't win, then he's gonna have to come back next week. So Loki versus Cronus, what are the keys to victory here for the Loki? Well, you have to make sure you're building the correct amount of Hursa, the right amount of raiding cavalry. Getting to Huskal is a big help, and in order to deal with things like the Caraballister and all that stuff, and then just taking really good fights. But nonetheless, let's get into this game. Number 3, see if 3DB can take it in 3 games, or if Hells can push this series a little longer. As we jump in here, 3DB in the left-hand corner, playing as Kronos. In the right-hand corner, HellsRavage playing as Loki. Relics on the map to see if anything is going to impact this. Marsh always does pack 6 relics, so it's going to be a huge amount. Dwarven Horseshoes, huge relic here for HellsRavage. One weakness for Loki is that he doesn't have access to Freya, which is a big power pick for the Norse gods. We see it all the time. And if he grabs that relic, then he's going to have budget Thundering Hooves raiding cavalry, which can help out a bunch in those big important fights. Especially with trying to get onto Caraballister and things like that, which are incredibly tough to kill when 3DB is controlling them. Got a big jar of Imseti here, going to be making those infantry train a little bit quicker. Not the biggest of deals, but is a decent relic to have. Wu Hao Bow of Huang Di. This relic is, I don't know if it's underrated. I think it's really good. Especially if you're playing like throwing axemen versus infantry. It's also good against with fire archers versus infantry as well, but and then also good with any of the horse archers as well. Just makes the archers snare enemy units when they don't normally do so, just by a little bit. Over this here, we got the Scarab Pendant, which is going to be making those siege weapons a little bit more effective. Okuninushi's Covenant is back in again, rearing its ugly head, and B gets it again. I wouldn't be surprised to see him going for some more myth units here, even if it is versus Loki. I'm not really scared of Loki Hursa as Kronos. Why? Because I've got Caraballister. If I can force my opponent into some sort of Hursa raiding cavalry comp, then I can go for Promethean, Catapulti, Caraballister, and say, good luck dealing with this. You have to be more creative as the Norse player to get through that comp. Nonetheless, Spy is down here from Hells. He wants to see what's going on in the main base. B, he's not going for a crazy fast advance, but he does go for the decent advance. He goes for a 330. Now, there is one landmine here that I think Hells is completely ignoring. The landmine is this Chronos Rush. Point being, and this is probably why he rushed over here and got the spy. Did he actually spot the temple? Yeah, he spotted the temple going up, so he knows that he's fine. He knows that he's not getting attacked here. Knows that B isn't doing any time shifting shenanigans. He can look in here and just know that. So no problems. But generally speaking, at the highest of levels, it's really important to not greed out a late advance time. Hells here is taking such a big risk at the moment. Like, the risk is absolutely insanely large by taking this late of an advance time. 3DB could be classical age already, attacking these villages, deconstructing this temple, and having basically already won this game at this point if he went for the cheese. But Hell says, I don't care. I'll go to the classical age when I feel like it. Nonetheless, 3DB grabbing all of the relics now. Did he get one up here as well? He's getting that Canopic Jar of Imseti. No relics coming in for HellsRavage just yet. There's the mana up to the top side. It looks like he's going for a town center. I saw this in the game that he played versus Aetherial as well. He went Gaia, he went far second town center, and he says, this is what we're going to do. And I think the reason here is that the defense for a 2-town center Atlantean against Norse feels doable, is what 3DB is saying. You get Carabalista, which don't cost any food, and they can just sit back and just poke down any sort of Hursa units that are coming in. You get Catapeltes, which are also kind of light on for... they're pretty expensive, but they're light on gold, so you can build a whole bunch of those out without any problems. Meanwhile, Hell's only one military building. He could decide here, if he runs forward and spots the town center going up, he could just say, great, I'll go my own second town center. Or he can flip the script and he can put B on the defense, which is something we don't normally see. We don't normally see 3DB playing a defensive game. He does pull these Water Buffalo underneath, not quite underneath the settlement, but pretty far this way. I love this here from 3DB. Exactly what he should be doing. Get them nice and safe as he pulls those back. And he is good to go there. Villagers pulling off the wood line. Going over here to get onto the berry bushes. Has not spotted the town center just yet. But realistically, you have to have some sort of an inkling when you see all these villagers on food and you don't see any units out. Apparently running away from those Prometheans. You should just turn around and smack them. Nonetheless, Hell's still pumping out some units. Getting himself his Hall of Thanes technology. Searching around for some pressure. As the 3DB Oracle getting smacked down here. Up to the top side, there is this counter barracks up, and a Carabalista is coming through. As the Valors basically coming in on cooldown here for B. And Hells charges in. The villagers will just simply say, no. You don't come in on this way. We shank you. Caraballis is sniping a couple more units here. Oh, I'm not yet. Starting to get the damage in, though. Got to be careful with it. It's a really important unit. Big, strong, fat boy. Villagers going down as the raid comes in onto this side. Hells is in his element right now as he's managing to hit raids on the left side. Snipes the Carabalista on the right. He is, I said at the start of the series, he is a raiding player. If he is playing the 1 town center versus 2 town center angle, this is where he is at his strongest. It's the hardest. It's where it's at his strongest. Being able to defend what he's doing is incredibly tough. And we see HellsRavage say, okay, I'm going to grab my town center. We'll be behind on economy by a little bit, but I've got pressure. So you can pick off some units. The troll over here can hit some citizens onto this side. He sees the town center. Murmillo coming out. Catapultis coming through. The Atlantean economy is going to be very, very big here moving forward as a healing spring down onto the second town center for Hells. Unfortunately, this town center doesn't look like that amazing. I guess he's got water buffalo here and he's got boars over here, gold mines behind himself, but still. There's a raiding cavalry coming in, sniping one Deuterino there, and I mean, I think it would have been interesting to see what would have happened here if Hells just stayed one town center and went for a really fat, big all-in, considering how the map is looking. But in seeing the town center, the game is going to get extended here quite a lot. There's no real need for Hells to all in. He can keep raiding and trying to snipe some units, picking off oracles and things like that. B is kind of blind here. He does spot a random bunch of villagers on this side, sends this oracle forward to just spot some stuff on this right side ever so slowly. Very, very dangerous to do this, and Hells does see that oracle. B, on the other hand, he sees the villagers. He knows that he's spotted here, but he has not moved the oracle just yet. And it looks to me like Hells has spotted this. He's coming over here. He's going to pick off that oracle there. And I mean, in a way, nice for Hells. He gets the kill. But on the other hand, B has distracted the army away from attacking him, and now B can go for some sort of a heroic age himself, or he can look to push elsewhere. But Bragi is on the way now for Hells. Has he cut the villagers again? He absolutely cut his villagers. Is he going to forget? I reckon he's going to forget. There's some habits that players like fall into, and you have to. I know this because whenever you're in tournament, like your nerves pick up, and for whatever reason, you make some really, really silly decisions, and you forget to do things, and that's just because, well, there is a habit you just need to create, which is if you're going to cancel something for something else, you have to make sure that when you buy that something else, you restart the villagers immediately. That's just the checklist you have to do. And that way you're never going to be falling into that problem. There's a great haul coming up for Hells. Catapultis wandering through here as well. As these villagers pulling back home. Watchtowers coming through as well on the top side as B is going to look to try and break out. Now, when you go Bragi against Atlantean, and specifically Kronos and Uranus, you do have to be careful of a certain god power called Chaos. If you're going to make your units do more damage, but then they're going to be attacking each other, then that's not going to be a good thing. So raiding cavalry charging onto this side, but Flaming Weapons does come down. He's going to be getting a lot of damage onto these villagers, trying to charge forward to take out the Caraballister onto the backside there. He does manage to do so. Citizens falling very, very quickly. Some Catapultis to return over here. And we do have a Frost Giant spawn as the Throw and Axeman going to be getting some big damage done onto all the rest of these units here. The Battle Boar also joining in. There's still a hefty villager advantage here, though, for 3DB. And Hells still hasn't started that villager train back up just yet. B does manage to hold here, it looks like, ever so slightly. One hero Catapulti, one hero citizen. The hero Catapulti will be able to finish off the Battle Boar. But Hells, having stopped his villager production, even after picking off all those villagers, which is huge for Hells, he's not going to keep getting his economy going. More units flooding in here, and 3DB now says, okay, it's time to take this game into chaos mode. Looking to put some more pressure back onto the other side. There's 118 favor in the bank right now for HellsRavage. 118 favor. Villagers now starting again for Hells. So, on the one hand, damn. On the other hand, At least he started him again. The game's going to continue without 3DB just getting a ridiculous economic advantage for no reason here. Now, on the other hand, there's only 3 oracles out for B, but he does decide to start getting some Prometheans in. Caraballister, Mamillo, Catapelty. The Trolls are going to be the unit of choice here, though, for HellsRavage. I don't mind Trolls as the unit of choice, but when you have access to Battle Ball, don't you think it would just be a better idea to go Battle Ball here? Maybe, I don't know. Anyways, he's going Trolls. He's got to be careful. You can't just keep face planting into this Atlantean army like this. This is exactly what B wants to have happen here. There's a couple of hero Mamillos getting converted. Hells retreats away as, well, B has now got himself a very scary army, sinking it out in the classical age. Now the raiding cavalry are hunting oracles. I like this decision here. Gets one little snipe. He can come over here and maybe pick some villagers off onto this side. He does have the spy on the villagers on those hippos there as well. There's no need to attack this position. Like, that's the thing. If you can drag the infantry units away and then crash in and try and take out those Caraballas, so you're in a good spot. As the raiding cavalry coming through does spot those Murmillos over here and immediately says, all right, I will pull backwards. Oracle getting pulled away by 3DB there. Nice decision making there, making sure that that doesn't get sniped as more Oracles are going to be coming in. And as that happens, though, it looks like the infantry are out of position. The Caraballister are getting collapsed onto here. As this is a huge fight now for HellsRavage. He gets himself a Draugr over onto the side. There's no answer for the throwing axe for now, as all the Caraballister are getting demolished. As even with that beautiful choke point, it's just not going to be enough. The raiding cavalry have to be careful now. Stay away from the catapulties, but the throwing axemen are going to clean up those infantry units perfectly. As now one Caraballister remaining, and 3DB's perfect defense is slipping. And HellsRavage picking off more citizens. Comes through, takes out more units. Realistically, you almost need Terma here to deal with the throwing axemen, as the trolls get a huge amount of damage. He takes that many down with the trolls who are all low HP. The forward healing spring as well, as HellsRavage says, I've seen you do this. It's styling from 3DB normally, but Hell says, no, this is now my turn, as he takes out the entirety of that army. And there is nothing left for 3DB now. And he taps out. And Hells gets onto the scoreboard. What a beautiful maneuver at the end from Hells. Distracts that army off to the left as they're on this hunt, leaving the Caraballister open. And now, one move here from B would have been, I would have lost my, one move here from 3DB could have changed everything. And that move would have been time shift, a manor here, or an armory here. Anything onto this spot such that the Caraballister were wedged in right here and being completely safe from the raiding cavalry. If he did that, then he would have been fine. This maneuver from Hells wouldn't have mattered. He would have been able to outplay it, but he didn't really see that idea. He was trying to get his units back. The speed differential from the raiding cavalry too much. And Age of Norse lives on as we move into game number 4. We'll see if Hells can keep his winning ways up, or if 3DB will snap out of it and figure out what to do in this next one. Let's check out the draft. Alrighty, we are going in onto Okuchichibu. I love this. I love this map. Okuchichibu. All right, we got Gaia versus Shenong matchup here. Gaia versus Shenong on Okachichibu. Alrighty. Let's have a little look-see here. Okay, so on for game 4. Now this is a god. This is a god which 3DB literally ace picked yesterday against Aetherial. Now it could have been I'm picking this god because I know that Aetherial plays it and I'm trying to just keep it away from him. But on the other hand, I think 3DB genuinely believes that Gaia is one of the contested picks here on the current patch. And I think it's because of one thing. Its ability to deal with the Chinese. Automaton, Terma, Murmillo, Carabalisa, those types of units to deal with the classical fight of the Shenong makes a lot of sense. That being said, there's a lot of ways to play for Shenong here to get through it. I have the score wrong. It is currently 2-1. These are best of 5s. So it's first to 3. 3DB is 1 win away from promoting into Champions League. So we will see how things go. But he's got 1 more win he needs. He does have his Fushi in his back pocket still. On the other side, there is Tsukiyomi and there is Nuwa sitting right there for both of these players. Thor as well for 3DB. I know he loves that Thor. How many people qualify for Champions League today? 4. There's 4 today and there's 4 next weekend. But yeah, this is one of those new maps that came with the Japanese DLC. So only a handful of games have really been played here. It really comes down to the players and how well they've sort of practiced, I guess. I don't know. Nonetheless, let's jump in to game number 4 and see if HellsRavage can keep winning here against 3DB or if 3DB's crazy strong Gaia is going to keep going. All right, so we are on the map Okuchichibu. We do have Gaia for 3DB and we do have Shenong for HellsRavage. Map-wise, the way that this map spawns is one of these town centers is going to be really, really bad in terms of close resources. There's nothing behind it. The resources are going to be in front. You've got a gold mine here. You've got some wood around here, but not even any decent wood lines either on this town center. It's a really bad one. The other town center will often spawn with potentially back hunt, back gold mines. This particular one's got double back hunt here. So yeah, these town centers are going to be very, very contested early on. But just because there's a back gold mine does not mean a whole lot. There's still a pathway through to this gold mine which does not need to interact with the town center. So yeah, you can put a wall up here, but I can just walk forward and bash that wall down. I can ignore the fact you're on this town center. I come over here and just bash you off this gold mine, bash you off this hunt. So if you want to play aggressive, you definitely can. Now 3DB's got himself somewhat of a Ford gold mine. And same too over onto this side, we see a Ford gold mine-ish for HellsRavage. But let's talk about some strategies here and what we could potentially see. On the Shenong side, you could play this one very, very slow. Very, very safe. Go how to. Play for the late game. The late game of China absolutely stonks. So strong. Even though I would also say Gaia is probably the strongest late game of the Atlanteans, there's not really many gods that can top Shenong in that ultimate late game. So B needs to find something to happen a little bit earlier than that. He's got to put some pressure on and find that win before all of that stuff happens. So yeah, that does make some sense. Another angle here is to play for the classical age and go for, like, you know, a whole bunch of Yatsa to take out any sort of automatons, a whole bunch of Javelineers to take out the enemy Terma, Fire Archer, Dowls. That stuff can work too. Let's have a little look see at the relics and see what we're going to see. Got the Hestia's Hearth there, boosting up the villager train time, making that a little bit faster to happen. Over here we've got that kind of big jar of Imsteady. This relic, I think, is actually quite important for the Gaia there, because at some point you really do need to make a tech switch away from spamming out archers, and you might want to spam out those infantry units, and that can help you out with that. Hermes' Winged Sandals is going to be a nice one here as well for both players. Whoever wants to grab that's going to be enjoying some speedier heroes. And finally, Dar's Scepter, another big relic there, making the farms cheaper. Huge relic, really. It's good for everyone, but big for the Shenong player, as that means that they can take full advantage of those Shenong farms early on with that prosperous seeds technology. Meanwhile, B just going to be taking the slow route to the classical age here. He actually goes for an extra villager than I think the average Gaia player goes for. He might pre-queue and advance here. Well, there's nothing really wrong with a pre-queue if you want to, but he's trying to get all of the gold in, all the wood in for a very, very quick second town center. But Chi Yao already on the way, and we do indeed see Leto. So I won't be eating my hat with this Leto. I think this one makes sense. Going for Leto, going for automatons makes sense in this matchup. Because I got high pierce armor. The Yatsa are generally not the best. Not the Yatsa, the Pioneers are generally not the best there. As a little bit of early game pressure onto this exposed gold mine. Ooh, does 3DB not know about Alt S on villages? He might not. A little bit of pressure onto this one. He doesn't. Oh, that's so much pain. This is brutal. So villagers have a passive stance. So generally, if you take a look at the... I can't see this one. If you take a look at the panel here, you have this passive stance that you've got access to, which is the no attack stance. Or this one here, passive stance. As the Yatsa now come through, and B has not enough gold for his town center. He's got so much wood. He's in some trouble here. He's going to pull back, drop for his chickens. Hunting now, oracles on the side. Automaton is now out. And so over onto this side, the Oracle for 3DB going to get hunted down. Potentially going to get picked off really quickly. I was going to say that while the Pioneers aren't very good against those... Does he get it? While the Pioneers... He does get it. While the Pioneers aren't that good against the automatons, they're not bad. They're just not very good. The Yatsa are amazing versus the automatons. Actually, they both have got low hack armor, don't they? Maybe they're not that good. Maybe it's kind of close. 300 HP, 230 HP. They're better. 3x. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of close. The Yatsa are decent, though. As we're now starting to see some spider lairs coming in. A market up already for 3DBs. He's thinking I might have to do some trading shenanigans here. Military camp coming through for Hells. As it's going to be Javelineer, Fire Archer. No surprises. Every little bit of favor at this point probably should be going into Yatsa. You get yourself the Son of Lung, making them do more damage, and then you get yourself the lifesteal, and that's going to be huge as well. Meanwhile, B's getting himself some Terma out. And Hells wanders down to this bottom side of the map looking for all of the different things he can. And 3DB just looking to get some scouting knowledge in. You do have the speed, so as long as you're paying attention here. Do they... Wow. Well, they both kind of just run by each other. The darkness of this fog of war can be very, very dangerous at times. But they both miss each other, as we do see the villagers now back over onto this side. Watchtowers is up. But Hells just says, hey man, I can kill this. He probably has the units here. there's not a whole lot out for 3DB at the moment. He's going to charge over here. There is a Caraballister though, which will be nice against those Dow swordsmen. As he's trying to pull back those Arcus, keeping those alive. The thing is the Javelineers are in, and they can snipe down the Caraballister so fast. And Hells, he is not playing here. He says, look, I'm ready to take this series as fast as I possibly can. Drops lightning weapons at this point. The Watchtowers is up, but there's so much advantage here for Hells at the moment. He's up by 1,000 resources. The town center is getting good damage in. The army, the villagers fall and getting stunned up as well. I think Hells might be overstaying a little bit after all of this. After all is said and done. Loses a couple more units. 3DB does hold on. As the Dow falls, still an advantage militarily. There is an advantage economically. 30 villages to 30 villages. Those are Chinese villages with Qualifier as well. As the spider layer gets dropped down, 3DB has managed to hold. He's good to continue along here. But he is well and truly stuck in his main base. He drops another military barracks, making some Murmillo here. Does make some sense. If you can sort of force your opponent into Javelineer with a whole bunch of Terma and then make Murmillo out to take out the Javelineer, and your opponent's fire archers can get sniped by your own Terma, and all the trades kind of work somewhat decently for the Atlantean there. As the Automaton will actually... he might have killed a whole bunch of units, but the Automaton can rebuild themselves, so they're just going to come back online here. As another machine workshop now coming up. Realistically, what HellsRavage has done with that first fight is he just got to spend... He made B spend some more resources. B can't go to the next age or anything like that. Like he might want to. I don't know if he wants to or not, but he has to spend some resources there. So now Hells can possibly just stop building myth units, wait for great control there from B. Generally, you don't get any value with those Terma, but great control there. The one idea here for Hells would be he forced some more gold getting spent. He could just wait out another lightning weapons, go full spam on army, wait out another lightning weapons, walk forward, lock this position off, and then be attacking this gold mine and basically just trying to get some map control in and get a gold staff going with the secondary lightning weapons. On the other side here, B has lost an oracle. He needs some more oracles out. He's going for the Hephaestus revenge at the moment. As the Yartsa charging after this one. Trying to take those bad boys out, but not able to get anything. And the calm before the storm here is both players just a little bit nervous about what to do next. Can't really push into the main base. It's all locked up. It's all defensive. There's about 500 gold left over here in this position. There's 500 gold here as already as Hell's on his second gold mine, so no problems there. There's a very close amount of units here. How many? We've got 5 pioneers holding on to that Hermes' winged sandals. You know a player is a high level when they don't put their relics into their temple. And we do actually see B already moving over onto this gold mine, defending that one up. And does Hells have any inkling? He did send a unit over there. He sees the manners and he's ready to make a big push happen here. But can he win this fight? He's got 8 Wuzu Javelin here to pick off that one Caraballister. He's got 8 Fire Archers to take down those Murmillo. The problem unit here is the Automaton. And the micro that Hells, or the Focus Fire micro that Hells is going to need here, I think is going to be very, very tricky. As Hells sees the army here, goes, okay, I don't want to fight. I see your army. It looks scary. Let me run. A couple units in the back here going to be joining in. Now he decides this is the fight to take. The Javelin here need to focus down that back Caraballister there. Otherwise, it's going to get huge amounts of value here. Those Automatons are targeting down... Pioneers are targeting down Automatons for the time being. Population-wise, looking pretty close. as this fight is continuing along. The Dow do manage to break through onto that backline, now taking down Terma, allowing the Fire Archer to kill everything else off. And then onto the backline, the Caraballas are going to be going down as well. Those automatons tanking up a ton of shots here. However, they're going to be falling, not going to be able to get rebuilt here as the game moves along. More Dow swordsmen getting trained up, and it looks to me like Hells breaks through the Gaia army as B walking off of his Lush here. Not ideal. A couple more Caraballas are in, only a handful, or not even a handful, only one Javelineer in at the moment for Hells. He needs some more production. He needs some more Javelineers to deal with the Caraballas that are going to be coming in. B is there, ready to defend. Cannot push through here just yet. So the game gets continues after that fight there. Great control from B to pull back, but really he should be trying to sneak forward and getting these automatons repaired back up. What is he doing? He's leaving them. There's so many resources just waiting to get repaired here. I mean, you see them there when that HP bar goes away. Is that them dead? I don't even know. I don't know how it works. Does manage to get a couple of villager picks onto the front. One Tao Wu here. This guy's scary. He has this ability which gets damage done, and it does 150 crush, which normally doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. But take a look at this. A regular unit, 99% crush armor. Caraballister, 85% crush armor. Automaton, 80% crush armor. All of a sudden, the 150 crush damage that the Tao Wu is doing on an automaton is 300 crush. And then you take off the 80%. Against the Caraballister, it's 150 crush, but you take off the 85%. We'll see if HellsRavage is ready to use this one. He charges through. You have to keep going. He doesn't go over the Caraballas. It does not get that value as the Terma trying to get onto the back line there, but they are in a pretty good position there. Caraballas here getting some big damage on as the Yahtzee to charge forward. Yet again, B trying to take this fight off of Lush as the Tao Wu does go down. Population-wise now, however, it is looking like B is managing to hold on. The Terma are doing work on that backline, and HellsRavage's army melts there. As the Fire Archers go down, the Dow going down onto the front as well. Terma coming in, sniping all those units, and all of a sudden B is in front by 1.5k military resource. And Hells is trying to pump units out, but he just says, that's it, I can't continue. He doesn't try to regroup, he doesn't try and pull back maybe onto this gold mine and keep fighting. He just taps out. And that's the game, that's the series, that's 3DB taking the series in 4 games. Congratulations to him, the first of the qualifiers to make it through into Champions League. We will be seeing much more of him over the next couple of weeks, month or so. Super excited. Unlucky to Hells. He's still got a chance next week to qualify. If not, he does have a ticket into Challengers League already as well. So that's going to be something that he can go for himself. But that's the game. And our next game here, before we celebrate too soon for how good that game was, we've got another game coming up straight away, which is going to be Mini Yeti versus Nullus. So let's see if these guys are somewhat ready to go, and we'll see what's happening. Alrighty, let's have a little quick look-see here. Are they doing their thing? I don't know if they're here or not. Hang on, let me just have a quick look. Are they both ready? Great. All right, they're just going to get their stuff organized here, and we'll get this next game going as soon as we possibly can. Alrighty, so we'll get the draft up, and then we'll start chatting about it as these guys are going to get this one all sorted. Alrighty. Hey! Let's jump over here for now. We aren't watching Mini Yeti anymore. We are B anymore. We're watching Nullus and Mini Yeti. Why did that not update correctly? Okay. So these two players are, well, I mean, okay. So first and foremost, Nullus is actually the winner of Champions League Season 3. So he's returning to defend his crown, so to speak. He is defending to return. Returning to defend his crown. Actually, we should just hop over onto this screen. Here we go. That looks better, except without the these gods. These ones can go away until they're ready. So they do draft their maps. And we do actually see some interesting maps getting picked here. We haven't seen these ones. Oh, oops. Okay, I haven't actually seen these maps getting first or getting like ace picked here. So you do see the Anatolia and the Mirage. So both these maps going to be some fun. They won't see them in the first game, obviously, with Blue Lagoon being the first map that they want to play. But we will be seeing things happen here. Yeah. Hang on, let me just double check. Yes, Mini Yeti is correct. I think there's a little bit of a mistake there. All right, I'm not actually sure that you can choose. I don't think that's in the rules, but okay. If they both agree, I guess it's fine. I don't want a jammer. Okay, Mini Yeti and Nullus going at it. Let's turn this on. Smack, smack. Whoops. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. Amateur hour. All right, so the picks now coming through as these guys are getting their drafts sorted. So we do see Nullus first pick. Guys, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, we've got Gaia as the first pick from Nullus. I love it. I'm such a fan. And we see Frere on the other side. No Isis ban. Set coming through from Nullus. Hades Thor from Mini Yeti. Kind of a snipe from Mini Yeti to some degree. Nullus actually won Champions League Season 3 by basically only picking Hades. He picked only Hades there on that one. What else have we got? A Thor coming through Zeus. No Amaterasu pick yet? No Amaterasu? Nullus grabs the Isis. All right. I've been reading in my Twitch chat. One too many times, guys, that Gaia is weak. And the amount of first picking of Gaia I've seen here, we just gotta be careful of what we wish for. You know what I mean? Like Gaia is back for business and meaning business. And look at Nullus. He goes Set. He goes Isis. He goes Ra. And Mini Yeti just says, Egyptian, not for me. I don't need no Egyptian. Nullus grabs Amaterasu last pick as well. I don't know if this is some sort of like a ban. I don't know if Nullus has played the Japanese at all. But he does pick it. And Mini Yeti then grabs Poseidon. I'm looking at these drafts, just scratching my head. I remember watching... Okay, so just a little bit of a thing is we did a bit of a Sunday Classic thing for those of you who are kind of new here. we did a bit of a Sunday Classic thing, which was basically trying out this rule set of having an ace pick in the draft. And pretty much every single ace pick was Isis first pick and then all the other stuff. And I was like, guys, you just aren't thinking fourth dimensionally. You know what I mean? You aren't thinking about that stuff. As they're the top players, and they're like, I'll just grab the best Isis, the best god. And it turns out Nullus grabs it, but he grabs it super late. So yeah, this is exciting. This is very, very exciting. Alrighty, let's see. Let's see what they're doing. Looks like they're going to be going for the server and all the other good stuff. And we'll get started at some point. You read somewhere saying Amaterasu is 11-5 in the qualifiers. Yeah, I mean, she's been having a lot of success. She's been winning a lot of games, I'd say. Okay, now we're going to see what their god is going to be for the first matchup on Blue Lagoon. As they are just about to pick this one. All right. 3, 2, 1. Okay, what would I pick though, I guess? On this map, Blue Lagoon. Maybe an Isis here. Maybe a Ra here. Maybe a Set here. Probably not Nuwa. Maybe Amaterasu isn't bad here. If I'm Mini Yeti, what am I going to pick? Poseidon? Freya, maybe? There's some nice picks here for Mini Yeti. Thor, kind of. Probably stay away from the Greeks on this map most of the time. As we've got a Thor versus Set for the first game. Thor versus Set. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Wait, I have these drafts the wrong way around. I absolutely have these drafts the wrong way around. Well, that makes a lot more sense. I have these drafts the wrong way around. Nullus is the player on the right side for some reason. That's fine. Oh dear. Okay. All right. That makes so much more sense. That makes so much more sense. Okay, so Nullus is picking Thor, Mini Yeti picking Set. This is going to be fun. Yeah, all right. Let's have a cheeky little look-see here at what's going to be going on. Did I screw everyone else up? Did I screw up the channel points? Is that what happened there? Do we make some mistakes? Run a volatile casino. Hey man, it's it is what it is. What can you do? Also, if you guys are wanting, like, if you're like annoyed by however I'm casting or whatever, you can actually open up this game and watch it in the in Age Mythology as well. If you grab the URL from aomstats.io in custom games lobbies, you can actually watch these and watch it at whatever speed you like watching it at as well. There's also all the replays from the tournament in my Discord that you can go download, or you can download them directly from aomstats.io as well. So there's a lot of different avenues to watch as well. I'm sure there's some other people probably doing some castaroonies as the day goes on. So if you get sick of me, you can go and check those guys out as well. But yeah, we've got some exciting stuff coming up. So first game here, Mini Yeti Nullus, Set versus Thor. And what is the timer set at? Fantastic. Okay, so I mean, obviously we've got in this situation, you've got a lot of landmines. The set has got a lot of advantages over Norse. Yeah, he's got the Anubis angle where he's going to go for Anubites. He's going to go for Spearmen, also making some Axemen or Slingers where need to be. He's also got access to Horus, which makes the late game very tricky for the Thor player as well, where the Axemen start being absolute bonkers units to break through buildings and things like that. Spearmen get stronger. You can't really make cav anymore against those, like just full stop. And things just get really, really tricky. You also got chariot archers, which can be used to take out the thrown axemen from range, while also protecting them with the spearmen against any sort of cavalry, or axemen against any sort of huskar. The avenues for winning here for Thor is kind of catching your set player building the wrong units. So, for example, we did see in a game where Thor player ran through a set player utilizing a whole bunch of berserks against the spearmen, and the spearmen do not do that well against those berserks. Thank you for the kind words, Wurzel-san. Appreciate you, man. You legend. Alrighty. So we are just about to jump into this next game. I'm looking forward. That being said, I mean, there is actually a lot of avenue for the Thor player to catch the set out, and utilizing the bonus economy that Norse has, or the strong economy that Norse has. You can find some wins if the set player sort of makes enough mistakes here. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what the situation is going to be. But we're going into game number 1 right now. Mini Yeti versus Nullus. Game number 1. Let's get it. Meanwhile, we are waiting for other players here as we are now in. Yay! Off we go! As I have to flip this again. Okay. All right. So in the left-hand corner of the map, we have Nullus playing as Thor. And in the right-hand corner of the map, we've got Mini Yeti playing as Set. And it is Blue Lagoon. It is Blue Lagoon. So very fast monument coming up here for Mini Yeti as he's getting himself the wood so that he can get himself a very quick pickaxe as well. Going to be searching up. Generally speaking, there is going to be some hunt in the corners of the map, which is always going to be worth converting. Do you see the priest coming over here? Does spot some hunt here, but I mean, this is some nice hunt for Mini Yeti to grab this town center and be eating this hunt underneath this position. He's going to wander forward here and see some more rhinoceros up onto this spot and all the other good stuff. Meanwhile, up onto this side, we see Nullus grabbing himself his dwarven armory and doing all of the good stuff here. Now, one idea, I'm just going to say it because I just love this idea because, you know, I've been saying it's broken forever and I'm yet to see anyone try it except for me. One idea here for Set is to go absolutely crazy and drop 2 town centers straight away. You can grab this one and you can drop a village center in your main base, like right next to your hometown center or something like that. Eat this hunt underneath the main town and have access to this gold mine, have access to this back hunt, and things like that. But anyways, we'll see what Mini Yeti's going to do. He is a bit of a creative player. There was this like little phase that Mini Yeti was having where he's like, guys, you could just tower rush, and he was just tower rushing everyone. He'd quick advance, shifting stance forward, walk forward, drop forward temples, just do a whole bunch of random cheese. Now, I don't know if it was just his fault, just in general, but the villager went from, I believe, something like 2x versus towers all the way up to 4x versus towers. Now villagers are just, yeah, they'll shank those towers down very quickly. So you do have to be careful with them. They're still potent. The towers did get boosted, right? They're still potent, but it is a little bit more tricky. You have to grab yourself the extra wood and all that other good stuff. Yeah. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Let's check out the relics on the map. There is the Feather of Jingwei, which is going to give a little bit of wood trickle. This relic's actually really, really good for Egyptian. 0.5 wood a second might not seem like a lot, but if you can avoid having to build a lumber camp and put any villages onto wood early on, just get all your upgrades in, that can be a real big boost to your general overall game plan. Over onto this side, we've got the skulls of Cercipes there, which is going to be the 6 monkeys coming through. Up onto this side, there's also Hori's hunting bow. That relic is really good here for both sides, but probably on the set side even more because he's going to be hunting for the entirety of the game due to having all of that hunt coming from his temple for free with those animals of set, plus obviously converting things like rhinos and stuff is going to be a big help. And finally, we've got the Sharon's Obol. If you lose a villager, get half price back. So it's a bit of cash back on your purchase if things go wrong. As we do indeed see Mini Yeti going for Ptah here, so he's not going to be doing any of the Anubis shenanigans. Instead, Shifting Sands shenanigans. As what is he up to? Grabs the relic. I mean, he could just play completely standard here. Like absolutely, positively as standard as you can possibly get. He could do that. I've seen it happen. He also could go absolutely insane, shifting sands forward, drop towers right behind this thing, and then be ready to start getting into Nullus's position. Now, Nullus does have access to the Dwarven Mine, so he can drop that down and mine it safely. If that sort of an idea does come through, we see the barracks coming through for Mini Yeti, so he is going for a classical fight, but still he could still go for a he can still go for this idea of shifting sands into towers if he wants to. If he wants to, I don't know. And Skulls of Cercipes does come through here for Nullus, so that's going to help him out. He's setting up his base beautifully. Nullus is known for perhaps being one of the... I don't know if this is the right way to word this, because there's many different players that are amazing at playing defense, but his defense is like second to none. He's one of the best, if not the best, defensive players from way back when. And he just makes some really, really good decisions non-stop throughout games. As the Valkyrie here for Nullus is going to be searching, looking for a little something to take out. Spearman starting to accumulate. Axeman coming through onto the front. Another relic coming in for Nullus is that's going to be the Hori's hunting bow. So you will get that extra hunt bonus in. But, I mean, do you want to run forward onto hunt against set? As the vision does get dropped down by Mini Yeti. And he spots not one Great Hall, but 2 Great Halls. As the Spearman spam for Mini Yeti is now going to be making perfect sense. Drops a... Hello? The shifting sands comes through, and Mini Yeti says, it's time to duel. Let's go. He says, I got a big advantage here. I'm going to be sitting on this temple. I'm going to be putting pressure. I want to kill this temple off. He didn't bring any villagers forward for a forward tower, but he says, hey, I'm ready to go. Let's fight. I built an army. Where's your army? There's a raiding cavalry here getting poked down. A couple of dwarves coming through in an attempt to actually take down the rhinoceros. Got to be careful with those. The Wadget can get some bonus, get some big damage onto those villagers there. As Spearman, though, charging to their death underneath the town center. No control from Mini Yeti there. But he does pick off the temple, and maybe that's all he's here for. There's a couple of throwing axemen coming in. Does he get another villager snipe here? Looks like he does poke that one down, but he's probably going to have to pull out of this position. Now coming back to knock down this wooden gate. The priest over onto this side tries to pull away from this and keep itself alive. Not going to go down there. Nullus, a little bit of chaos for him to have to deal with here as the Valkyrie pulling back, the raiding cavalry coming over here. They might be heading over onto this position, as I think that's exactly what Nullus is seeing. Yep, he is going straight there. But the pressure's still inside of Mini Yeti's base with a Pharaoh here and the 28 HP Valkyrie. Oh, healing up these units is kind of smart. Wait, does Mini Yeti see this? No. Jesus. He sees the granary, but he's just waiting. The thing is, the Pharaoh can snipe the Valkyrie, and the villagers can just pick off everything else. As Mini Yeti here does turn around, snipes the Valkyrie, still putting pressure onto the front here. The armory going down. Dwarves are going to do a sneaky. I like the sneaky. Come over onto the side. However, look at this. Clairvoyance coming in. That means that Mini Yeti is going to be able to drop some visions down non-stop in this game to potentially spot the gold mine over here, random villagers potentially moving on to the other side of the map, and all the other good stuff. So now Nullus says, all right, let's look to take somewhat of a fight. Trying to poke down a couple of units over here as the Spearman, Axeman, Bull here going to be looking pretty strong. Throwing Axeman coming over onto this other side. There's a lot of throwing Axeman here as the Hersa getting onto the back line. They're sniping down the Wadgets. Is there going to be enough units here for Nullus to take out these Spearmen, though? It looks like he does have enough. There's actually one slinger on the back there that needs to get picked off to allow those throwing Axemen to get full value versus these Spearmen. He does manage to do so. The Spearman numbers are dissipating here, and Mini Yeti's all-out attack seems to have been thwarted at this point. Not only that, he's also donated 2 Rhinos of Set, 1,000 food over to Nullus here. Not only that, we also see the dwarves happily up onto this food here. You can grab this position, no problems. The vision comes down, tries to see everything in the main base. We'll see the villagers happily moving forward onto the rhinoceros there as another ox cart to come down. Apparently 2 ox carts on this position. Need to move back over onto the top. A little bit of chaos there for Nullus. But just because Mini Yeti has lost that fight doesn't mean all too much here. The fight was incredibly equal. The big advantage here that Nullus has gotten by playing Thor is the fact that now he's got 74 favor. He's got 74 favor. Check the Nullus armory, please. He doesn't have an armory. I can't check it. He's got bronze armor. There you go. Bronze armor. That's a big upgrade. There's one little cheeky raiding cavalry checking out this position over here. Is it a Rhino of Set? No, it's 500 food. There was a change a long time ago. It must have been like 6 to 8 months ago, where the amount of food that every animal had got increased. So instead of a deer or a gazelle having 150 food, it goes up to 200 food. So every single animal got that extra 33% bonus food in it, or however much it is. A couple of Spearman raids coming through here. People in the chat asking if things are disqualified. It's just start.gg. No one's disqualified. Just ignore it. The games are coming in. It's not Mini Yeti Nullus now. Then we're going to be watching Avely Allapes, and then we're going to be watching Avely Grass. So don't worry about it. No one's disqualified. Now, Valkyrie going to be getting pumped out for Nullus here. He's getting himself some more longhouses, another temple to come down to spend through all that favor. Kind of wild that he does decide to build that second temple at this point, but nonetheless, the vision comes in. Mini Yeti looking to push forward, seeing what he can take out. The walls are all up for Nullus. He's so good at this. Slows down these sorts of attacks as Mini Yeti just going to keep on trying to break through these sorts of positions. Herster coming through. Throwing Axeman, raiding cavalry. The Valkyrie and raiding cavalry can come over here and start sniping villagers down. As this has been broken. A dock from Mini Yeti. What's the plan there? A transport ship? Not exactly sure. Good control here from Mini Yeti as the spearmen blocking the raiding cavalry from getting through here. Throwing Axeman going to be getting sniped very, very quickly as all of the right units attacking the right units here. This is not a good fight for Nullus. In the slide, it's great control there from Mini Yeti. And Nullus pulls back. There's not really that many priests in this army. I think that's maybe why Nullus thought he could take it, but those spearmen do still hurt. There's more Valkyrie coming through. It's an equal amount of military here for both players. Probably an advantage for Mini Yeti, but Nullus has got the advantage on tech. So it's still kind of close. Some Wadgets coming in. Still only one monument here for Mini Yeti. Probably could afford to get another one as he drops a couple more barracks down. As a raiding cavalry, yet again, popping around this side. Another temple on the back coming up for Nullus as he's trying to poke in here, sniping the straggler units, the reinforcement. No, he's just ignoring them. He goes right past them. There he goes. Now he's going to turn around, get a little pick before pulling away. Villagers are kind of literally all over the map here. Mini Yeti is just playing incredibly aggressive with those as the raiding cavalry yet again trying to get it onto this position. And this time, Nullus does it correctly. He gets onto this side with those raiding cavalry. So he's actually on top of the slingers. But the slingers do manage to take out the majority of those throwing axemen before they're able to start going to town on the spearmen there. Population differential is looking a little bit dire for Nullus on this fight, but he's going to continue to try and take these units out as the spearmen shanking everything down, taking everything they need out here. The throwing axemen going to be doing what they can do as well. And it's looking like Nullus might just be crumbling here. I mean, the spearmen have to pull back because there's not that many slingers in to take out those thrown axemen. But still, now Nullus has to rebuild an entire army here. He's got a decent amount of villagers. He's got the income. But he has now fallen behind pretty significantly Mini Yeti. We've got a couple of cabinets now popping through here. These, I mean, these probably aren't worth it. Maybe getting like a hammer ship out would be worth it because if their units get close, then you can start wailing away at that. Nonetheless, a couple of units over onto this side as the spearman does spot the villagers grabbing these berries. Nullus does have to convert a couple of those into berserks, it looks like. The dwarves on this backside for Nullus have managed to sneak a gold mine. Spearman coming through, picking off villagers now at this point as the army is out of position for Nullus. Mini Yeti is picking Nullus apart, it looks like. That's the spearman over here. Going to be getting taken out. Walls getting broken down here as Nullus to try and break through this spot. Meanwhile, Mini Yeti now, big vision to come down. 4.5k military resource value to 2.9k. As the army for Mini Yeti just looks absolutely devastating. Slingers coming in, sniping off those, throwing axemen nicely. Valkyrie's going down. And spearman around onto the top side here, trying to break through. Does he pick off those? He does. I think Nullus is going to lose a lot of villagers here. The forest fire gets dropped down, and it looks like Mini Yeti doesn't even care. He's just like, I'll just hover near this, just lose a whole bunch of units, and Nullus just goes, all right. And she's just not even going to be running away from my forest fire. He does decide to tap out. Man, Nullus played a really nice early game here, but this fight on top of this position here, where he had just not enough units there attacking the right units, it was just a great defensive maneuver on the offensive side of things anyways from Yeti to prevent those raiding cavalry from getting onto the slingers, and the slingers were right on top of the throwing axemen, and it just went incredibly poorly there for Nullus on that one. But a well-played game by Yeti for game number 1. Nonetheless, we'll move into game number 2, as we'll see if Nullus can figure things out or if Yeti is going to continue his winning ways here. Alrighty, so game number 2, what are we going to see? We are going in onto the map Anatolia, which does mean options for Hades, options for Zeus, and all of that good stuff. And well, you guys tell me what you think we're going to be seeing on the map Anatolia here. Tell me what you guys think we're going to be seeing. I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you what it is. But first and foremost, write in chat what you guys think the matchup's going to be, because I don't think you'd guess it at this point. Isis versus Zeus? Nah. Loki versus Isis? Nah. Amaterasu versus Zeus? Half, yep. It is Amaterasu versus Ferrer. Let's go. Amaterasu versus Ferrer. So Yeti is obviously, he is very, very well practiced for this tournament. I don't know about Nullus. I don't think Nullus has really played any of the new civs. I don't even think he's played any China, let alone like these guys for some reason in these drafts. Like I'll give you guys what my power picks are. If I was playing this tournament, my power picks would be, the Egyptians, Fushi, Shinong, Amaterasu. You probably like your Uranos, Susanoo, those types of gods, and I'm not seeing those in this. I'm not seeing those in this draft at all. I mean, I'm obviously seeing the Egyptians, but where's the Fushi? Where's the Shinong? Absolutely wild. But nonetheless, okay, so Amaterasu versus Freyr on this map. What's the problems? Why Amaterasu here? Well, first and foremost, Weasel, Kamikaze continuously occurring on a water map with everything else going on. That's going to be difficult to defend. You have to be paying attention to every single little movement of those Kama Itachi. Otherwise, they're just going to be on your wood line and you're going to lose the game in an instant. Even if you have the Herso sitting there waiting, that's not enough. You've got to be proactive. You've got to be scouting. You've got to be ready for it. But anyways, we're going to be jumping into this next game and we're going to be seeing if Nullus is prepared to deal with the Amaterasu nonsense or not. If there is a god that can deal with it, it is Freyr. Let's find out. As we spawn in here in the right-hand corner of the map, Nullus playing as Freyr. And we do have the Amaterasu down the bottom here for Yeti. And wait. I thought for a second there, Yeti wasn't going for a dock. I thought for a second there, Yeti was not going for a dock. Which would have been absolutely insane to say to the very least, but I thought that's what he was doing. He is going for a idle villager, but he will sort that one out. Obviously not going for a dock is rather insane. He does send the Kitsune up to the top side. I mean, if your idea here is, right, first and foremost, check which way your opponent is going and make sure you're building the dock on the same side as your opponent, then I guess it makes some sense. Mini Yeti sends the Kitsune up to this side, checks out what's going on. He doesn't want to have... He wants to be having a... he doesn't want to be share... Wait. He wants to share the same side, which means that a whole bunch of shenanigans can happen on that side of the water. I think that's what's going on there. That's why he was a little bit delayed. But that doesn't mean his fishing ships will come out just a little bit later. But in the end of the day, doesn't really matter if he gets what he wants, which is going to be some nice early pressure up onto this position. Now, beyond all of this, why Amaterasu on this map? Well, one of the big reasons is your bonus is Samurai. And you don't necessarily have to fight your opponent to get your bonus in. You can just sit there, spamming Samurai out, playing defensively. If your opponent goes for throw an action, they're spending their wooden gold on units that can't be built on the water, and then you can spend the remainder of your resources on water units and fight that. That could be perfectly reasonable way to play Amaterasu here. Obviously, you do have those weasels. We talked about that already. And I imagine Nullus is going to be getting prepared with that. Probably with some nice building placement. Put your temple, say, here. Wall this off. House. Walls over here. Maybe you could potentially even build the wall back this way into the town center. One thing you don't have to care about all too much on these sorts of maps is going to be farms. So if you put your first temple kind of here, right? And then you wall up here. And then you can just throw up another wall onto this side. And then all you need to do is put a building here, say a Asgardian hill fort, and then you wall up to the top. That's one idea there to make sure that the Kamikaze Itachi have no business actually attacking you early on. Nonetheless, the game plan for Nullus is pretty simple. Don't fight at all. Don't fight the Amaterasu. Boats do not contribute to Bushido. You can fight water, no problems. But do not fight the samurai unless you've got a nice advantage. That is the secret. Big, hefty, defensive play versus Amaterasu is the way to go. And Nullus playing Freya, it's a big fat defensive god. It's going to be a good option. Random commoner being special up here. I've got the Wuho Hao Bo of Huang Di here. For some reason, we don't see relics getting grabbed a whole lot on these water maps, but I have Ornlu also over here with the plus 5% bonus there for... You want to pick that up. This is such a big relic for the Amaterasu player. Samurai plus 5% melee damage. Thank you very much. It's already got a ridiculous amount of melee damage, and you get that as well. Oof. No surprises. Ameno Uzume coming in. I don't mind... I've already forgotten it. I've literally forgotten the other god. Mina Katatomi. I don't mind Mina Katatomi against Norse normally, but on a water map, yeah, no, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Because you're not going to be hunting very much. You're not really going to need that Shrine of the Hunt to defend anything. Maybe dropping a Shrine of the Hunt on a Ford gold mine or something and getting that sorted out early on is an idea. But yeah, Ameno Uzume makes sense. And we are actually going to be seeing Ulla coming through here as well. Now, the other thing here is this is not necessarily a quick advance from Mini Yeti. He's got himself, what, how many fishing ships do we have? 12 fishing ships on this side. On the top here, there's 15 fishing ships for Nullus. As Mini Yeti hits the classical age there through Ame no Uzume, drops his Goshin Boku straight away. And it's going to be a dojo and a stable for Mini Yeti straight away as the Kamatachi making its way across the map. Now, like I said, you want to be really actively searching for this unit. You don't want to wait until the last minute. As you do see an Asgardian Bastion getting dropped down into the main base. And Kamatachi wandering around onto this side. Do we see any boats coming through? Not just yet. Another dock coming up onto this side. Oop, the Kamatachi actually saying, I want to go after the docks here rather than going for villagers. They do get a decent amount of damage done here. They're 12 hack damage a second. One dragon ship coming through. That's going to scare those weasels away as the Hersa make their way over onto this side to say, okay, I'll try and deal with you guys. Samurai, Naginata riders, all the good stuff. Another dojo on the way here as well. Ramming Wesson coming through for Mini Yeti. That's the longboats and all the other good stuff for Nullus as he wants to put pressure onto this side. But this does, I guess this does open up for what Mini Yeti wants to do, which is he wants to fight. And if he can just build units and just take docks out, then he's forcing units to come through here for Nullus that have to fight. Otherwise, he just has to sacrifice the water, which maybe is fine. Maybe if you just win the bottom side of the water with just boats and sacrifice the top where all the units are coming through, it's kind of an okay trade, maybe. I don't know. Taking a guess here. Like I understand anything that's going on with the Japanese. I don't. The Draga goes down over here as the Weasels are going to be circling around up to the top, looking to push in. More Samurai coming through for Mini Yeti at the moment. As Watchtowers coming through as a defensive resource there for Nullus. And he is now going up to the Heroic Age. So that's a big thing here. While the Bushido is coming through, Bushido Tier 1 doesn't have himself any upgrades for the Samurai just yet. He will be losing the dock over here. This guy not attack the dock? Surely you just get the dragon ship to attack. Anyways. The fact of the matter here is now Nullus heading to the Heroic Age. He's going to be able to get to heavy very, very quickly. And he should be okay here. Spamming out units, playing heavy versus maybe medium units for a little bit before the heavy comes online. And even when the heavy comes online, he's going to be in a half-decent position here. As the one Junko Zozen coming in here. We'll snipe that all off. And the dock does end up going down. The problem here is that this dock over here, I'm actually not, you will get a Kraken on this bottom side, I think. Nullus is getting his free Kraken here. That's going to be enough to break through this dock and be fine there. It's a wall? He wants to trap? Can he get the wall up? He does get that part of the wall up. That's going to, a little bit, he's going to repair it. Oh, that's hilarious. A couple of scary Samurai, however, coming in. And Nullus says, no, thank you. I do not want to fight. I'll lose my throw and axeman. I mean, it was a nice try, but there's just too many units there. A nice try from Nullus. He almost loses the throw and action. Doesn't want to chase too hard there. There is the rock giant. Some houses going to be going down. Medium is now in for both players. Got to be careful with that rock giant, though. Don't want to be throwing that one away just yet. As he does get the taunt onto the Kamotachi here. Mini Yeti not paying attention. There he goes. Pulls it away. No problems. As the Kraken now comes in. And Nullus can grab the rest of these fishing spots. And I'm sure on the other side here, Mini Yeti can do exactly the same. You can start grabbing these spots, these spots, these spots, and you can be completely fine there. As the Kamotachi does end up going down. Oh, and we do have a cheeky little suicide here, but not going to be picking off the villagers just yet. Nullus trying to just run from this, not paying attention. Turns around and starts shank. This is dangerous. It's very dangerous. The damage comes in so fast here with that Kamotachi. As the villagers manage to get back into the tower, but he does lose a hefty amount of them as it does finally there go down to tower fire. Over onto this side, however, Nullus says, it's time to fight. It's time to fight. He doesn't have his heavy queued up yet. Does he have this dock? He doesn't have the dock one in either. Does he have his upgrades? He doesn't have his upgrades coming through either. A whole bunch of Frere, I have to say Frere basics getting forgotten here by Nullus. Getting those upgrades started immediately is really important because they take so long to come through. These fishing ships are going to fall over onto this side. And Nullus can send some random, like, herdmen or anything down onto this side here. He's got himself enough favor to drop another, like, Asgardian Bastion if he wants to. He just has to research the upgrade there. As the longhouse going down. Is there enough throw an axeman here? I don't think there is. He drops down the Tempest. Is the army going to be chasing these guys away? Probably going to get a couple of samurai picks, but Mini Eddie says, no worries, I'll just run. It's fine. But those are Berserks and Herman versus Samurai. It's not what you want. There is the Bergreezy in as the Naginata Riders charging onto the back. A little bit of a cheeky solar shield there onto that Musha to take out the Rock Giant. Is this going to be enough? It looks like with the taunt there, it will be enough. And Nullus cleaning up this army somehow. I mean, the Samurai, they should be doing really well here, but I think they were all attacking the Bergreezy there till the very end. And then Nullus manages to clean up one army there for Mini Yeti. But now Mini Yeti is on heavy upgrades himself here after that one big fight. So it's heavy versus heavy, though. Champion is a ways away. And Nullus, however, if he gets the fishing ships out, he gets the docks down, he gets security in the middle, gets this town center, he's going to be in a good spot. He drops a hill fort here, and he does decide, you know what's better than Asgardian Bastions? Bergreezy. He does get the technology for it, just in case, but Bergreezy are really, really good. Kamotachi going for another little bit of a suicide raid here. Low HP villagers can go down in an instant if you're not careful. A temple coming up onto the front. Longhouse coming through as well. I'd love to see a town center. Or maybe even just straight to the Mythic Age. Wouldn't be a bad idea to unlock the champion upgrades and things like that. But still, Kamotachi now heading in. Nullus has to be paying attention here. He does notice it. But the damage comes in. 3 villager kills with 1 swipe there. They aren't even upgraded. Obviously, they were low HP. And the Kamotachi will just pull back. Just to move over onto the other side here. And now Nullus says, I've got siege weapons here. I got double Bergreezy. I'm just going to charge in. Like, why not? He needs more throw and action where they're coming in. He can take out the armory and all the other good stuff. If he can just kill off this base, obviously the game is going to be over for Mini Yeti. Mini Yeti's got a decent amount of military, but he doesn't have a great answer to these Bergreezy. Yes, he has on Namusha. Yes, he's got 1 solar shield. But is that going to be enough? A forward Asgardian Bastion coming through. We've also got a portable ram in for Nullus here as well. As more portable rams on the way. Lots and lots of throw and axemen coming in. As it looks like Nullus is realizing Mini Yeti is basically pure samurai at the moment. The Kamotachi does end up going down on the back there. Retreating into the temple, into the hill fort. No problems. But what can Mini Yeti realistically do now? Throw an axeman charging in here. Sniping the samurai. Sniping everything. You can't get too close here. You don't want to run straight into the samurai, but he pulls back beautifully as the throw an axeman cleaning up these units. He's got the double Bergreezy there as well to get the taunts in, but he doesn't even really need to do that. As another hill fort coming down for Nullus, he says, look, I got the answer. I know what the answer is to samurai. It's buildings. As he charges forward, one taunt onto the samurai would be absolutely gigantic. And there he goes. Gets that taunt in. Throw an axeman, getting some big damage. That does lose 1 Bergreezy, but the rest of the samurai falling. And all of a sudden, 2 hill forts in your main base. Mini Yeti is over on that right gold mine, but it doesn't even matter. The portable ram killing off the watchtower. And if this town center falls, then the Goshin Boku will go over to Nullus's side here. Nullus can take it, and then his Bergreezy will get reborn. But the samurai do manage to get some nice kills over here. As the Kamotachi goes down. Good garrison micro from Nullus. Still has to be careful here. Has to keep his space away from those samurai. But does a good job of it as another Bergreezy making its way in. Look at that. 2,000 gold right now. The Kamotachi are going after the villagers here. There's not enough favor for a solar shield. So he does manage to take it out. As the Bergreezy continuing to go at this position. The samurai popping out over here as the Bergreezy does have a taunt. Diving into the hill fort here as the Bergreezy is able to tank those samurai, distract them away, allowing the throw and axeman to kill off all of them. Another Bergreezy to come through, and that town center down to 1,200 HP. Mini Yeti has got nothing remaining in the tank. And Nullus equalizes with his Frere. We're one game apiece here. Beautiful Frere play here. I love this forward Asgardian Hill forward. And he gets another one. Plays amazingly around this position. There's a wall over here. Almost enough, but in the end there, Nullus does actually manage to hold on, gets the dub. Minieri not able to make their Matarasu work on this map. We'll move into game number 3, see what these guys are going to be playing. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this is Age of Mythology we're watching. Are you not entertained? Let's go. Alrighty, let's give that point over to Nullus. And we are moving in onto the map Tundra. And it looks like we are going to be watching a Hades versus Isis affair here. Hades versus Isis. So it was a win for Set, right? And a loss over here. Okay, and over here it's a win and a loss. And Hades is game 3. And Isis is game 3. All right, let me grab some water. How does this ban pick system work? So the first pick is an ace pick. It's picked simultaneously. So you can actually get some mirror matchups here. If both players value the same god, they can both pick the same god. No problems there. Then both players ban a god. That god is off the menu. You can't pick it anymore. And then every god after that is exclusive to the player. They can have that god. So Minieri picking Set in that position and picking Gaia means Nullus can't pick Gaia or Set. Nullus having Freyr and Hades means Minieri can't pick Freyr and Hades. That's how it works. But we are moving on to Tundra, a nice map for Isis for sure. And yeah, Nullus with the Hades on this map. I think this is an interesting matchup. I do think there's room for Nullus here. He is such a good defender with Hades that he might be able to crack the powerhouse that is Isis and show everyone how it's done. We'll see. We'll see what the game plan is here, though, for Minieri, as it's always a little tricky to know what the Isis player is doing. There's so many angles you've got here, so many different points you can be aiming for as your main point to put pressure onto your opponent. That's the big thing. That's the big one that's difficult to deal with. But let's get into this game and see how it's going to go. Alrighty, so on the right-hand corner of the map, Nullus as the Hades. Left-hand corner of the map, Minieri, Isis. Tundra, and game number 3. Let's check out the relics. We've got the Dwarven Calipers over here on the bottom side of the map. Oh, this one here is making the siege weapons cheaper. This is actually a really big relic for Isis all-ins, going one town center, fast heroic, and trying to put pressure on straight away. Over on this side, the arrows of the Alpha with the damage of melee attack and range attack going by 15% up for the buildings. Huge relic for a heroic age Sobek style of Isis. Because you can just spam Migdols with that sun-dried mud brick and enjoy the bonus damage. Am I right on that? It's buildings, right? Yeah, spamming that out. Big Malin statue over here. Hit points plus 40% there for the villagers. And one final relic over onto this side is a Demeter's Throne. An unfortunate relic. Not terrible, not good, just very mediocre. As a temple coming through for Nullus, he's going to be going in for a very quick Vaults of Erebus, I imagine, as we're also going to be seeing a very quick Follow the Nile, as well as the mining camp. Ooh, some sweaty micro here from Minieri. mining camp right next to the granary. A little bit of swapping between the two. No? Could work. I don't know. Alrighty. So let's take a look at them. Oh god, this town center is also really, really good. Unfortunately for Nullus, he doesn't get rewarded exactly the same. He does have a okay gold mine, but you really want it behind the town center if you can. If Nullus had this town center, I feel like this game would be like amazing for Nullus. He'd have a great time here playing defensively and just trying to weather the storm of the powerful ISIS. But because it's forward, he might have some trouble there. Going for a forward town center is generally a bit of a no-no against ISIS as well, because she's got so many tools to punish that. So if you want to go for a town center, that back one is generally the only choice. Now, if Nullus wants to stay one town center, it's normally not the best of ideas, but there are some Cyclops sort of tries that you can go for as Hades, like doing Hippias, Cyclops, things like that to break through the ISIS can be somewhat useful. There's a temple coming through from Mini-Yeti over onto this side. And the Ajax coming in super early for Nullus. He says, I'll get this one as fast as I possibly can. Get him out onto the map. We'll take a later advance time because I don't care. And I will be grabbing myself my first relic of Pygmalion statue as fast as he possibly can. Big relic to have, actually, especially considering Mini-Yeti going for Anubis here and not Bast. Reason why it's a big relic is because the Anubite raids, while I don't think they're amazing versus Hades, they can be a little potent if you make a mistake. And if you have that Pygmalion statue, then all of a sudden, huge amount more HP, and those mistakes are going to be much harder to make, or mistakes are going to be a lot harder to get punished because the villagers are going to have that much more HP. Nonetheless, Athena on the way here for Nullus. Nullus doesn't fall for the track of stopping his auto queue and then starting it back and forgetting to start it back up again. He gets himself a Pegasus out. House coming out, and I almost guarantee you we will be seeing this town center coming up. But he does need to make sure he gets out Achilles, and he's ready to defend that against any sort of any sort of Anubis shenanigans. Meanwhile, double barracks here, triple barracks here from Mini-Yeti. No Pharaoh empowerment. He wants to spam Spearman out. There is a very real world here where Nullus is going to get... Oh, I don't know. Nullus is going to scout this. If he sees the triple barracks up already, he's just missed it. If he sees this with the Pegasus, well, he probably just doesn't go for the town center. He's wandering over there. The barracks have been revealed. Is he walking there? He is still going. The spearmen are coming through. No reaction from Nullus. He wants the town center. He's got a Minotaur. Does he at least have the Achilles? Yes, he'll have an Achilles. So he's got the Minotaur, the Ajax, the Achilles. There is a Plague of Serpents. This is an absolutely crazy town center to be grabbing right now. There is Restoration. Watchtowers is pre-queued here for Nullus as well. The Minotaur, on top of this, the Nubite gets a little bit of early game damage done onto that one. As the Plague of Serpents comes down, Restoration, simply put, needs to be dropped here. As he does turn around, starts shooting down these Serpents. The Nubite almost going down here as the Minotaur headbutts those Spearmen away. Villagers shanking onto this position. He will be losing villagers here. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. 1, 2 villagers down. A third villager potentially. No, decides to bail. Gets 2. Sentinels dropped. So damage dealt traded Serpents, Plague of Serpents there for slightly delayed Town Center. For damage onto the hero, killing off the Ajax. Watchtowers is now up as these Spearmen will be taking some big damage in this base here. He's going after the villagers, but Nullus just waits till the very last moment before pulling them back. The villagers can grab this Tundra Tree. He's got Aurochs on the back. He's got Aurochs on the front. And I think at this point now, if you're Mini Yeti, you have to start thinking, well, crap. I got to go with Town Center, right? But then you're giving the game over to Nullus because he's got the advantage. Yes, you picked off 2 villagers, but is that enough? A great defense from Nullus. Mini Yeti has to make a big decision now. Maybe Heroic Age is not a terrible idea here. Pulls the villagers off of the wood. Does he have an armor? He's got an armor in a market. It looks like he is going Heroic Age. So the all-in continues. Tiny little bit of damage here. Delays the Heroic Age. But he gets a tiny bit of damage. Forces out Watchtowers super early. And now he's going next stage. And he can drop a forward Migdol down. He can get the Siege out. I want to see him grab this relic. Does he see it? No, he doesn't see it. Unfortunate. He might be able to grab this one. Arrows of the Alpha, which will be a big help as well. As Nephthys on the way. So Mini Yeti's crazy all-ins. He hasn't really been that crazy so far. I mean, first game he played pretty wild with the set, but it wasn't like it wasn't crazy. Like this is a crazy strategy. The villagers unfortunately decide to go around onto the back forest here onto the front. I'm sure Mini Yeti will be ready to deal with that as the Spearmen coming in, get a little bit of damage done. You have to remember these villagers do have Pygmalion statues, so it's even harder to take them out. As the Spearman pulling back, does end up losing one there. Another Spearman going down. Some walls coming up. Archery range, triple archery range on the way at the moment. Idea potentially for some Toxotes or Peltast if he thinks the Chariot Archers are coming, but he does have to be careful with that in his main base. Just the one military academy for the time being. That's the Scorpion Men coming out for Mini Yeti, and the villagers will now wander forward, and Nullus knows exactly what's coming for him. He's got his Pegasus literally just sitting here just saying, where are you going with those villagers, bro? Nullus trying to pump out some units here. He's going to be well and truly stuck in this classical age, trying to just hold on. But we'll see if he's going to be able to make it there. The thing is here, with the Toxotes sitting behind this, he can just sit here behind this position and be okay. But what about a Migdol stronghold? Right, he is going for it. This is incredibly aggressive. Is this going to get spotted? It's just out of line of sight. It's just out of line of sight. He does. I see this. I see the tiles. He does not see the tiles. If you watch Nullus' perspective, he would not see those tiles there. He's got no idea that this is about to pop up. A monument to the villagers coming up on the front as well to God Power block any sort of restoration, secondary restoration or something like that. Now the Migdol stronghold is up and Nullus goes, oh crap. It does not hit the gold mine. But Chariot Archers coming through. That's going to be an answer for Hoplites. That's going to be an answer for Toxotes. Now let's moving over onto this side. Does the Obelisk see this? Yes. Does see the mining camp going up over there. And at this point, Nullus will basically just want to get Heroic Age, get a fortress down, and start Petropolis to siege out of here. But realistically, I don't think he should be thinking siege at all. I almost think all he needs is Heroic Age and Peltast and just some defense. Get some towers up or something. I don't know. Slingers are out as well to snipe down some of these Toxotes. Nullus has got that Aphrodite pre-queued. He's missing an armory. Is that right? Doesn't have an armory. Now the armory coming up onto this side. He needs that as fast as he possibly can. The monument for the time being only really defending this amount of land here, but if he starts empowering it, it can be a good thing there. Is the archery range going down? stable coming up on the back here for Nullus. Wants some cavalry to try and deal with these chariot archers. The chariot archers sniping villagers. There's still a hefty villager advantage here. As these guys coming up to the top. Now, Mini-Yeti does have an obelisk sitting here. Does spot this. Another Zom coming through. The double Zom. That's 10. Wait, is that 10? It's only 9? How's it not 10? I'm missing one. Anyways, that's 9 sentinels shooting at 10 DPS. So that's 90 DPS in that area at the town center on with another 20 DPS, 110 DPS on that area. And Mini-Yeti says, no worries, I'll attack elsewhere. I'll go for your main base. I got siege towers. I don't care anymore. As he's charging, there's also ancestors on the cards as well. As the chariot archers sniping some units, the hoplites charging in to try and take out the siege tower. Gets down to 0 HP, snipes it there as the villagers are going to make their way over onto this side, maybe grabbing that gold mine there yet again. But at the moment, 600 gold in the bank. Enough gold to potentially drop a fortress somewhere. Over here would be ideal, right? If he gets that fortress up. But, I mean, these ancestors can get dropped down into that position immediately to deny it. But the other thing is, a lot of military can come out in building things like Capaspist and building Peltas, because they don't cost that much. They don't cost that much gold. As the curse gets dropped down, hoplites coming through, ancestors gets dropped. The Nemean lion here can turn around and get a bit of a stun off as the villagers or the army just going to drive into the town center. Temple goes down as the army charging after the villagers here. Minotaur gets the headbutt in as the heroes charging through. No Chiron coming out just yet. The siege tower is currently targeting down the home town center as that one Scorpion man is going to getting so much value onto that back line of Toxotes there. Huge tank. As a couple of Peltas now starting to come through, the town center ends up falling. Villager differential is basically equal here, but you have to remember, Nullus just needs to hold. He hasn't come over onto this gold mine yet. He's got 4 on this gold. He is grabbing the gold on the front here for the time being. The Nemean line tanking up very nicely here. As long as the Toxotes are actually firing, they are good here against the Chariot Archers. Chariot Archers' advantage against the Toxotes is the fact that they can space them. Space them out of existence. The spearmen getting sniped over there, and the army for Nullus going to be pulling back for the time being. It's very, very close here. 2k versus 2.6k, and that's also in siege tower, which won't really help in terms of what a fight is, though. And you also got all these sentinels on this side as well. But for the moment, Nullus, no gold. He's moving back over onto this gold mine here. Lots and lots of wood. 0 food income as well. He can't even throw down farms. Back up to the top here to grab this this elk there, it looks like, as the Toxotes slowly going to be able to take out at least a siege tower here as the chariot archers making their way around to the side. And Nullus knows this. He's pulling over here. How many Peltas? He's got 7 Peltas. That's a hefty amount to try and deal with those chariot archers, especially also the Toxotes there as well. Also has ballistics, so that's nice to add to that one. There's another storehouse onto the other side coming in. And Nullus will get the shooting... Oh, sorry. Yeah, Nullus will have to get some shoot and scoot himself to sort of all walk forward and chase those guys. As now the camel riders starting to come through. Nullus in a little bit of a desperate position right now, as all of his army is starting to dissipate. There's now 1,000 military resource value for Mini-Yeti. As the villagers are going to pull back. A temple coming up on the middle here for Nullus. I'm not exactly sure what his plan is with it. All his myth units are costing gold. You can't just make, say, Manticore or something like that. Meanwhile, Spearman back over onto this left side to snipe those villagers off of the hunt there. And, I mean, Mini-Yeti is in front by 14 villagers at this point. The Shades of Hades, though, The last ditch effort. The military completely changes. There's no heroes here to deal with these. He charges forward. He's fighting underneath the Migdol stronghold, however. This is not what he needs, but we'll see if it's going to work. For Peltas to take out the Chariot Archers, the Shades of Hades to take out everything else. The oldest trick in the book from Nullus from the Hades side, but he realizes diving in onto this spot to try and take this army out is just not going to cut it. He's too far behind on villages, lost too much. And Mini claims game number 3 with the ISIS. A very, very toughly fought game. Nullus almost held here. It's super close. I think he overdid it a little bit on the Toxotes. If he got to the heroic age a little bit faster, got those Peltas out in a little bit more of a mass, then it would have changed things a little bit here on this one. But Mini super well played. I love that little tech at the start. Spam some spearmen, force the watchtowers out, and that slows the Hades player down because he's thinking, oh, do I go heroic age now, or do I make units and try and defend the classical age all in? Now, that being said, Nullus did have the Pegasus out. He did scout it. He should have known. But it's a nice little way to like just throw a curveball at your opponent. Kind of like a little bit of a sideline in chess or something like that. But a really well played game. We will move into game number 4 now. And we'll see if Mini can close this series out or if Nullus is going to be able to force a game number 5. Alrighty, let's have a quick little look-see and see what they're going to be playing. We are going in onto the map Steppe for game number 4. And it's going to be a Loki versus Noir. A Loki versus Noir on Steppe. Okay. For those of you looking at the bracket and wondering what the disqualifications mean, it doesn't mean anything. It's just when I say I didn't set up the bracket well enough, and it's fine. I'm just going to reset it when the game starts. So we do have Nyan versus Allapes next. And then following that, we're going to have Avely versus Grass. There's no disqualifications. It's fine, guys. It's fine. If you can blame, and if you want to blame anyone, blame me. All right? Okay. Okay, I play Boit. Good. No worries. Enjoy. And this has been an incredibly well fought series thus far with some really fun strategies. We'll see what's going to happen. Nullus' Loki is really, really good. He's one of the kind of Matrius types with Loki, kind of figured it out to some degree in Legacy. Obviously, Loki's very different in Retold, but he's got a lot of knowledge inside of playing Loki in many different ways. So that's one really good thing that he's going to have going for himself here. But nonetheless, we'll be getting into game number 4 as the players slowly load in. Let me get this sorted out for you guys right here. And in the top right-ish, I mean slightly on the right side of the map, we've got Nullus. On the bottom side of the map, it's Mini. It's 2-1, best of 5, first to 3. First player who gets the 3 here goes on to Champions League, and you will be seeing a lot more of them as the tournament progresses. The other player gets a ticket to Challengers League, which is the next top 16 players after Champions League. Or they can also try out again or try again next week in the next qualifier. Some relics onto this right side. We've got the Scarab Pendant here, which is the crush damage of the siege going up. Over on this side, we've got the Cathara of Apollo, which is villager speed plus 10% there. Over on this side, we have the Feather of Jingwei, which is wood trickle rate plus 0.5. Over onto this side, we have the Wu Hao Bow of Huangdi, which is going to be making those ranged units have a little bit of shenanigans there. Now, if I know Mini Yeti, and I think I know Mini Yeti, there's one thing we haven't seen from him just yet. One thing. What's that? We haven't seen a tower rush just yet. And guess which god is amazing at tower rushes? Nuwa. You use this god power creation right in on top of your opponent's main base. And life gets very, very challenging for your opponent. Now, if your opponent realizes, then I honestly, I don't think it works. If they understand how to defend against it, I don't think it works. But we'll see how things are going to go. Anyways, Pioneer gets sent packing. Nullus needs to get back up here and drop his temple. One very, very easy way to play this specific matchup as Loki is to get a nice quick advance. The thing is, right, there's two potent strategies here for Nuwa. Number one is rushing up a second town center. Like you go for Hal 2, you get your second town center up with the Qualifier hero and the creation, and you get that going, right? So that's strategy number one. That's really potent. And you drop the Earth Wall, you play defensively. It's really strong. Potent strategy number two is this tower rush idea where you put early pressure onto your opponent and you make them really struggle, right? So what is an idea here to deal with it? Well, look at the advance time. It's like a 3-minute, well, it's actually pretty slow here from Mini Yeti, so maybe he's not going for the tower rush, but it's like a 4-minute-ish advance time, right? If you go for a 3-minute 30 or something like that, and you get those Hersa pumping out, all of a sudden you are playing around the creation, the tower rush, and you're playing around the far second town center because you can just send those Hersa over there to kill off those villages and prevent it. So that's an idea. Anyways, we'll see what's going to happen. He's got both options at the moment. He's got the wood coming in, the gold coming in. So he can actually go for the town center, but I think it's kind of looking like with only this many villages on gold, he is going for a little bit of a forward thing. He does charge through here, the house coming down. Is this going to be... Surely not. He's going to be dropping Earth Wall on the front here. Really? That's wild. He's got it set up. He's getting the double military camp up. The force city is on the way. Earth Wall gets chopped down. You could bring the villagers over here to shank this wall down. But Nullus, he says, I don't have it. I don't have that in me. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to pull my dwarves over to and look, the Cheongchi is already in here. Mini Yeti pulls off the cheese of his life right now. Towers coming through onto this position to push off this gold mine. The Cheongchi taking the dwarves out. A great haul coming through for Nullus. As Nullus has got to just be like, what the hell? What do I do now? One dwarf down. And the Cheongchi flies off. Dao's swordsman coming in to deal with this. The Ursa popping out over here. Pop out with 83 HP remaining. As now Nullus going to return back over onto this gold mine, trying to get his units out. He's got a little bit of gold remaining. One idea here for Mini Yeti now is to just wander forward and drop another building down onto this spot. As the Dwarves trying to shank this down, he needs throwing action in. Making a couple of raiding cavalry. There's the Fire Archer there that needs to be sniped. Nullus in for a incredibly difficult time here. He charges forward, tries to get it onto the Fire Archer over here. The Hearser coming through. More Fire Archers to come in. No Halberdier at the moment. We see a cheeky little couple of Wuzu Javelin here as Nullus is forced to take this fight super early. And Nullus taps out. Well, you guys wanted it. You guys wanted to see the cheese. We saw the cheese. Mini Yeti cheesing his way into Champions League for game number 4. Congratulations to Mini Yeti are in order. Unlucky to Nullus. I don't think he knew that this was a thing. He advanced a little bit too late with Loki. You got to get that fast advance up. If you do it, then this isn't an issue. Does not work. In fact, beyond all of this, he probably could have just wandered forward, shanked the earth walls down as it was casting in, and he would have been able to walk in here and deny the buildings from coming up as well and kill off those creation peasants, and then the game would have continued along, those clay peasants. So a couple of unfortunate, maybe just knowledge problems there from Nullus. Just did not realize that those are things that he can do. And a quick win for Mini Yeti and a congratulations to him as he's going to go into Champions League. We're going to be able to see more Mini Yeti shenanigans. Us. Alrighty, let's jump into the next series, which is going to be Allapes versus NyanRacingCat. Alrighty, let's get this game all set up and ready to go. Nyan and Allapes. Let's come over to here, make sure that this is all fixed up. It looks like it is. Right, Allapes-san, hajimeyou ka. We're going to take the shortest of breaks here. When you can. It looks like we're going to have just the shortest of breaks. And I'll get this draft sorted out. Actually, maybe we won't. I don't know. I think we'll see. We'll see what's happening here. Let's get this. Let's get this all sorted out. Bam. God, we want to do this. Oops. All right. This one here. Okay. All right, guys. I am going to quickly run to the bathroom, and we're going to get this next series started momentarily, guys. All right. We've got Nyan versus Allapes. Allapes. Okay. All right, 1 second. I'll be right back. Just going to run to the toilet. And we're back. Yay. Alrighty. Let's jump over to the draft and see how these guys are going. So they're picking up their maps. We see Nyan grabbing Anatolia as his ace pick map. Steppe coming in for Allapes as well, followed by Tundra and Key. And then we have ourselves some bands coming in to decide what the final map is going to be. And all the other good stuff. So NyanRacingCat, for those of you who don't know, currently outside the players who had esports rating, so without taking those guys into account, NyanRacingCat does have the highest elo out of anyone in this qualifier. So technically speaking, he is a favorite of the qualifier. Allapes' son, however, has got aura on his side. We have the entirety of the Age Mythology world cheering on the lone Japanese man coming in to dominate. He's been playing Age Mythology for less than a year, and he is already taking games off of top players. This guy is an incredibly intelligent RTS player and a monster to be very, very scared of. So the maps there coming through, we will be seeing Elysium for our first map. As we'll see the next stage of this draft coming in momentarily as soon as Nyan sends it through. Yamete kudasai. Alrighty. Okay. Anyone know what Allapes' elo is? At the moment, you can give a little quick bit of analysis here instead of going through their little thing. Let me see. Let me see as like this. I don't even know what his name is at the moment. Nope. Oops. There it is. He's currently ranked 1879, ranked 50 on the ladder. And both players do decide to grab the Amaterasu as their ace pick. I love this. So, here's the thing, right? In this tournament, if both players want the same god, guess what? They can have it. There's no problems. Now, this might end up resulting in a mirror matchup, which we haven't seen once in the history of Age of Mythology Retold in tournaments, in S-tier tournaments. We haven't seen one mirror matchup. Are you guys upset about that? Oh, we have a 1 in 5. Wait, that's probably not how probability works. There is a chance here that we will see a mirror matchup. Following this, there's no more ability to pick the same god that your opponent has. We've got Susanoo coming through for NyanRacingCat. He wants to play the Japanese. Allapes on the other hand says, well, let me just take the Chinese, because those are good too. Grabs the Noir. Wouldn't be surprised to see him pick Shenong or Fushi here. He's been a big fan of those. There we go. Grabs that Shenong. Nyan, I wouldn't be surprised to see him grabbing gods like Set here, Isis. He's very he's actually quite vocal in the balanced Discord, where we get together and we dispute the game and what's fair and what's not fair. about how good those gods are. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him grabbing that, as Fushi and Uranos coming through from Nyan right now. So still not grabbing those Egyptians. Allapes has played a little bit of Egyptian in this tournament already. He did pick set. Even just keeping the set away from your opponent could be a half decent idea. But other ideas could be to go down the Norse route, getting yourself access to Freyr. He grabs Isis here. And then what's going to be next on his list? Realistically, for those of you playing at home, if there's any other people wanting to compete in these tournaments and they're not really sure how to approach a draft, what I would recommend is you make a list of what gods you think are your best gods. And you make that list from 1 down to 19. And then you just pick the top god. Don't even worry about what your opponent's picking. There's no point. Just pick the best god you can possibly pick. And then you're going to do fine in the draft. You're never going to get a bad draft if you do that. If you're just trying to counter your opponent, then that's when bad drafts can start coming through. As we do see Allapes grabbing the Chronos. Oh, I like that. I haven't seen him playing his Atlantean in quite some time, but he did come out early days. I can't remember which tournament it was. He sort of made a bit of a splash on the scene early days. Might have been in Wrath of the Gods or something like that. And he was taking, I think he beat Super Ephim or something, who was a very strong player back in the day before he ran off to different games and different scenery. But he did take out like Super Ephim there with his really strong Atlantean, as Kronos and Hades then come through for Allapes, and obviously the Gaia in for Nyan. An interesting draft here, nonetheless, but we will be seeing exactly how this situation goes as the God Picker is on the way. And it is on the map Elysium. So we'll see what they're going to be picking. So we're playing on Elysium first. They haven't yet done their God Picker. So that's just about to happen here. As they are now just picking away. Nyan picks his god, and Allapes is going to grab his god as well, which little bits of thinking. And it will be Susanoo versus Nuwa for game number 1. Susanoo versus Nuwa for game number 1. So a little bit of spice here. A little bit of spice for game number 1 on the map Elysium. We will have to wait around 3 minutes for these guys to sort of get started. But we'll get into it momentarily. Thanks everyone for your patience. These things do take just that little bit of time to just get rolling. But once we get rolling, it's bam, 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 bam. So that's the nature of the beast. It's the nature of the beast. What is that Hades icon? What do you mean? This is just Hades. This is his that's his face. It's the old portrait. They just have to pick their server. Generally speaking, no matter where you are in the world right now, you can find a server that has got around about 100 to 150 ping for each player. All right. In other news, for those of you who are just tuning in, who aren't normally watching and want to watch more of this, where do you find out more about Champions League? Well, my Discord is a place to be. That's where I'm going to be putting all the information. Liquipedia is also going to be putting out the scheduled times as well, and they've got a really cool little system. You open up the Champions League page there, and you'll be able to see those times coming in when they do come through for the group stages, but that's not for another 2 weeks or so, or 1 week, I don't know. And also, there's a whole bunch of qualifier games that have been played that I will be covering through the week. And my normal, regular scheduled streaming time is around about like 1200, 1300 GMT until sleep time. So we will be going through those games through the week. So if you want to tune in and watch those, make sure you come and say g'day. And beyond all of that, group stage, or next weekend is another qualifier. So we're going to be doing another full day. And then all the promotion matches, so to speak, on the Sunday. And so yeah, make sure you're hanging out for that one. Because there's still 4 more players after today that will be vying for those last 4 spots. There's still going to be, well, not even 4 players, 60 plus players, 70 players, 100 players, however many people do decide to join in. Also, I appreciate that comment there, Mr. Oyi. The production is off the charts. Huge shout out to Uros, and it's only going to get better every single week. So I'm looking forward to all the fun stuff that we're going to be seeing and all that good stuff there. But yeah, these guys are going to be ready to start soon. Why does it take? I don't know. The players are slow. That's why it takes so long. I could come out there with a gun and say, hurry up and start, but that's the story there. And it's normally around about 10-ish minutes to get a game going. And it looks like we've already started, as these guys forgot to put a thing on, but that's fine. Let's get into it. Let's get into game number 1. NyanRacingCat, Allapes. Let's get it. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Susanoo, it is going to be NyanRacingCat, his opponent today. In the right-hand corner, playing as Nuwa, it's Allapes. We've got a very, very spicy game. Funnily enough, we've got both players playing the opposite player's Civ, if that makes any sense. I'm not going to get into it any more than that. You guys can think about what I mean by that. Maybe the flags will give it away. But yes, living the dream. All right, we've got some relics on the maps. Let's have a little cheeky look. We've got ourselves the text of Imhotep, which is making those buildings come a little bit quicker. Over here, we've got the Trojan Gate Hinge, which is making the hit points at the walls plus 40% more. Up into the middle of the map, there's the Ulla's Bow here, which is a ranged attack boost of +1 there for those units. Up onto this side here, there is the Okuninushi's Covenant, which is gold and would cost minus 75%. It's back! This is such a good relic for Susan. Susan down the bottom here. This relic is so good for this god. You absolutely want multiple temples as Susanoo. Reason being is you get gifted by the gods for fighting and also for building myth units favor. Every single Bushido tier you get 50 favor, you get 75 favor, you get 100 favor. I think you then get 150 favor in the end, and you just get gifted it. And then you go, well, crap, I just got 50 favor out of nowhere. What am I going to do? I can't spend it straight away. It's really hard. If you have 2 temples, you build 2 lots of myth units, that favor is gone. Those myth units are out on the map, and they're ready to go. Meanwhile, Allapes going to be just starting off with a very nice, simple opening here. He gets his temple, getting a little bit of wood income, getting his food through. He is grabbing that Qualifier Chieftain technology and also going to be getting himself the Divine Light here so that he can pick up some relics. Which relic is he looking for? Maybe the Uller's Bow here is nice. An extra range on those fire archers is going to be so helpful. Now, Susanoo does not have that huge bonus for Samurai, which Amaterasu has. However, there is an argument that Susanoo's Samurai can get stronger than Amaterasu's. You are missing the Katagi technology. However, you have a 25% reduction in every single unit you have's special ability. So if you go for, say, the Raijin god, and then also Takamikazuchi, those two minor gods in the Heroic Age and Mythic Age, you can make some incredibly strong late game Samurai. Very similar in power to the Amaterasu Samurai. So that relic is going to be a big help there. And actually, we're going to be seeing Minakata Tomi here from NyanRacingCat. So not going for any of the big stuff here. He's going to be playing a nice slow game. Is he going for a town center? I mean, look at how beautiful this position is. And I'm not talking about this position because the town center here protects it. That's not what I'm talking about. Very, very early earth wall coming over here as the town center is going to be coming up very quickly. The reason I'm saying this town center is so good is because Nyan can just walk over here, grab this, eat this food, drop shrine here, and just get, or even just drop shrine in the middle and get a huge amount of favor there from the Japanese. For those of you who are just tuning in and don't really understand what's going on because you've never seen the Japanese before, well, the Miko, well, she gains favor based on how many resources are around the shrine. That's that. Stable dojo coming through for Nyan as the one Yudo coming in now. This guy is basically a siege weapon. And not basically, he is a siege weapon. He's coming forward and he's going to start wailing away at the earth wall. Now, it's pretty easy to defend against this. There's the Pioneer already out, so that's going to be a nice way to start defending and all the other good stuff as the military camp now up for Allapes. He is going to be getting ready to just defend all of this stuff. Has to be concerned about what units his opponent's making. It's going to be Naginata Rider, and it's also going to be the Samurai. So Fire Archer and Halberdier makes a lot of sense here. And we do see Nyan! He's back at it. He is back at it. He goes, I have got a shrine coming up, and we are going to be planting a forward Shrine of the Hunt here, which means wolves are coming. As the one Udor gets taken out, the wolves will be going down immediately to these pioneers. There's no way to really target these guys down. The tower is also up here from Allapes. I don't think this is a good idea from Nyan in the slightest. Over onto this side, the Xiongqi getting involved over here. Will just pick itself back up, retreat away, and slowly start knocking down this Shrine of the Hunt. And then he can just come and eat this food here as well, no problems. Meanwhile, a machine workshop on the way. Do we see any halberdier coming through? No. Got to be careful here. If you are out of pest, is he going to grab another? He is grabbing another tower here from that machine workshop. He's got to be careful though, because these units can just sit underneath it. The town center might be in range to defend, but I don't think it defends the whole thing there, as the wall will go down. Still taking little bits of damage here as the Xiongqi dives down here, does snipe that Kitsune off. As these wolves are going to go down pretty quickly. Watchtowers is through, and Allapes is very, very aware of what he's facing right now. It is a full all-in classical fight here from Nyan. Allapes on the other side just has to spam units, hold on. Unfortunately, his earth wall did not secure his gold mine over here, so he can't go onto that early. So there might be some issues arising there a little bit later. As over onto this side, the one Udor going to be attempting to take out the military camp. As the Pioneer coming around onto the side. Just ready to defend. We do see the Mikor in to heal this one up. But now with the Pioneer ready, they can just pop forward, take out the one Udor. Moving it over onto this side, the Fire Archer, plus the Halberdier, enough to take out those units there. But we'll see if he can continue this one along. Snipes with another Wolf there. Now, I'm not sure about this. Maybe there's someone in the chat who knows. Do these, does this Shrine of the Hunt, do these Shrine of the Hunt Wolves contribute to the passive favor gain that you get from Susanoo? Nonetheless, the military camp getting targeted down here. Allapes, it looks like he is kind of defending this. He will be able to take out the Shrine of the Hunt now as well from range there with the Fire Archers. Yeah, the Wolves are technically myth units, but I don't know if they're the right type of myth unit. I think they're, I don't know. Anyways, sniping some units from behind this earth wall is making it very hard for Nyan to break through. Nyan does still have this Kusanagi that he can drop down at any point here. Funnily enough, leaving the Shrine of the Hunt here is probably the better call because he's going to get more deer in front of his base for to eat a little bit later. Apparently JJ the Builder says, yes, on the Wolves. They do contribute. There you go. As now the Shrine of the Hunt falls down and apparently turns into a couple of trees falling over. The more you know. But so far, Allapes has defended. The only problem is that his gold mine is going to be expiring relatively soon. 800, never mind, he's over onto this side already. Love it. If you can get the walls up, yes, perfect. And then he just has to get some buildings in and maybe even get himself more towers up onto this top position. Nyan, on the other hand, how is he going to be able to break this? What is he going to be able to do to break through this position? He's going to send the Naginata Riders up to the top. And there's not really any worry about over here. Walls coming through here as the earth wall needs to get patched up there. As the Naginata Riders coming through, spotting the villager. We'll lose one there, but Allapes pulls back with the other villagers. Definitely don't want to be losing this one here as the Halberdier coming over here to hold. As the rest of this army will make their way over up onto the top side. Lots of samurai, but a very healthy amount of Fire Archers. There is still this Kusanagi in, and there's 88 favor here in the bank for Nyan. What's he going to be doing with that as the Fire Archers getting charged in on? Allapes, who dives through the tower onto the backside, sniping off samurai left, right, and center here. Villagers going down as the Halberdier coming through to try and defend all of this. Good control here is a must. This is where games go very, very poorly. Great control from Nyan to split up the army, taking out the Cheongchi there. But if you take a look at the military differential, Allapes is pulling in front. He has 3.4k military resource value to the 2.9k of Nyan. Nyan coming back over onto this side, going to try and break through into the main base. We do see a Shrine of the Hunt there, boosting up a little bit of Hunt on that backside. It's a big favor spend. I don't know if it was 100% worth it there for Nyan to do that, but he wants a little bit of extra favor to come through, and also that Hunt on the backside there. There's the villagers going down. Allapes could go for this technology here. Survival equipment. That could help him out on holding that gold mine. Meanwhile, jockey's over onto this position to grab this gold mine because why not? Why take a fight against the Japanese when you can just rotate your villagers back and forward? As the villagers on the front here from Nyan, he is incredibly aggressive here. Allapes' army is just incredibly strong though. With good control, he just pulls back. Great move there. Allapes taking that Kusanagi there. His army gets spread thin. However, he pulls back nicely. The Halberdier on top of those Naginata Riders beautifully here. As Allapes is continuing to micro this one. Focus firing Samurai beautifully. Great control here. And Nyan in game number 1 taps out in 12 minutes. as Allapes holds brutally there. An incredibly good defense. The forward Shrine of the Hunt just does not get any value here. Throwing away one Yuta left, right, and center. Just a well-played game here from Allapes. I don't know what else to say, but first game there. Got to feel good. Going up against the mammoth that is Nyan. But we'll see if Allapes can continue this form or if Nyan is going to try and play maybe a little bit more stock standard in game 2. Let's jump into the draft and see what's going to be happening. Looks like we're moving in onto the map Anatolia. As the first win goes in for Allapes. And we'll see what they're going to pick next one. Susanoo is trying. I don't look, to be honest, the certain strategy, I don't think Nyan's strategy there was very good. I don't think it was very good. You have a 3-second talent center to grab. You can play 2 talent center there with 3 or 4 Miko out, and you can play for the mid game as Susanoo. It's really, really strong. You don't need Shrine of the Hunt either to make that work. But, I mean, it's like I said. I mean, it's like Earthwall is just a really, 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 really good defensive god power. It's super hard to break. Super hard to break. While these guys are preparing this... Actually, I think they might be going. While these guys are preparing this, I'm going to quickly go fill up my water bottle. Apologies to run away from you guys, but I need some water. This is so many games to cast in one day. I'll be right back. Wow. Alrighty, let's see what they're going for. And we will be seeing on the map Anatolia, Loki versus Amaterasu. Let's go. Alrighty. Oh, let's change the thingy here as well. Interesting pick from Nyan. He's often coming up with some pretty strange ideas, and they are often like quite strong. And sometimes he really misses the boat with these. We're playing on Anatolia. There's going to have boats. He sometimes misses the boat with his ideas, like we saw in that first game. But other times he comes up with some pretty brilliant strategy. So let's see if this is going to be one of those times here as we jump in to game number 2. We'll see if NyanRacingCat can make it happen or if Allapes is going to continue his winning ways. Let's get into it. And here we go. Left-hand corner, NyanRacingCat, Loki. Right-hand corner, Allapes, Amaterasu. What is the thought process here from NyanRacingCat? Does he expect to see Amaterasu here? Or was he expecting something else? One thing that I can think of is that Loki, with that bonus to bonus damage against other units, means that his throw and axemen in the classical age, actually just all around, his throw and axemen are just going to be the strongest of the Norse gods. Throw and axemen versus samurai are going to be really, really good. He's also going to have the Hersa, which can be able to take out those weasels really easily, and all of the good stuff that comes with that. So there could be a very nice idea here for Loki to have some nice success against the Amaterasu. As the fishing ships are going to come through here for Nyan, and Allapes also on the same side. Does take a very aggressive spot, and he's going to start stealing fishing spot positions away from Allapes, but it's not the biggest of deals. You just kind of wander over to the other side, put another dock down, and you're good to go. But we'll see how good Allapes is going to be here. Well, one weakness, I would say, for players who are very, very new to Age of Mythology is often, and have gotten really good really quickly, it's often going to be on the water maps. These maps play very, very differently, especially the hybrid maps. These play really, really differently to everything else. Super tough to get good on these maps and work it all out. You have to put a lot of time into it. And on top of that, every single water map is slightly different. Like Midgard, like Anatolia, like Mediterranean, like Setonaikai, like Mirage. They've all got their own flavor. So you can't just go, oh, I'll just learn one strat and that's going to be it. No, you have to be really ready for each of those specific maps, having specific build orders for them all as well. Nonetheless, we do see a second dock already up for Nyan. And Allapes is going to be upset that his fishing ship spots are getting stolen. This Norseman is very rude, but he does come up here and at least pick one of his spots back before moving over to grab these ones. He get himself about 7 fishing ships on this bottom side and see how things are going to go. As a spy does get dropped down, we will be seeing the temple coming through now for Allapes as well. I still think there's probably some... I still think there's probably some ideas here that... I think there are probably still some ideas here that you could probably go for like a really fast advance here as Amaterasu. Reason being is if I just run... Like if I put my Miko and I send that forward and I put a temple forward, fast advance into my opponent's base with the weasel straight away, then drop the dock down and start getting my fishing ships out or something like that. I'm just going to get so much value because the advance times here are so late. It could be an idea. I don't know. I'm just throwing like random ideas, right? Because we're in the middle of an early game and we don't really know what's going on just yet. Relics over here, we've got the Bridle of Pegasus. This one's going to be making some Pegasus coming out every 60 seconds. Over here, we've got the Economic Jar going in, which is the infantry train time minus 25% there. Over on this one, we've got the Hecate's Torch. Hecate's Torch. Just going to make those god powers cost less. Really good for Amaterasu, that one. And finally, Thundercloud Shawl, which will make the Human Soldier and Heroes for the stuff get a little bit less pierce vulnerability there. As Amaterasu now heading... wow, that's a dock. Allapes coming onto the bottom side, drops the dock down here, trying to get all of this up. We'll be seeing the Hearser coming over here, and he will notice this. It will be revealed shortly what's happened. And he goes, hang on, you got a dock down? That's not fair. But I imagine that Allapes here can just immediately drop dojos and start wandering down here to snipe down this sort of position and claim the entirety of this water fort near free to some degree. But maybe not. I don't know. Anyways, we'll see how it's all going to go. Hearser starting to come through. Nice defense here from Nyan. A little cheeky wall over here wouldn't go astray. And I mean, I think the best place to put the temple is actually attached to your town center and then walls off when you're playing against the Japanese, specifically against the kamikaze weasel users. Nonetheless, Allapes is going to be wandering across the map here, looking for some sort of a raid. And we do have in the main base more houses coming up. No dojo. There's the dojo now coming through for Allapes as his weasel is making its way into the main base here. No trickiness here. He doesn't actually scout where to send it, which is a bit of a mistake. You want to be going straight there. The walls are coming up onto this side. The Hearser are in position to defend, but this will be little bits of damage here nonetheless. As Nyan just a little bit slow here as we see a defensive healing spring placed down to try and keep his villagers alive. As the Weasel charges after the villagers for the time being, and he will be dropping that solar shield down and going after more villagers. Just causing idle time is more than enough here normally. As I pull back, jump into the tower. Ursa getting more damage done. Ursa leaving as this other Kamatachi looks like it will be falling. What are you doing? No, oh, just because they come back for free doesn't mean you're gonna. Doesn't mean you want to just throw them away. All right, couple of units out. Got the Wassen, got the ramming Wassen in as well. As an on the musha coming through, putting some pressure up onto this side as the Dreki is now out for Nyan. Fishing ship going down over here as well. All right, realistically for Allapes, he needs to just get a whole bunch of samurai out and then just wander over here. Because what Nyan is doing is he's spending all of his wood on boats, which basically means he can't spend any of his wood on throwing axemen. So if you're just going to keep spending all of your wood as the Japanese player on boats and samurai, then the units which Nyan can make are, or the Loki player can make is Ursa, Berserk, Herdman, Raiding Cavalry, all of which aren't very good against samurai. There's a stable coming up at the top here. Trying to figure this one all out as the Dreki do come through. Good reaction here from Allapes. Going to get back into his dock. Play very, very defensively here. Meanwhile, a raid now hitting Allapes into the main base. Not paying attention to this one as he's focusing on those Dreki up onto the top side. Loses one villager. Loses two villagers. He's getting attacked all over the place. He will be picking off the Dreki, but losing so many villagers in the main base. Still not paying attention here. The villagers over here going down. Too much going on as the on the musha are trying to deal with all of this. Another villager going down. Allapes under too much pressure here. He finally realizes more villagers going down. Absolute chaos. Tragedy for Allapes as the Ursa now coming up onto the top here to pick off even more villagers. The Kamatachi at the very least going to be able to deal with the Berserk over here. And Nyan has found himself a ridiculous advantage here. He snipes the low HP villager as well. Gets a trolls. No, he doesn't get the low HP villager. Does get the rocket, but misses it. No villagers sniped on that one. A little bit of misclicks there from Nyan as the Ursa get pushed out over onto this side. Another villager going down as the Berserk's hitting more stuff. Nyan completely in his element right now, sniping everything left, right, and center. More villagers going down over there. And Nyan, Allapes is not reacting here. There's just too much going on for him. He's getting attacked on this spot. He's getting attacked on this spot. He's chasing these guys around. He's getting attacked over here. And every villager on the wood line gets taken out. And Allapes says, "Oh dear, I have 12 villagers left. Let me tap out." Oh, one tragic move there. Naya just gets in and absolutely punishes. In a moment's notice, it just destroys everything. Tragedy for Allapes there. I mean, it's just so much going on. But realistically, I do think if we didn't even bother with Naginata Riders at the start, just went nothing but Samurai and boats to win this bottom side of the water, defend himself, probably would have been in a half decent position, but well played there for Nyan. Levels the series 1-1. Let's move into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 3. Alrighty. What do we have going into the next map? Another person needs to pick the map before they do a god pick. So we're just waiting on him to do that. Been some pretty silly games this series. Crazy strats from Nyan, but I guess that's the way he wants to play. If we go ahead and do this. Alrighty. Sorry, a little bit of a delay here. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but just needs to pick a map. At the moment, we've got Elysium having been played, Tundra having been played, Elysium and Anatolia having been played. So there's still Tundra, Steppe, and Key available here. And it looks like we are going to be going on to the map Tundra. So on the map Tundra, what would I play? I guess Nyan can safely pick Amaterasu now because he doesn't have to worry about Amaterasu mirror, which we've seen a lot of. I think a lot of players know how to play that one. It's one of the very few mirrors that we have seen in tournament, not an S tier tournament, but we did it in the Gerbots Japanese Joust. If you missed that one and you want to watch some more competitive Age of Mythology, you can go over and check that out. It's on my YouTube in the streams category. You can find it. Full day of casting from that one. All right. These guys are going to get their god pick momentarily. Nyan's Uranus is the best in the world. I don't know. I think Kavoth's pretty good at Uranus. I think Kavoth's pretty good at Uranus. He's very smart, though. He keeps saying Uranus is an OP and tries to get Uranus buffed. All right. We will be seeing Amaterasu versus Shenong for game number 3. All right. So this is a matchup that we did see a little bit, and it has potential to go incredibly late, because, well, reasons. So what do we see? There was a matchup. Who was playing? Actually, I think it was a reverse matchup. Nyan was involved. Nyan versus John Arbiter inside the Gerbots Japanese Joust tournament. There was like an hour-long game of Amaterasu versus Shenong there. So it's got that potential to go that way. So I hope these guys are ready for a long one. Then again, I know Allapes is a very aggressive player. So, and same too with Nyan. So it might not go that way at all. It might not go that way at all. Alrighty. So we'll get this game going on momentarily. I'm sure they'll be starting very, very soon. You goaded your friends into playing AOM Retold. Any tips for the upcoming 1v2? They both have experience in the old AOM, but never in playing Retold. In 1v2s against players who are a little bit not the best, you probably want to get you either want to get a lot of early game aggression on to just kill off their units super quick, like say like a Poseidon and making early cav and just raiding them into the ground. Or you want to go for a really big fat economic greed and just try and not lose any units. And then find a big win with a whole bunch more stuff than they have. But there's no real meta to 1v2ing. There's no real meta to 1v2ing. All right, guys, we're going to be getting into game number 3. Amaterasu versus Shennong. Let's get going. In the left-hand corner of the map, Nyan playing the Amaterasu. In the right-hand corner of the map, Allapes playing Shennong. Now you guys might ask, hey Boit, we already saw this card. Why are we seeing it again? Well, they both ace-picked it, which means they both get this god to play if they so choose. So in both ace-picking it, they've got a lot of things they can go for here. And unfortunately for Allapes, he did lose with his own ace pick. And we'll see if NyanRacingCat is also going to follow suit here. Allapes' Shennong is incredibly good. He's been playing... I don't know if he's dropped a game on this god just yet in this tournament. I definitely took games off of Shelty, very strong player in his own right. And I imagine he was playing this one throughout beforehand. I didn't manage to check out those games either. But nonetheless... we'll see how things are going to go here. Now, I guess one of the things here is that the Japanese army does fall a little bit flat if you don't really play into the full amount of ferocity that this Japanese unit roster has. If you just think all you build is samurai and that's it, you will end up losing to things like building spam, things like fire archer, those sort of ideas. But there are a couple of things that Amaterasu has which can really create some potency. So for example, Doraiju is a unit that is incredibly strong and can really mess up enemy archers and things like that, enemy fire archers, sending them flying into your own samurai. If the samurai are basically attacking the fire archer, then before they start taking any damage, they will actually be able to win those sorts of fights. You also have things like the Oyumi, which is incredibly good at killing off units and holding an area and pushing building spam. Like if someone gets a whole bunch of ballet down or towers down or something, you can bake those Oyumi out and you can not only kill the buildings but also kill off units, and you force out some sort of cavalry or something like that to break through. Or myth unit. So there's a lot of different options there for these players, as Allapes are going to be looking to advance here, going up through Chi Yo. No surprises there. Actually, a little bit of a surprise. A little bit of a surprise. I'm surprised he didn't go for Hal 2 because it's a really nice counter. It's a really, really nice counter to the Ame no Uzume that's going to be coming from NyanRacingCat. He wants to go for the weasels. He's going to be building them. He's getting a whole bunch of extra Miko in for huge amounts of early game favor here. Now, one thing that Allapes does have is he can hide his villages with farms. Like you just drop a farm here, drop a farm here. When the weasels come through, you can walk on top of the farm, stop ground, and be okay there. Meanwhile, the Sky Lantern checking things out over here. We do see a Prosperous Seeds coming down as the villagers will now jump over here, and I love this. This is so good. Silo on the corner of a gold mine, double farms. Now you can't really attack this gold mine. You see a house, a couple of walls coming up. Allapes is just taking it nice and slow as the Yatsu wandering through here, going to be looking for some sort of a raid. The Miko is out looking for a relic. As the Pioneer, does he have the upgrade? Yes, he does. Taking that away. You don't want to give that to the the Japanese player. Definitely not Amaterasu. Don't give it there. That makes the Samurai incredibly strong. It also makes the Fire Archers really strong here, which is going to be good for the Shenong to deal with Samurai and things like that, as this Yatsu is coming through here. I mean, in one, good to turn around there. They both have 300 HP. There you go, 30%. It does a little bit more armor, so it's a little bit stronger in this matchup, but does less damage. As the Goshinboku are going to come down, the walls are going to be up. But there's still an entrance here. They can still come around the bottom here, hit this wood line. You can still come over here and hit this position as well. As the Arts are going to pull all the way back up, and we do see a wall up onto this side. I would prefer to just see him wall this off over here. No sense in defending this position, but going for it nonetheless. As the Machine Workshop's up, Military Camp is up into the main base. We see a stable, we see a dojo. NyanRacingCat wants Samurai, and he wants Naginata Riders. The Yatsu almost gets picked off, down to 23 HP. Now, luckily, as Shenong, you can just pull back and heal this one up. So no real problems there. So over onto this side, the Kamatachi coming through. That will be a dead Kamatachi. It's got 18 HP remaining. Over onto this side, however, the Yatsu does deal with one of those guys, and it looks, unfortunate placement there from Allapes. Yeah, I hate to see it, but it's okay. He can drop a granary or a silo here if he wants to share the berry bushes, as the Solar Shield comes in, and immediately the Yatsu pulls back, but it turns in. We'll be ending up going down, and Nyan's just happily going to be taking a whole bunch of HP off of those units, getting some damage done. Pulls back, tries to keep it with some HP remaining. As up onto this side, the Naginata Rider is going to be looking to enter over here, but the walls are up now for, technically up now for Allapes. Not quite finished, but Nyan doesn't know that. Nyan doesn't know that there. As these Naginata Riders going to be pulling back home. Military Camp up, Armory coming through. The Naginata Rider is going to be riding forward here. And Nyan is just looking for those, with that rating pressure. But like, unlike the last game where he got in and he just picked off, he sort of picked Allapes apart with his raids. This game, there's not really all of that, like, multiple angles to attack. You don't have the water. You don't have the weasels to kill off. You don't have the multiple different wood lines that you can attack. You don't have the food situation. The base was so difficult to defend there for Allapes in the last game. This game, all walled up, all prepared, all ready. Herdman getting some damage. Still no Master of Weaponry in for Allapes, so that's allowing these Naginata Riders to pull in and get out, as a little bit of an entrance over onto this side, but still, nothing really available just yet to deal with. And you can also drop some farms onto this side if he wants to give himself a little bit of defense on the wood line here. As if we take a quick look, Bushido tier 1 is at 1500 at the moment, so still doesn't have himself any upgrades. He's not really making any samurai. He's got them just sitting at home. He is making samurai, but he's just sitting at home, gathering up that passive XP as the Naginata Riders and the Weasels just searching. We do have that Master of Weaponry coming through here for Allapes as well. Over onto this side. Gonna try and break through the walls and all the other good stuff. There's Jiangqi wandering in onto this spot, but is going to get sniped down. Unfortunate there for Allapes. He can't get any value with that one. The defensive play here from Allapes has gone very, very nicely thus far. He's going to pop around here with these halberdiers, and Nyan needs to be effectively staring at this, because as soon as these guys come in, There we go. Good retreat. Oh, he still gets caught out. He's going to be losing one of those there. You can't get away from them. Meanwhile, into the main base, however, the Kamatachi going to try and charge in here. He loses one. He does drop the solar shield down, but the units will just pull in to the town center. No problems there. And a little bit of damage from those halberdiers. He does get out, turns around, gets a bit of a slice there. Hits all those units. It's a huge amount of damage from one unit there, but still ends up falling. And Allapes feels like it's time for him to push out. Villagers now moving on to the gold mine. It's equal population. Equal population, equal military resources. However, there is a lightning weapons here for Allapes. He can use that whenever he wants. He hasn't really been spamming out the Yahtses either. As he's wandering forward, option to take out the villagers over here. The gold mine as well. There is this gold mine in the main base. It's still got a lot of gold left in it. And Allapes does spot a villager here. He will be picking that one off as it's not going to be able to get back. Oh, never mind. Decides to turn around and take down the shrine instead. The villager gets away with 15 HP. Lucky villager there. Lives another life as he is now up to medium samurai. Slowly working towards his heavy. Let's look at all of these. Razorwind, Kamatachi. How many heroes are in? There's only 3 here for Allapes. Now he does have lightning weapons, which is going to be really, really useful here. He needs to fully wall this in as well, because if these guys get into his main base, it's going to be disaster. As now Allapes is aware of the weasels coming through. Any attempt to block this? No. Fire Archer spots this guy coming through. Allapes needs to get himself out some more heroes here. He's now starting the Pioneers. Maybe dropping one of these things in. Just here, the Imperial Academy. As the Kamatachi does end up going down, not actually getting any kills there or anything, but the gold mine is now expired. He has to move out onto a secondary gold mine. Up onto the top side here, the houses getting taken down. Got to be careful with this. Might seem like a good idea, but those weasels are scary. As Allapes to set up the walls, get himself his gold mine sorted. Look at this, you got a random villager up onto this side. Why are you there? Back over onto this gold mine now as well. As the Pioneers do get spotted by some Naginata riders there, but the Halberdiers are coming in to defend. The wall's almost up onto this spot as these guys have to pull back. Will he get through? No, he will not. The Weasel disallowed. The wall's up too quickly here from Allapes. A good defense here. Meanwhile, back over onto this spot, going to break down the house, and he wants to get into this main base with this force of units. I mean, but what can he raid? These villagers? These villagers? He can pull over here and start grabbing that wood on that top side. Allapes not paying attention here. Going to be losing a couple of villagers onto this side. As he splits off with those halberdiers, but he also walks forward in the same breath. Nyan says, I don't want to take the fight. I don't know why. His army is so strong right now. As the Weasel does manage to get through. 15 favor for that solar shield. Doesn't quite have enough. As the villagers will just pull into the sentry tower here. Pulling up to the top to grab this this wood line there. And that will be the Razorwind Kamatachi going down. Meanwhile, the Pioneers on the way. Pushing those Razorwind Kamatachi back. And Nyan is just pumping these guys. He's got so many. Like, how many does he have? If I can select them, he's got 5 out. Plus, he's got 6 and 7 coming. Up onto the top side. All those halberdiers end up dying, though. No heroes up there to deal with the Kamatachi. It's too much. It's one random heavy Naginata rider to come through. Allapes needs to take a really good fight here. Soon, as the army gets into spread formation. Wall coming back up onto this side as the Kamatachi not able to make its way in. Pulling back over onto this side to enter the main base as the army now decides it's time to take the fight. Lightning weapons comes through. But immediately, Nyan says, I don't need to fight that. I'll just run. I'll just run. Why not? And now, lightning weapons has finished up. And Nyan can literally just turn around and take the fight if he wants to. Meanwhile, into the main base, the Kamatachi coming through. I'll be able to take down another villager here. There is a villager advantage here right now for Allapes, but he's got to be careful. Villagers pulling into the town center. His pioneers are not in position to defend against this, but there's not really any good places for these guys to really be getting damage done, I guess. Where are the heroes? Where is his heroes? He does have 7 somewhere. All in this army here. Up onto this side, dealing with the Kamatachi there. Then he has to come back into the main base. Town center will eventually take these guys out. So heading up to the top side. There's no access to another solar shield here. Regardless. As the heroic age now coming through for Allapes, he's going to have access to those Fey Beasts and all the other good stuff that comes with that. And I imagine Nyan's next move here is also to go to the next stage. He's got a lot of units queued up. He could probably already afford heroic age, but with all those units in queue, he doesn't have them as usable resources, even though they are technically in his bank. As the Kamatachi ends up going down, wall's coming back up. Nyan still just looking for every little bit of raids that he can get off here. Every little bit of raids he can get off here. Second Talent Center is actually up as well now. Which does change things a little bit for Nyan as the Rasho is about to come through. Heavy infantry, ranged soldiers also on the way, but it does take some time here. 30 seconds. He's got to wait 30 seconds for this to actually be working for him. Can also get himself, that Jiangxia, as well as sages and things like that. Dives in with the Baihu right now as Nyan says, I don't need to fight, let me run. I got the talent center. We'll take it slowly here, but there's no taking it slowly from Allapes. So he's charging in. Wouldn't be a terrible idea to drop Fey Beast and force him to turn around and actually take a fight, because there's no heroes in this army. The entirety of the backline going to be falling. However, over onto this side, the Naginata Riders to come through, hitting these villagers. Allapes not paying attention to that one there. He really can't afford to be losing villagers at this point. Now he pulls in, taking the villagers ready to start. They kind of bugging off. They're ready to start firing away as they now going in into the main base here, charging through to get some damage. And the villagers have no gold income. That's a lie. There's villagers on this bottom corner on that gold mine. It's sneaky there from Nyan, but the buildings are going to get taken out. Lots of villager losses here, though, as Naginata Riders slowly getting more and more value, but Allapes sees blood here. Can he make it work? Taking the stable down. Heroic Age in. Raijin is through. Hanya Mask is queued up, but the favor not quite in just yet. He's got 2 favor to wait for that Hanya Mask. The Qualifier need to get back to work. Allapes is hurting on income right now. He is getting himself some upgrades. The Raiju goes down immediately. There's the Thunderburst. The Fey Beast gets dropped down onto the back army here. As it looks like Allapes says, I am just going to face tank this. Tries to stay back, but that allows the Samurai to get on top of this army. The population for Allapes, who looks like it's dropping, but the military population here is still very, very high. The Taltier to pull back will almost get sniped by that bushy there. It does end up going down. The entirety of Allapes' army gets obliterated there from that one maneuver from Nyan. And Allapes says, that's the game. And he taps out. He's not quite able to make it work. He had to just run immediately from that gold power, get out of it. But he didn't feel comfortable in doing that. He had the opportunity to drop that Fey Beast down the bottom. I think we got so much value from it. Obviously, also running down to the bottom, we have Omniscience, so we can see this. But a well-played, very calm, methodical game from Nyan. as he does manage to find that win there. I think Allapes probably could have continued here. I don't think this game is necessarily over here. I think he can continue. He's not really that far behind on villages. He's just got to get the units back out. He's got a whole bunch of units in queue as well. But nonetheless, well played from Nyan. Game is now currently 2-0 for Nyan. He's 1 win away from his ticket to Champions League. We'll see if Allapes can keep this series alive going into game number 4. Let's check out the draft and see what these guys are going to be going for. Alrighty, let's have a quick little cheeky look-see. So that was a win on this guy and a lose on this guy. And it looks like we're going to be going in onto the map Step. Shout out to the YouTube chatters. Yeah, YouTube. You guys are sick. One Udo are very good versus Pioneers because of their pierce armor. They are pretty good, yeah. Lots of different options. All right, they're going to do their little god picking out. And we'll see what they're going to pick for Step. I think the Isis is pretty good on Step. I think the Hades is okay on Step. Kronos is fine on Step. Uranus is good on Step. Fushi is good on Step. Gaia is fine on Step. So there's lots of different options here. You just pick the god that I think you're the most comfortable with here if you're Allapes or Nyan. Don't really think about what the other player's got because you're not going to be able to figure it out. All right, so the pick coming in for Allapes as Nyan does pick Fushi, and it's going to be a Fushi versus Hades game. Fushi versus Hades. I haven't seen this one in a while. An interesting idea. We'll see how it's going to go. So we're up to game number 4. Nyan on his promotion game. Now, for those of you who don't know, Nyan was actually a Champions League participant in season 1 of I think he might have got 3rd. Wait, hang on. Let me go back into the history of this. I don't remember. How can I find this easily? I want to figure this out. I want to know. My interest is now piqued. Let's have a little cheeky look here at the S tier tournaments from way back when. S tier. So it was in 2020, Vrubly Champions League Season 1. Chemo was the winner. Rita was runner-up. Oh, no, he was not. He was not the top 3. Nope. He didn't even participate. Hang on, what? I thought he was in this one. Maybe he was in the second one. Am I crazy? I swear he participated in one of these. He was telling me. Season 2? Oh, he came 5th to 8th in season 2. There you go. So he was a participant in season 2 of Champions League. There you go. The more you know, the more power you have. A little bit of fun facts. A little bit of fun facts for your evening. We've seen a couple of participants from way back when already having another go. It's a very fun tournament. Alrighty, let's Let's see how things are going to happen. Now, there is still a chance, like I see people chatting about Chemo. There's still a chance that Chemo can participate. He did get invited. He did not respond to the invite, so we had to obviously move on to the next player. But he's still able to participate in the next qualifier. If he wants to try and get in, he can definitely sign up for qualifier number 2, which is happening next weekend, and all the other good stuff that happens there. But I don't know if. Yeah. What's the prizes? So there's two tournaments. There's Champions League and there's Challengers League. The Champions League portion has $10,000 prize pool. The Challengers League portion is a $1,000 prize pool. So there's a lot of money on the line for the next couple of weeks. Should I put that in the Should I put that in the title? Maybe. Go on. $10K is a lot. It's $11K for the entire event. Alrighty. Onwards and upwards into game number 4. Let's go. And here we go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of the map in the blue color. Playing as Fushi. It's NyanRacingCat. In the left-hand corner of the map. Playing as Hades. It is Allapes. Wait, is he doing my build? He just lured with a Katoskopos? I made this build for Hades when they made all the big changes. And it was just a ridiculous amount of APM to make it happen and things you had to remember. And I sort of just said, I don't care anymore. It really doesn't matter to be this specific to get everything in as fast as you can and get the advanced. I don't care. It just doesn't. It's just too much. It's too much effort. I was saying to myself, I kept making mistakes when I was trying to do it. But the idea was basically you lure the boar in with the Katoskopos, and by the time the villager pops out, it's ready to start gathering, and it allows you to get your Vaults of Erebus in really, really quickly. And I think it was something like a 4-minute advance time, or something like that. Maybe a 4:18. Not exactly sure. Anyways, temple is up for Allapes. Let's check out some little cheeky relics over here. We've got the Bridle of Pegasus here, which is going to be 60 seconds. Every 60 seconds, the Pegasus will come back from the dead, but you get one immediately when you pop in the temple. We've got the Gugnir Odin Spear up here as well, making those hoplites a little bit stronger. Or in this case, it's going to be halberdiers or hoplites. Over onto this side, there is the Nine-Tailed Fox Charm, which makes myth units regenerate 0.5 HP per second. It's a pretty fun relic. Fact of the matter, though, is that myth units have got a lot of HP, so 0.5 HP regen per second doesn't end up being that much. And we've also got the Ogre Bitten Helm, which makes the hit points of heroes go up by 10%. Incredibly big relic for both players to grab in this one. You've got the really powerful Chinese heroes with Najar, and also with I really should learn his name. I keep calling him John Wick, and he's going to be John Wick until he is no longer John Wick. I'm not even going to look it up. You've also got the really strong John Wick that can come in as well. Yang Jian, there you go. Yang Jian, all right. Yang Wick. Nonetheless, the villagers pull off the gold mine, come over onto the food here, and it is going to be a little bit of a delayed advance here from Allapes, but it's still going to be very, very quick as he's trying to get this advance in and look to grab a talent center and all that other good stuff pretty fast off this. Generally against the Chinese, you don't want to play a 1 talent center game with Hades, but you can make it work actually. Hippias plus Toxotes can work versus a non-Chiyol opponent, but this is going to be Chiyol for NyanRacingCat. But nonetheless, advanced time now coming in for Allapes. So it will be perfectly reasonable times, but still a little bit late. So he doesn't quite get the ridiculously fast 418 advance in. It's not a big deal. Ajax coming through, and he's going to be looking for some relics here. Definitely that Ogre Bitten Helm is going to be super important for him. But the immediate Yachts are coming now for Nyan, ready to just get some early game pressure in, as the Imperial Academy coming in as well up onto this side. So we'll see if he's going to find any early game villages. There's lots of villages on wood and gold, and it really looks like Allapes is going to be going for a talent center here. He has to go for this back one, and there's nothing on it though. So this is a little bit of a nightmare situation there for Allapes, and we're actually seeing the same thing here for Nyan. So both players going, well, maybe the same thing for Nyan. He doesn't have the wood at the moment. He's sent his Qualifier over just that little bit too quickly as the gold comes through onto this side. Qualifier going to be walking away. A little bit of a mistake there, as we do have the Ajax already in position to defend. I imagine very quickly here, Achilles is going to come through. Now, I think if I'm Allapes, I might consider walking forward to this middle town center. He's not going to, but you definitely want to consider it. As the Ajax hanging out on this position, house coming down over here, and the arts are going to come back through. Gets a little bit of a teleport, gets a tiny bit of damage as the arts are to pull back. So, town center now coming in. Oh, that's going to be a dead villager there as the Yardser gets one, but does lose its life. Not really the worst thing in the world if you lose one villager for one Yardser. That's not terrible. It's not good. It's not terrible. Town center coming up for 9 as well, and we will be seeing our first proper macro game. We did see Allapes going for Neja coming in over onto this side. A little bit of a raid coming through here as well. We did see another game where where Allapes went for the fast town center, and he did manage to hold against Nyan's aggression. But yeah, this is going to be the first proper macro game from both players, pumping the villagers out, and considering both players have gone for a fast second town center, you are well within your rights right now as the Hades to wander forward and just grab this position. And then Najar will go down and will most likely immediately get rebuilt, as he is incredibly cheap at 150 gold, 5 favor. Over here we've got the Military Academy, archery range coming in. Just going to be locking up his base for the moment here. And a market as well, as generally speaking, the game plan for the Hades probably is to get to the heroic age pretty quickly here. Peltasts and stuff like that can be really, really nice. Achilles will fall to the Najar on this side as well. So he has to pull back. He does have that speed though, so he can make that happen. Ajax coming through as well to help out. And another little bit of a trade to come in as the villagers coming forward to grab the boar in the center of the map. Are there any buildings? Yes, there are. It's going to be Dao and Fire Archer. Actually, it's going to be Dao, Wuzu Javelineer, and he's looking to put pressure onto this position. Makes perfect sense here. I think on the other side, Allapes really does need to be thinking, what unit does he build? Because, I mean, you probably need Hippias here, no? If you're going to be staying Classical Age and trying to contest for the center of the map, which can be very challenging. As the arts are trying to take out a Hoplite, but with the Talent Center's help, he doesn't do very well. And that is a really, really good trade there for Allapes. Losing a Yardser for a Toxodian, almost a Hoplite. That's good there. That's exactly what you want. As the army now for Nyan deciding it's time to charge forward. The Minotaur will get a big fat headbutt onto that. Dal there is more units coming forward here to help defend this position. The Achilles almost down. I have to remember he does have that relic, right? Does he? Yes, he's got that Ogre Bitten Helm. So he's got 10% extra HP on these heroes. So 360 for the Achilles, and for the Ajax, 228. Meanwhile, the Achilles coming up to the top side. Allapes has not spotted the town center, so he should know, considering what Nyan's actually shown him thus far in terms of units. I mean, Nyan could be doing some really wonky couple of units fast heroic. Doesn't really make any sense, but he could be doing that, so it's good to just make sure you confirm what's happening. Comes in, can search for some relics. Odin Spear here would be really nice, making those hoplites a little bit more valuable. And it does look like behind this, Allapes says, great, let's get heroic age. I've got the resources. Once he hits heroic age, once he has the resources for it, he doesn't really need to be on these boar anymore. The food situation won't matter because he can get Peltast out for wood. He can get Hypaspist out for food as well, but he's going to have all of these goats. He's going to put farms down. He doesn't have to worry about his gold mine expiring at any point and getting starved. So it's not a problem. And we're also seeing Apollo as the god of choice here for Allapes. So he's going to have access to an underworld to potentially hit this position here, hit this position here, attack this position here if the army is ever too aggressive. Now behind this, Nyan also considering his own heroic age, it looks like. He's about to have the 800 food, the gold coming in as well. Let's take a little quick check of the economic upgrades as we are seeing Allapes getting his own pickaxe and hand axe. Unfortunately, getting them both in the same building. You can put them into whichever storehouse you want. There's no reason to have them in one storehouse ever, basically. As the army now moving forward. And Allapes will need to pull back here away from this position. There's no way you can fight this, so you might take a loss on some villages here. A little bit of greed, I would say, on the side of Allapes for staying there, not having the vision. But he does manage to get away without losing any villages, so that's really, really big. Got a lot of food in the bank, ready to pump out Peltasts, and he does have a lot coming out from those archery ranges here, as medium also going to come through. An armory coming down in the back. Archery range on the front. The Manticore can get a little bit of damage done onto these units here as well. As the Peltast does get sniped. Got to be careful with the Manticore. Definitely don't want to be losing that one there. As he pulls back there. And now, where to next for Nyan? His food, similarly not going up. Now it is. He can go up to the next age. Now the question is, do you go Nubar and try to just all in this? Or do you go for the Gormang and go for cavalry? And it looks like we are actually seeing Nubar, which is wild. This is like one of those 3DB moments. That's not, there we go. All right, there we go. That's completely different. We are going to be seeing Gormang. So this is going to be for cavalry and a little bit more defense, and try and extend this game out a little bit more. And on the other side here, if you're Allapes, you can kind of just 1-4, drop your fortress down here, secure this gold mine potentially, secure this town center here, secure this hunt, and do all the good stuff. But I don't think you want to... I see a lot of times Greek players trying to rush out the Mythic Age. I don't think Hades wants to do that here. Hades wants to hit some sort of an underworld where your opponent is sort of out of position. The Pegasus over here checking things out, but the fire archers are all in at the moment. There's so many resources for Allapes. Is he going for a town center? Is he going for a fortress? Is he going for Manticore? I don't know what he's doing. He looks for the underworld passage. Hello? He's going for a forward fortress. Is this spotted? It is totally spotted. There is no surprise factor here. The army of Nyan is scared of an underworld onto his gold villages, and this allows the fortress to just come up here. There's no way to stop this, and Allapes is going to be able to start setting up a siege. Nyan, he's already got resources for the Mythic Age, but he needs to get a bow lay down. He doesn't have the wood in just yet. So immediate, he's got access for Sentinels here, Petropolis to siege through, take out the main base here, maybe prevent a town, a Mythic Age. The ballet coming up onto the top. Nyan is going to get restricted into the corner. You do have to be careful of like a big flood coming your way and taking your army out. But I love this idea from Allapes. He's onto his gold mine over here as well. The villagers are not building the storehouse though. Is he paying attention to this? No, we do see a little cheeky Najar coming in. the mid-game Najjar raids are brutal here. This guy is so strong. Comes in, he's going to pick off a bunch of villagers. As the catapult coming in to take these guys, the villagers will be able to retreat through the wooden gate here. It's probably the best idea to just go through the underworld and eat these boars. Like, no sense in being anywhere else. And we see how to actually coming in for Nyan. So he isn't going for the Great Flood. He wants to have the dragon. He wants to have the Qinglong and also some stronger units as well. But Allapes here, he's going to have 3 heroes. He should be able... He's also got the HP on the heroes. He should be okay here to hold this position, take the town center out, get huge value here. We'll see if he can make it up. He's also got restoration as well. Generally speaking, like the Nidhogg and the Qinglong and these big, fat, bursty myth units is countered pretty well by restoration, especially when you've got those heroes out. As the Najjar still searching around over here, the villagers are going to be eating those boars in the center of the map. The hometown center going to be going down, but the Mythic Age is very smartly going into the top town center. But Nyan effectively here is just playing, I can't do anything. Let me just sacrifice the entirety of my base, and we'll go from there. One idea here for Allapes is to just grab that 3rd town center, get up. Does he have heavy yet? Get himself up to heavy upgrades, heavy hoplites, and just try and hold against this big, fat Mythic Age from Nyan. Najjar still searching for some things, but Allapes is more than comfortable to just be in the center of the map here. He does not have to worry about this Najjar running around. He's perfectly safe in his main base, perfectly safe on this town center. Down all the buildings. He has to know that there's a big god power coming. These Petropolis might not be enough. The Paspis coming through. It's Dao, Fire Archer for Nyan. He's also going to be able to get himself out immediately. Yang Wick, John Wick, as well as all these other upgrades. We'll see if it's going to be enough here. It's a very strong army. The Najjar coming in as Yinglong gets dropped over here. The villagers need to pull elsewhere. The heroes are through. They can chase that Yinglong away. Let's manage to take down the Najjar very quickly as the heroes are just going to be on the way. Their town center coming up over here. But the Petropolis is still getting mad value here, taking houses down. They're probably not going to be that valuable a little bit later, but just kill off everything you possibly can here as the Yinglong charging down onto the bottom side of the map. But these heroes, they're still in hot pursuit. They're still taking these out. We've got bronze weapons, bronze armor coming through, and the Yinglong now starting to take a little bit of damage. The Ajax are unfortunately going the wrong way. As the army, however, onto this top position. Now the myth units of Nyan are going to be very, very strong. A town center coming through here now for Allapes. He's going to have to micro this really, really well. He doesn't have the heroes on this spot. Maybe deleting the Ajax and building them up here wouldn't be a bad idea. Restoration coming through. The medium Peltas in. The Sentinels. A second Sentinels actually to come through as well to help attempt to hold this position here. The Tao Wu goes down. The town center up in the middle of the map, or in the middle of the base for Nyan, does go up population-wise. It is looking like Allapes is holding for the moment, but the Yinglong almost down, does end up falling here. And Allapes just needs to take everything else out, but the John Wick on top of those Peltas takes them all down, but there's still this big fat fortress holding on for dear life here. Yang Wick is now down to 170 HP, about to fall. The town center is up, obviously. The fortress is through. This big fat axe cart coming in now. But that one's going to get taken down here by the hoplites and everything else. And so far, so good for Allapes. He holds. He's up to 3 town centers. He did lose some villages. But Nyan, the big push has been denied. He doesn't have access to the Yinglong, the water dragons having gone for Hal 2. He does have very, very strong units, though, that he can be building. He can make more Hundun. He can make more Tao Wu. But that's about it. He can utilize the lightning weapon. Did he forget that he has lightning weapons? He may have. Town center up here for Nyan. On the other side, for Allapes, he does not need to rush here. He does not need to rush here in the slightest. Get Mythic Age. Get stabilized. Get a big army. Repair this fortress up. The raids coming all around the map here. There's villagers hiding on this right-hand corner. The army here for Nyan saying maybe we'll go into the main base and get some damage there. Villagers are farming all over the place. There's a second restoration going to be on the cards here with 5 villagers on that temple. We did have to build an Achilles. And a fortress now for Allapes as he's going to be setting up a siege on this town center, which erases all of those farms there as well. However, the army of Nyan has been spotted. The villagers get pulled off of this gold mine yet again. But all Allapes has to do here is stabilize. He's got to be careful, though. He's got to be very, very careful. An incredibly tense moment now in this game. As the village is pulling off of this side through the wooden wall. The Najar sniping these guys down as the army splitting up here. He really should not be looking to take fights at all. Just let the slow army wander around the map. It's totally fine. Villagers over onto this side sharing a gold mine at the moment. The fortress is up. Is he building a Petropolis? Yes, he will go for this town center with that fortress up. The big problem unit is going to be that Najar here because there's no big damage dealers. There's no hoplites or anything really in. It's Dow plus hero. It's basically the idea for NyanRacingCat. As the Shades of Hades are going to be pretty strong here, but not really against the Najar. Meanwhile, over onto this side, a fortress to come up to try and secure this gold mine. Absolute chaos ensuing in this mid-game madness. Restoration gets dropped there. There's no units here. Allapes with a bit of a choke there on that one. The Petropolis moving away. What is he going for? He's supposed to be going for the town center. He's heading back over there. The fortress does manage to get up onto this spot, but is that going to be enough to hold this? Having lost all of those Hapaspist. It's Allapes diving into the town center. The Manticore at the very least is going to be a nice help against those Dow, but the Peltas are not going to be doing any damage there. As the villagers trying to come over here and deal with this Petropolis, but underneath the fortress, nope, that's not going to happen. Meanwhile, villagers back over onto this side, grabbing this gold mine. And it looks to me like Nyan might have prevented the stabilization here for Allapes. He has to figure out somewhere else to go. He's got a little bit of gold in his main base. He's got to stop the bleeding, secure a position, get Hapaspist out. There's really not that many, if any, fire archers here. So Toxotes, Hapaspist is absolutely key at the moment. Another fortress queued up over here, but hasn't started it. Random Minotaur joining into the fight to try and hold on here. The villagers going down onto this spot. I mean, it's still a close differential here on villagers. These villagers popping out, coming over onto the wood line. And unfortunately, Allapes there does throw in the towel. He says, I can't get my fortress up. I can't get a gold mine. I'm running out of stuff. And he gives up in the last moment there. A devastating blow for Allapes. He played so well. He is kind of an incredibly tough matchup for him in this one. Nyan, incredibly strong player. But he put up an incredibly good fight. He had the pathway to victory here. I loved that fortress. The defense was amazing. Killed off that Yinglong perfectly. Took no damage from it, basically. But the problem here was he just didn't stabilize. If he stabilizes, this game is completely fine. He has to just bunch up, turtle on one gold mine if need be. Does not have to spread out. One gold mine if need be. One patch a hunt. Put farms up here. Eat these goats. Those types of things. Be safe. Stabilize. Get Mythic Age. And then he would have been in a very, very good position. However, did not manage to do it. Nyan gets the dub. Wins in 4 games. And we will be seeing a lot more of him in the Champions League. So look forward to that. In just over a week's time is when the group stages start. We're going to be jumping into the 4th and final game of today, which is going to be Avely versus Grass. Alrighty, let's get this show on the road. These guys have been waiting very patiently, but they did request the last game of the day, both of them. So that's what's happening there. Alrighty. Oops. Let us have a little cheeky look and see what they're doing for brackets and stuff. Okay, we've got ourselves our first game. There's a lot of drafts here. What do I need? That's the God draft. That is not it at all, I think. Is this the right draft? Okay, that's the maps draft. All right, let's head over to this thing and we will throw in. Is that right? Yes. Ooh. Okay, so we're going to get this next game going momentarily. I'm sure the guys are raring to go. I think they probably might have already started. I don't even know. If they haven't, they can definitely start now. Alrighty, let's check out the draft. Alrighty, so we've got ourselves Grass, Avely, and another final best of 5 for today. Been a huge day with some amazing games, as we've got an incredibly interesting draft here cooked up for both of these players and all of the good stuff that's going to come in from this. Let's have a little cheeky look here, and we do this, and we do this, and we do this, and we do this. And these guys are off to the races. We do have a delay, so that is good. And they are following the rules. Love it. Alrighty. So our first matchup is going to be... It's going to be Loki versus Set on the map Step. So Loki, Set. Have we seen this one yet? I don't believe we have. We have seen a couple of Set games against Norse. But Loki Set? I'm not sure. I know that Grass is very much one of those Norse players. He'll play Norse into anything, and he loves the Norse gods. And he'll even try and take out those Egyptians as well. Avely grabs himself both Isis and Set, which is huge for him. He gets his Uranus, which if you don't know, he's played a lot of Uranus on the ladder. Even though he says Uranus is terrible, he loves playing it. So he's wrong. Uranus is OP. So I'm glad he's picking it because he got that one. He's also got the second OP god, which is Susanoo as well. Both of those gods are very fun to play. There's Poseidon and Zeus there for Avely as well. Grass, on the other hand, gets his Odin, his Thor, his Loki. So all 3 of his major Norse gods. Avely does ban out the Freyr because he doesn't want to play against that. Grass also grabs a Kronos, Skiomi, Gaia, gets all those Atlanteans. I think Grass from memory and legacy was an Atlantean player at heart. I think he was Atlantean first and foremost there. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Darthnox making the comment that Avely did not pick Tsukiyomi. I think, so the way that the draft works is the guest is you get 2 and 2 So yeah, he could have picked Tsukiyomi in his 4th slot, but he decided he wanted Poseidon. So it goes 1, 4, yeah, it goes 2, 2. Wait, is it? So it goes 1, 1, 2, 2. And the other one is 1, 2. And he could have picked it, but he went for Poseidon Zeus instead. Which is interesting. You're absolutely right. Very, very interesting. Alrighty. So we are about to jump into game number 1 here. Grass, Avely. Let's get it. Dun, dun, dun. And in the left-hand corner, spawning in as the red Loki. He's always doing this. He's player 1, but he's red. Grass just loves being the red boy. He loves being the bad boy. It is Grass and Gray. His opponent today in the red color. No, the blue color. He is the blue second player. Even I'm screwing up here. It is Avely, and he's playing as Set. So, all right. Let's give some history here. History lessons. Grass, I think he is the youngest player in the Age of Mythology pro scene. He's been in, I think he's had success in every single one of the S-tier tournaments thus far. Top 8 finishes. I think he might have even got a top 4 finish a couple of times as well. But I think he is the youngest the youngest pro player. Avely, on the other hand, I think he might be the oldest pro player. I'm trying to think of someone who might be older than Avely. I'm not exactly sure. I can't think of it. I don't think there is anyone. Like, you got Mister, he's getting on, but I think Avely might be. Anyways, so we've got to have the young youthfulness, the young youthful APM speed versus the old wise man in Avely. Just to put it into perspective, it doesn't really change. Avely is an APM madman. He is a raider. He is incredibly fast. He has not lost that speed at all. And a very, very, very strong player. On the other side, I mean, Grass, yeah, he's got it all. He does tend to be, what I've noticed is he does tend to be a little bit hyper aggressive. Things like not grabbing economic upgrades when it's obvious that you probably should do it. Instead, going for big spammage of units and trying to just break your opponent in those moments. But he's got an incredibly good late game, incredibly great Norse sense, and it's going to be a tough game here. Even though, you know, the set very strong on this map against Loki, very strong in general against Norse. There's lots of ways through here for the Loki. For the Loki, in my opinion. So we'll see if Grass can figure it out, or if Avely is gonna show off with this Egyptian and show all of the strength, all the main points. We did watch one Avely game in the qualifiers, I believe, which was he did this crazy ISIS one talent center all in fast heroic shenanigans. But nonetheless, we will be seeing Avely deciding to go for Da. And all the other good stuff. Meanwhile, Fall City on the way. Did I look at the relics? I've watched way too many Age of Mythology games today. 9 Cauldrons. This one's going to be boosting up Huskal. Really, really good relic for the Egyptian to boost up Chariot Archer, Camel Rider, War Elephant, 9-tailed Fox Charm here, making those myth units regen. Could be actually quite nice for both players. It's not that big of a deal, but both players have got some healing ability and healing spring, and also with the priest, Cathar of Apollo over here, boosting up the movement speed of those villagers. And one relic has been picked up already, and this looks like it's Kui Drum. A nice relic there for Grass, playing Loki, going to boost up his heroes as he gets a whole bunch of Hersa out, and he is going to be getting himself set up a great haul coming through as well. and a longhouse. No surprises there. I imagine we're going to be seeing a bit of a... Wow, that is a very quick clairvoyance. What did he drop vision on? I didn't even notice. He didn't drop it on his opponent, that's for sure. But a very quick clairvoyance to come through from Avely. And what is he going to go for? He doesn't drop anything. He's waiting for it. First and foremost, wants to decide what strategy he needs to go for. But at this point, grass, he's pumping out Herser. He's getting raiding cavalry. He's getting thrown action. He's getting all the units he needs. And he is going to be wandering across the map looking for some very quick amounts of damage. And Avely deletes the animals on the front here. He could have deleted them right onto the town center and been incredibly safe. The Herser are going to be charging in. And Avely in some trouble now. A little bit slow here to get going. Spy onto the Pharaoh. The villager on this spot pulls back. Does manage to stay alive. As the barracks is now up. I mean, this is incredibly slow to get these barracks up. Normally you have them up by like 4 minutes and... I don't know, 4 minutes and 30 seconds is you normally have already got them up and the axemen are coming out. But Avely push back, doesn't lose anything. Has to eat the boar underneath his main base for the time being. As Avely trying to spam everything out. He does drop the vision down yet again just to see exactly what's coming his way. Grass with the slightest of early game advantages. He can pull back and drop a healing spring down. I almost want to see him put the healing spring like here so that he can sit underneath the healing spring and maybe eat those boars and close to the gold mine as well as an idea. As the healing spring is now up. And to the main base. Lots and lots of barracks. Lots and lots of axemen. You do have to be careful overcommitting on these axemen. You do want to make sure you have the spearmen so you can deal with raiding cavalry. Some slingers so you can deal with the thrown axemen as well. There's grass sitting back, waiting, watching. Got to be so careful with these movements, though. He's going after the... Oh, God, he's going after the house. This could be absolutely disastrous. Grass sees the opportunity. He's got a really, really good counter army here. Raiding cavalry to tank, a couple of thrown axemen as well. Avely does recognize that. He might actually have to drop shifting sands here. He's going to be losing a lot of units if he's not careful. He's turning around, takes a little bit of a fight. And there goes the shifting sands as he will get out of there. Doesn't lose anything. Loses but HP and dignity at the moment. Some priests to come in probably wouldn't go astray. Getting some HP back onto these units. The priest over here is just converting boards for the time being. But that is huge for grass. Because what does that mean? It means two things. Either A, Avely is not allowed to spend anything under 50 favor. If he gets to 50 favor, he can start using his favor. He has to always have 50 favor. Reason? He needs shifting sands to deal with flaming weapons. So no more Wadgets. So that's huge for grass for the time being. Doesn't have to worry about mass Wadget coming his way. There are already a handful of them. But yeah, there's no real good option here for Avely to play around that. He has to be just a little bit more careful. He could drop an extra monument, absolutely right. But that does cost resources, and he's got 1,200 gold left. Running away from a gold mine to save all your villagers. Where are you going to go? To a different gold mine, I guess. As the villagers making their way out over onto the boars. Everyone's just massing up the units for the time being here. As the vision into the main base here. Spotting the market coming up. Villagers coming over onto this side. I imagine Avely would have noticed that. As raiding cavalry now coming into the main base here. As Avely does pull the villager, but he goes the wrong way. Spearman will come over and get a little bit of a revenge fight. Will they get one kill? No. Yes. Maybe. Gets good damage onto everything, but no kills. And now Avely, having spotted those villagers coming over here, a little bit of a revenge raid to come in, it looks like. But Grass does have his army on this spot. And guess what? Oh, he doesn't see the army moving there. He doesn't see the army moving at all. The Pharaoh on that spot, seeing everything. These axemen coming through out to the left side. Spearmen onto the right side. This next fight is going to be everything. The Favor obviously not in for that Shifting Sands just yet. Going to pick off the house. All the units are sitting back defending this beautifully here. Avely going to be forcing, it looks like, a big fight to ensure the villagers have been cut off here. There's only a handful of... There's 2 slingers here. There are the Wadgets on the back, but you need to pull axemen up to defend here. A troll spawn on the front here as the priest can immediately start targeting those down. Population seems to be dropping incredibly fast for both players. You never really know how these fights are going to end up until close to the end. And it looks like Grass does manage to win that fight there. Not enough slingers from Avely as the throw and axemen proved to be too much there. And not only that, look at all the animal of set that Avely has just gifted to Grass. Meanwhile, charging across the map to push in onto this spot. Lots and lots of units queued up in the main. A couple of barracks here. Avely needs more barracks to come down immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, Grass can say, let's go Heroic Age. Why not? Meanwhile, the Spearmen wandering around the side here. Yet again, looking to take out these villagers. But Grass has got that 6th sense right now. As Avely is going to walk straight in to a whole batch of thrown axemen. And he does indeed spot it. Huge damage to come through here. Picking off the units. And Avely not able to get that damage done that he wants. The villagers finishing up onto the gold mine, as all the rest of these gold mines are going to be fairly exposed. Over here are the options. A couple of boars have converted the priest kind of idle onto that spot. And you do see that Avely has recouped his losses. He's back up to somewhat close here. The problem is now Bragi is on the way. Berserks are coming through. There is a healthy amount of axemen, spearmen, all that other good stuff, but I think Avely needs to put pressure on right now. He can't be waiting. But he also doesn't have that favor to run away from flaming weapons, so I don't even know if he can really make that happen. So Grass with just a gigantic advantage. Throw an axeman coming back onto this side. Not going to be able to stop any of that just yet. As Avely poking forward, poking back, pulling in and out. But he's not able to do anything, and he does realize now he is up against the flaming weapons, and Grass is going to be ready to simply just drop that god power and blow Avely off the map. He's still making Wadgets. He doesn't have that shifting sands to move from over here to potentially over here. But it looks like Grass doesn't actually know where to go. Spearman popping through. Gold mine has been spotted. A little bit of a distraction here. If he can split up, it's good. The dwarves are going to get picked off over here, but these villagers will really, and this army is going to get caught out. That's going to be, the Wadgets are not going to be surviving here. They're so slow. He gets some kills onto the dwarves, onto the back here, but does this matter when that's a full 4.6k army with an ironry here? Flaming weapons to get dropped down. The Ursa charging through. He doesn't even drop flaming weapons. He doesn't even need it. The Wadgets go down. The Slinger's getting cleaned up, and Avely taps out. As Grass manhandles Avely in this first game. The first big mistake, charging over with those axemen, getting caught out, having to use that shifting sands. And then the big fight here without Slinger, as the thrown axeman can just deal with everything. But a well-played game from Grass here for game number 1. Gets a quick 1-0. Still has to get another couple of wins here to get through to the next little situation. So we'll jump into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty, where are we up to? Looks like it's going to be a Odin versus Uranus game. Not an easy matchup for either player, but a matchup nonetheless. Alrighty, let's have a little cheeky look here at the gods. And it's going to be a crown here and a death here. And it's going to be Odin, right? Odin versus Uranus. Wow. All right. So what map were we going on to? Did I tell you guys? We're going in onto Elysium. Nice Uranus map, nice and open, lots of room for sky passage, shenanigans. So we'll see how things are going to go. There are a lot of landmines in this matchup, though. You know, you've got, like, Odin can literally just push through the Uranus if the Uranus player is not ready for it. Make sure you're making Caraballister, using Sky Passage. And effectively, I think the Uranus here really wants the Odin to attack into him, if it's possible. You want the Uranus player to come at you, and then you can use a Sky Passage and Caraballister micro to take out any sort of infantry units. Have the Murmillos there or the Catapultis there to deal with everything else. But nonetheless, let's move into game number 2. Boom skis as we get into this game. On the left-hand corner of the map, Grass spawning in as the Odin and Avely as the Uranus. It's a tough little matchup here for Avely to get through. I know that he's thinking this. I do think this matchup is winnable from the Uranus perspective. I've seen it happen. I've been on both sides of the coin. I've won with ease. I've lost with ease. On both sides, it can go. It's a very volatile matchup. Lots of things can go wrong. So we'll see how this is going to go for Grass. Now, Grass is obviously going to be feeling pretty good here, but man, you just don't know. Like, Uranus has got so many ways to make your life very, very difficult. You know, Shockwave, Carnivora, the Caladria, Murmillos, like some nice Terma, Caraballister with Sky Passage shenanigans as well. Can be really, really tough to deal with. The general rules here, if you guys are trying to play Uranus versus Norse, the general rules is try not to take any fights until you have Bite of the Shark, Copper Weapons, Copper Mail. By the time you have you don't want to rush them out. You have to make it like natural, so you're still building units and you can defend if your opponent charges at you. But if you can wait for those upgrades before taking any serious fights, you're generally going to start winning the fights. Now let's have a little cheeky look at the relics and see if anything is going to go up here. We got the Nose of the Sphinx, hit points plus 15% for those buildings. Over on to the next one. There is the Hori's Hunting Bow, which is plus 5% there for the hunt. Really big relic there for the Uranus player. I can't say this enough. This relic could really make or break the balance of this matchup, because you get a huge amount more food and you can actually compete with the Odin's food gather rates with that relic as well. Okuninushi's Covenant here, also really nice if you want to go for any Prometheans, or even for the Norse player to start getting out a whole bunch of Valkyries or things like that. Anvil for Fires is always also on the bottom there. Going to be nice too. That's the Oracles. What is Avely doing? Is this a really fast advance, or is this a really fast advance? It is. He's going to drop Carnivora down and eat the Berserk. Is this a NyanRacingCat innovation? Does he have the timing in? 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Carnivora drops down. And he shockwaves, and I thought it was a fail. He shockwave. I thought it was a fail. Oh my god. Just convert a villager to a berserk and finish the temple up. I don't know. He's gonna kill off the. Unfortunately, he's not targeting down the temple for whatever reason. I don't know exactly how the Carnivora works, but temple is up. Freya is coming through. I can't say that I like this strategy from Avely, but at least he's here and he is trying some shenanigans. And he gets it off. I love it. The Oracle, however, now is going to be going down. It's like, now what do you do? Possibly run the Oracles away? I don't know. The Valkyrie is going to come out. The Murmillo are charging in here. He's going to have to heroize these. He does have the Caladria. A second Caladria coming through, so he can very happily take fights underneath the town center, healing this guy up, continuing to put pressure on. Oop, and a little cheeky thing. Is he going to be able to kill this? There's 2 Valkyrie. It's not enough. Not 2 Valkyrie, 2 Caladria. It's not enough. Grass holds. Avely converting some Murmillos here in order to try and take out the Valkyrie. And now double Longhouse. Double Longhouse coming in. Avely is just trying to get as much early game damage done, but the Thrown Axeman will come through very quickly. It looks like, looking like Berserker, Thrown Axeman, all of the good stuff. Trying to make use of these Caladria here on this attack. They're not really healing up. Now he's going for the heals. Good control from Grass. Grass has also got a healer in the Valkyrie. There's a couple of those low HP Ursa getting pulled back. Just trying to push through this one. Murmillo going down. There's almost room for another Carnivora here as well to help out on this big fat attack. And now the Valkyrie can just heal everyone back up. And what really has been done at the moment from Avely. Lots of good early game pressure. He's lost a Murmillo. He's killed off, I don't know, a Berserk maybe or 2. He does have that Carnivora back up soon. Can try and move around onto the bottom side of the map here. Maybe try and sneak through here, but it's very tough to get in unnoticed. In fact, the only way is around the back of this position to hit this back wood line. Actually, you can come in this. We can sneak around up to here. He will get spotted on this spot as he's coming in. Avely being very sneaky here. Onto this side, attacking the temple. A little bit of harassment. Got to be careful to not reveal the Murmillo till the very last minute. And he does reveal them, unfortunately. Grass is very quick. He notices the slight glimpse of unit coming through here. There is an escape route onto this side. Drops the Carnivora down on top of those Thrown Axemen. Trying to take this fight here. He cannot win this fight at all, but he's trying to utilize the Carnivora and the Caladria to keep his units alive, but unfortunately, whoop, does he keep it up? Caladria almost dying to the Thrown Axeman. One Murmillo there does fall. He gets a villager pick. That's big. That's nice. But his Murmillos are going to be going down here on that retreat. There's now more Murmillos coming through. He's got the double military barracks down. And so far, so good for Grass. He's lost a couple of villagers, or a villager. He picked up a couple of Murmillos. Military difference is close. Lots of gold in the bank here for Avely. Not a single Caraballister just yet. Which he might need to think about going in. Maybe not even Caraballister at this point, but just Terma to deal with the Thrown Axemen. You don't need many, but you do need a few of them with good control. As the army coming through onto this side. Avely does spot it, and this is a good fight now for Avely as Grass very much out of position. Going to be losing a lot of units here. Forest Fire gets dropped down. Is Avely going to pull back ever so slightly. And now Grass can actually pull off a retreat here with that Forest Fire to help out. House coming up. Throwing Axeman just sitting on the back. As we do now have the first Sky Passage in. Villagers are just going to be popping through. I mean, you really... I don't believe you can go mass Murmillo here and make this work. Avely does. Maybe. Maybe he thinks it's the only option. He might try and just get to the Heroic Age and make Satyr. Get a whole bunch of Oracles out and make Satyr. Valkyrie coming over onto this spot. There's no heroes here at the moment. A couple of Murmillo can get converted into heroes as these villagers can just pop through the Sky Passage. We do see a attempt at a citizen coming over onto this side as the Murmillo charge over onto this position. Shockwave? No Shockwave. The villagers popping through. Gets 2 villager picks. And to throw an Axeman. Potentially another villager over here can go down. Looking down onto the bottom side to pick off all these villagers on this food situation as well. Avely sees it. He's got the Oracle here. You can't pull off into the corner. He's trying to pull away and allow the Thrown Axeman back in here, but Shockwave is up. Drop the Shockwave. Send those Thrown Axemen flying. He's not going to go for it. He's going to just run around, ring around the roadsy, try and get out of here. No access to another a Carnivore. Doesn't have the favor there. Just going to be dodging left, right. Charges forward. Shockwave onto the units there to pull out of here. And he will get out of there. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Valkyries are going after villagers. No heroes here for Avely. Big mistake. He needs those. As the Caladria are going to be pulling back over here, diving through the manors. He can come over onto this side now if he wants. Start eating up that hunt. I think it looks to me like Avely is trying to get Heroic Age here. But Grass at this point, he can probably just run across the map and just go for the main base. Generally speaking, these like weird sort of semi-fast heroic ideas from Uranus are pretty difficult to hold those big fat all-ins from if you time it correctly. But Avely actually getting himself medium infantry. Murmillo's coming through. As the throw on Axeman getting a little bit of damage done onto those Galadriels. He's going to be moving back into his main base here. Another military. Still no counter barracks. Is this mass throwing Axeman from Grass? Okay, you do have Carnivora, but I mean, is that going to be enough? One Carnivora and mass Murmillo and a couple of Caladria? Surely you have. Surely we see a counter barracks here from Avely. I can't consent to no counter barracks at this point. House going down for Avely. His base under threat. The Murmillos are just gonna play. Let's go raid. I'm not gonna sit in my main base and defend. I'm gonna raid. Breaks down the wall. The Dwarves still mining the gold in the main base. Wow, that's a late gold mine expiry there for Avely. I mean, not for Avely, for Grass. As the Sky Passage is going to go down. One idea here for Avely is literally just to abandon the main base. He's looking for any kills. He can go for the town center. A town center trade? Sky Passage to... Hello? 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 What happened? Well, apparently they finished. I don't know what happened. It just stopped working. I'm not sure. Let's just watch the replay, hey? We'll get the replay up and we'll finish. We're at 11:53. Apologies for this. I don't know what's going on, but let's do this quick. We can speed through up until that timer hits. And finish the game. All right, let's go. So they were, I don't know where, I can't remember what I said it was. We'll just sit here and watch this together. If the replay breaks, we'll just I haven't seen that one before. Then again, I haven't watched that many live games. Okay, it was 11 something, right? Around about here. Alright, we're going to continue on from this point. Alrighty. The Murmillo charging across the map here. Actually, we were a little bit further in, weren't we? Let's just keep going a little bit more. It might have been 12 something. Okay, so town center here for grass now going down over onto this side as well. We're seeing the town center falling for Avely as the villagers basically need to bail here. And the throwing axeman pulling back. Whole bunch of random Murmillo on this side to dive through the sky passage and get out of this position. Grass does grab himself watchtowers. Villagers moving up to the top side here. It's 42 villagers versus 35 villagers here. And Avely just says, I got to kill villagers because he can send Citizen just random places and get more sky passages up. No problems. He does find the villagers. He's going to take out a couple here. So big win here for Avely, but he still doesn't have the answer. He's still making Murmillo. Makes a bloody turbo. He kills off nearly all those villagers. He does have a Carnivora. Shockwave as well. The army here just going to be cleaning up buildings slowly as the thrown axeman sniping a couple more Murmillos here. Avely retreating. He's got himself reinforcements in, but I mean, do you even win this fight? Maybe. He does have Carnivora, which he can drop down on top of these guys. He has to go for that. There he goes. There's the Carnivora as the Murmillo diving in to try and take these guys out. So a big win here for Avely on this fight. But now Carnivora is down. Mana's coming through. Hero Murmillo's on the way. The army's still taking buildings out onto this. What is in this tower? A couple of Murmillo in the tower as well. As the Murmillo charging into the main base here yet again. He's got to be careful here. These towers are doing big damage. It's off the Ox card at the very least. Gets out, but losing more units here. It's a very, very tense moment in this game. Pulls back up to his Carnivora at the very least. A couple of Hero Murmillos getting converted. He needs a lot to deal with these Valkyrie. 31 villages to 42 here, but the military differential is heavily in favor of grass. He does have no, he doesn't have a shockwave. Taking this fight. Maybe one last stand. He can retreat. He's got a sky passage coming through, but it's going to take a little time. Town center coming up for Avely instead of making some bloody turma. As his army falling. And Avely there does decide to tap out. All right, at least we got to see that one. Let's jump back in, make sure we can catch up to these players. Continuing into game number 3. Grass up 2-0. All righty. Onwards and upwards. Alrighty, we did not miss out on anything, I think. I don't know what map we're on. They're on going into Okuchichibu. It's going to be a Gaia versus Susanoo affair here. So let's jump into this game. My guess is we flip here. Hey. All right, so game number 3 now. Gaia versus Susanoo on the map Okuchichibu. Two to 0. Grass 1 win away from his ticket to Champions League. Let's check out the relics on the map. The Scarab Pendant. Boosting up those siege units nicely. Over onto this side, Rhea's Crown. Town center's a little bit cheaper. Nice relic for this map. Over on this one, we've got the Ankh of Ra. Boosting up the favor trickle rate there. And finally, Oosberg Wagon. Movement speed plus 10% there. On top of this, really nice back safe food for both players. No back gold mine though. So if you do want to go for a town center, you will have to secure this sort of a situation. Now, in this matchup, the Susanoo game plan does change. The way to play against... Okay, I'm slowly starting to work it out. So when I say the way to play against this is this, I'm saying the way that I think you should play against this is this. I'm still working it out, but I think the strong way to play for Susanoo versus Atlantean is to utilize your favor bonuses to use more Kusanagi, to use more Swampland. And you don't really need to get that many myth units in. Couple of... I'm going to keep on hyping up my Kitsune. Couple of Kitsune to run around the map. Keeping tabs on your opponent, raiding them, that type of stuff. Getting your passive favor in. And making sure you can spot everything while also speeding up your own units. But realistically, you can go in for Samurai and Naginata Rider as the Gaia player, as the Atlantean player. Against that, needs to basically go for either Murmillo Caraballister or Catapultes Caraballister. And it's a very, very tough fight for them to take. Anyways, we'll have to wait and see what these guys are going to go for. We see one Miko out at the moment for Avely. Just the one. As he is going to be getting himself also Sacred Custodians to look to go grab some relics here. And Avely, oh not Avely, Grass on the top side here says Oceanus is going to be my god of choice. We have seen a lot of tries against the Japanese civilization with going for Leto. I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's... I think you can also go Oceanus. Both work quite nicely. We are going to be seeing Inari or Kami from Avely. The other thing you get out of the Kitsune is you can actually chase down oracles. You can snipe those off. And so you can run around the map and prevent those from kind of doing anything. At the very least, you can like limit your opponent to 2 or 3 as well. Nonetheless, Grass going to hit the next stage pretty quickly. I imagine he's going to go for the military barracks right away. Is he going for a town center? It double military barracks right away. I don't know if I like this. I think you want to get the counter barracks nice and quick, because if you do go double military barracks, I'm just going to go straight for my dojo, and I'll delay making any anything later until you start making anything but Murmillo. So we can just go Samurai versus Murmillo and just live the dream. Nonetheless, the Sero gets shot back in here. Shiragumo hanging out on this side as well. The Shrine doing all the good stuff, and we will see an immediate dojo here for Avely and a stable. I didn't really scout this out, which I don't like. If you scout out double military barracks, you don't need the stable. I mean, obviously you want to build it at some point, but just one dojo, hold off on the stable, spend that wood elsewhere. Can be nice. As Grass is getting himself now the Deuterino out, and we have a very early Carnivora here as the villagers charging in. We'll pick up that one Murmillo and throw it away, and the villager does get back to safety there. I wonder if it's going to die from the bleed damage though. Have to wait and see. One hero Murmillo coming in. Does live with 1 HP there. Fill that one back up with the Miko, no problems. As the early game pressure coming in. And we do have a pretty early Ivory net scare pre-queued from Avely. That's a thumbs up, but... And he does have a whole bunch of Miko out on the map. Back here grabbing Hunt. He doesn't have the shrines up though, does he? He's got one shrine over here, one shrine over here. Where's the third Miko? Am I blind? Okay, I am blind.
Mulreg. Joe's.
Oh, it's here. It's right in front of me. I'm super blind. Nonetheless, the Ondamusha coming through. Got to be careful. I mean, you can heal him back up, or heal her back up, I should say. But still have to be careful with that one. And the Miko will come up here and bring that one back to life, as we do have a cheeky little Carabalista onto this side. These villagers very much out in the open here. One idea would be to drop an early Swampland down. Idea of killing off the Carabalista with the Kappas. And the Ondamush are going to charge forward. Get a little bit of damage done onto the Carnivora. Getting healed back up. It will end up falling here, so it does have to pull all the way back. We still the Watermill over on this side getting taken down, and Avely still managing to hold on here in the early stages of this game. Huge pressure from Grass though, as he's all over this Susanoo from Avely. Samurai wanders forward. He's so careful with this one. He's still trying to take this one Carnivora out here. Avely's he's getting some nice kills. And he does manage to actually get himself up to medium Samurai already. So now he's gotten 123 favor. That's why I mean you can just drop Swampland down. Like, big raid onto the backside there as Grass is finding some villager picks now. This is not ideal if you are Avely at the moment. Coming back with his own units here to try and defend, as the villager does survive there, 4 HP. This one goes down though. As the front side getting sniped, that stable going down, not ideal either. Villagers can jump onto goats for the time being. As the Murmillo will end up falling over here. We just see Kusanagi getting dropped, but unfortunately that's not going to do all too much there. You really want to drop the Swampland first, so then every Kusanagi you drop next is going to give you another Swampland for very, very cheap. And at the moment, 133 favor in the bank. Realistically, you've only got God Power spammage to go. That's it. Stable coming through for Avely. Tower goes down. Hero Murmillo's getting converted as well. Preemptively trying to deal with everything that's about to come. You also managed to survive against any sort of Swampland shenanigans. These Naginata riders barely missed the villagers over there. And Avely says, all right, time to go. He drops down the swampland here. And the units can just run out the bottom side. Not the best usage. But there's only Murmillos here now. He takes out the Caraballister, which is going to be nice. The villagers trying to pull off to the right side. They're getting found out. Doesn't want to turn around and lose any more units. Kusanagi as well on this side to prevent the retreat. I don't know. But not the best of swamplands there from Avely to kick the game off. Well, he does decide to turn around. Meanwhile, Carnivora gets dropped down. Kusanagi doesn't hit these units all too well. The Ondamusha will be able to clean up that Carnivora there. Is there enough Samurai to deal with these Murmillo, though, is the big question. I think the answer looks like it might be a big fat no. Avely trying to get out more Murmillo, more Dojo, more Samurai, I can't speak. Trying to get more Samurai out, but Avely, I mean, Grass just not able to make this work at the moment. Wait, what am I saying? Grass is doing so well here. Avely is not able to make this work here. I got 2:30 a.m. brain at the moment. Thea queued up. No, Rhea queued up here. Grass pulling back. And Avely is up to Heavy Samurai. So that's a big, big boost for him. He's about to have another Swampland in 77 seconds. Dropping Samurai is not ideal, though. He needs to get these units out. He's got 1,000 gold left. Pulls his villagers back in. More Miko to come through. Idea is, well, obviously just get more favor in, but he's got so much favor in the bank. What are you going to do with it? I mean, spamming God Powers is the idea, right? But Grass now will be in the next stage. I think what he needs to probably consider is full hero army to play around the Swampland, because that's really all Avely's got remaining, and there's such a big advantage for Grass that he can just afford to do that. So you can just cut out the only real advantage that Avely's got like in this game. Farms coming down in the main base. So much food here. Avely moving up onto this side. Is he thinking? Well, he's thinking about getting onto these Zero over here as the wall does get spotted. That could be a nice little snipe onto a citizen here. But heroic edge in for Grass, grabbing himself the heavy infantry, sniping that citizen, running through here. You don't actually spot anything, so those villagers sneaking through are not going to be noticed. Trying to pick off another citizen over here. Let's see if Avely can bring this game back from the brink here. One good Swampland and a really good fight. He's got so many resources in the bank, though. He's like risking it all on this food over here, but he doesn't even have gold. The army charges forward. Swampland gets dropped down. The Kusanagi to throw all the units around. One trader onto I don't know what, but one trader nonetheless. As the villagers to come through and try and take out that Caraballister, but the army of Avely will fall. He does pick up a lot of units here, but it does not look to be enough. As the Swampland is finished, you put basically a max value Swampland there from Avely. He's still got enough favor in the bank for another Swampland, but it's 140 seconds away. As the Behemoth goes after the main base, but the Miko get pulled, and that Behemoth is sent packing. There's a Samurai coming back over here. He's getting... I mean, he's going to be a ways away from getting that champion in, but... the problem is really that Grass is going to be able to wall this. He's already walled this. And I think he probably should consider just dropping a palace down in the face of Avely here. Now, Avely's grabbing himself some Yati Spearmen. trying to deal with those Contarius. There's also some Arcus coming through as well. There's a Behemoth back in. Miko need to be pulled here. On the backside, a couple of Mamilos sneaking around. Kusanagi there onto that back line, but good control there from Grass. Immediately moves forward, takes out that Bushi, but the Bushi going to garrison away. No answer for the Behemoth as that one's about to be falling. And it looks like Grass might have been able to simply just break through at this point. The villagers shanking down the Murmillo, doing what they can, but it's not going to be enough. And Grass does manage to take this series 3-0. Some incredibly aggressive play here, some dominating play. I think Avely just needed to drop that first Swampland about like 10 years ago. I mean, the first one he dropped was like here, right? At 8 minutes. If he drops it at like 6 minutes, deals with the first little bit of pressure that comes his way, then he'll have the next one online to drop at 8 minutes anyways, even though it was a good Swampland, but it just was poorly placed. If he placed that one well, he's also in a good spot. The last one was an amazing Swampland, so you can see that the value can be grabbed from it. But unfortunately, it doesn't work out for Avely in this one. And Grass gets the dub. So an incredibly well-played day here from Grass. A series here from Grass. So Grass going to be heading into Champions League. Avely gets a ticket into Challenges, but he can come back next qualifiers and try again if he wants to. And yeah, that's gonna be us for today, as we don't have any more games. But throughout this week, throughout this week here, we will be having quite a bit of qualifier games that I didn't manage to cover on this channel. So if you guys want to check those out, you can. I was told, let me see if I can see if they're actually live. We might be sending you guys over to watch some Age of Empires 3 if they're going. They are going, so I'm going to send you guys over to watch some Age of Empires 3 at the moment. And yeah, I'll see you guys on tomorrow, Tuesday, basically all week for more Gimme games. Maybe I'll take one day off, but have a fantastic rest of the day and enjoy a whole bunch of shenanigans. All right, see you guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.